This is the third installment in the franchise. If they did a fourth, would you come back?
As long as I could die.
All right, it's rewind time.
Is this really happening?
Why would you think that?
Visionary new age of television. And more to come with Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
They'll never know what you said.
You've got to do better. Multiverse is a concept about which we know frankly little. Rewrite history.
Eat my head! Taste it there.
Num 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 num. Eat it up. Hopefully,
That's pathetic.
The honeymoon phase people experience with these failures is getting shorter and shorter. Critical thinking does eventually start up, especially when the returns for the lizard brain get less and less effective over time, leading to less and less praise for these fuck-ups as time seems to go on. This recent set of adventures has provided an extensive, pungent level of cancer for all of us. I mean, it's Phase 4, something the mouse must be reaching some level of awareness on.
If it were our absolute goal, could we look more incompetent? It's the worst day of my life.
But money talks, folks. It'll only be a set of complete commercial failures that have Disney reevaluate their approach. So until then, we shall simply be calling a spade a spade. Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania opens with a wonderful view of the quantum realm. Remember that old chestnut? Well, it's looking a little different than the many times we've seen it previously, and we're going to talk about that soon enough. For now, let's just appreciate having Catwoman for company. Here she is, drinking some quantum water? I guess that's their attempt at showing how she survived here, but how would water at this size still be, you know, and what does she eat that's non-toxic, and how do particles... You know what? It doesn't matter. We can wait on talking about that one. Oh dear, there seems to be an unidentified falling object in the sky. It's time for Janet Van Dyne to spring into action, making sure to grab her... holster... Wait, you have a gun? Why would you keep the gun there? Yep, no time for that. On we go. She discovers the crash site, and suddenly this happens. Oh my goodness! What a terrifying quantum creature that's... Damn, that's splitting into two now. Gosh, what an unlucky and wacky situation. Probably should have kept that camo on, eh? Instead of taking it off right in front of her. May have given you an edge, but that's fine. A fight ensues. Her first sci-fi blasts missing both targets because they go invisible before she hits them. But wait, if they're only going invisible, doesn't it still hit them? I don't even... Oh, there goes number one. But the second one got the jump on her. Oh dear, what will happen next? Wow, lucky the gun fell right next to this guy, and he was coherent enough to aim and shoot that thing off you after crashing. Oof, could have gone a whole bunch of different ways. Also, that's Kang. We know him from the hit television series Loki. What are the absolute insane odds of him being here, you ask? Well, we'll find out later.
What is this place?
This is Phase 5, my friend. Many believe it will be better than Phase 4. Why don't we see if that's true? Ah, San Francisco. Not off to a good start. In any case, when christening the launch of this next era, you may think that every opening line and visual will be indicative of what's to come. Now, Kang has already said, "What is this?" So we've got the perfect setup, despite bearing witness to the fecal capital of America. I'm waiting for some kind of signal as to what I'm in for with the glorious Phase 5.
Welcome back.
My life doesn't really make sense.
Ah, you have the lyrics "Welcome Back" comboed with "My life doesn't really make sense." That border between phases is already looking pretty thin.
How are you an Avenger? Why are you time traveling with Captain America? That doesn't make sense.
You're goddamn right that didn't make any sense. That entire story is filled with things that make no sense, Scott, and I don't think it's going to be worthwhile for you to point that out.
Scott, what about now? What's next? Where does the ride take you?
Alright, this is feeling really meta at this point. Where does Scott Lang go next? And where does the MCU go next? Maybe we'll be getting something a little bit different.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Hey, that's even kind of funny. Not sure how it works when Ant-Man would be way more famous than Spider-Man in this universe, being the guy who jump-started saving trillions of lives from Thanos' snap, but that's okay?
So let's make time for the stuff that really matters. Like friends.
Holy wow, they even paid off this line from Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Did you want to grab dinner or something? I mean, because I'm free. Yeah, come on.
Seriously, guys, this could be the turnaround. Maybe they watched the previous films this time. Maybe they care to tell a story. Maybe they'll even have meta lines regarding the state of the MCU, combined with some level of an apology for the shoveled garbage. Who knows? In any case, I wonder what Hope's doing.
She's using the PIM particle for global change. Reforestation, affordable housing, food production.
Whoa, pump the brakes there, movie. What do you mean food production and how? Wait, but hang on, wasn't the whole thing with the PIM particle that we couldn't let it get out to the whole world? That other people like Cross or Goliath or the other scientist dude from the second movie couldn't be trusted? That they tried to replicate it and had horrifying results at times? Hank and Hope were almost taken down by the police in the second movie. They had to break out. Are Hank, Hope, and Janet all just public in their business now? Has PIM tech been utilized across several industries? Has it comboed up with Stark, Wakandan, Asgardian, and, well, cosmic tech? Does Hank care? Does anyone care? It is incredibly dangerous. Wasn't that the whole... Are we going to get any accounting for any of this?
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Are you serious? It shouldn't have happened, but it did? We talking about phase 4 here, or the whole damn thing?
Will I be there when the Avengers need me? Absolutely. I'd never turn my back on them. But right now, the only job I want is being a dad.
Well, hey, that's pretty cool. Sounds like there's a chance here that we'll finally get a pared down, to the core, character-driven movie again. It's been a while. And man, that would be a wise way to kick off the new phase.
But right now, the only job I want is being a dad. I love you, Cassie. Thanks for being my hero.
Feels a little more like the first Ant-Man, understanding Scott Lang, thief turned hero, focusing on how to be the best father he can be. Let's see how it goes.
Make mistakes. Take chances. There's always room to grow.
You know what? I think that's pretty neat. You get a decent bit of confusion in terms of just what chances we should be taking when Scott has done some morally questionable things that have led to bigger and better things, but dude, what a normal and fair bit of simple advice to give to people who can sometimes miss out through fear, apprehension, or misjudgment on what a situation could truly mean. Makes a bit of sense that he would pop that in his book, as it's reflective of his life, and it even references his power. Though, is Scott Lang the kind of character who would write a book about his life? Well, I imagine it's quite the incredible story to tell, and it might just inspire some people along the way. Maybe Falcon could have figured that one out and made some money with a book. But oh well.
You've got to do...
No!
Sorry, that's me. Why is jail calling?
So it turns out Cassie Lang, Scott's daughter, the little girl from the first and second movie, not only aged about 10 years more than the character she's playing, she's been recast and thrown in jail. I understand that's a lot to take in, and before we talk about the story, it's probably worth mentioning that the actress playing Cassie in Endgame, Emma Fuhrmann, has indeed been replaced, and she discovered it the same way we all did, through social media announcements. You stay classy, Disney. As for her story... well, I guess we'll have to wait for more information.
Is she okay? Have you heard anything?
Not yet. No.
Oh no, what did you do to her hair? It's like she lost a fight with a hairdresser when the hairdresser was doing her hair. What? Why does every joke have to be creative?
Cassie, what happened?
Sign here.
Oh, you know, just jail stuff.
We have indeed discovered that Cassie is in jail because she got involved in a peaceful protest that was being displaced by tear gas. More on that in a sec.
I did find this, though.
No. She didn't, because if she did. Oh no.
You shrank a cop car? What were you thinking?
What was I supposed to do? Look the other way? They were clearing out a homeless camp in the middle of the night.
You thought that destroying a cop car would help the homeless maintain their camp on what I assume is grounds they are illegally fucking with? Did they still have education after the snap? And didn't they just say Hope is in charge of all kinds of legal and effective forms of humanitarian efforts, including affordable housing? Why didn't you speak to her about it? Get a useful and possibly permanent solution for those people.
We've run every viable model through the computer, and it looks like there just are no easy solutions to this recession.
Have you tried kill all the poor?
The computer says it wouldn't help, so we're not doing it.
That's why we're not doing it. And I didn't realize that it's only cold-hearted pragmatism that's keeping you from pumping gas into Lidl.
Or hey, use Pimtech. Make a tiny house huge, or whatever the hell you do these days. But the weird thing is that Hope isn't chastising Cassie for this too. She's oddly silent. Wait. This is much worse than I realized. Why wasn't Cassie arrested for the destruction of that car? At least until it's restored, of course. Why isn't her stepfather, the guy who chose to put his life at risk for hers, here? He is a cop. He gets the alert when his family are taken in. We saw that in the first Ant-Man. But this concerns his stepdaughter. I imagine he would have a lot to say about her shrinking a cop car. Speaking of which... What the... No. Not yet. It's okay. Why can Cassie shrink a cop car? Does she have Pimtech? And why isn't this a shock?
I promised your mom that you would only use this stuff when one of us was around. It's really dangerous tech.
I know, it's dangerous.
You're goddamn right it's dangerous. It took Hank's wife from him. It began an arms race that would have seen cataclysmic war worldwide if not for detonating the very building the research took place in. Handing it off to a teenager so she can destroy police property is probably not wise.
What if the cops took it from you, huh? What if you lost it?
I didn't lose the suit.
You have a suit?
She has a suit? Why the fuck? No way would he ever risk that. The guy hesitates to give it to anyone. He gave it to Scott because he considered him expendable. He allowed Hope to have the suit after years of understanding the tech and sharing his protective attitude, on top of conducting missions they needed to complete to save Janet. Cassie has no idea what she's doing. She would have no familiarity with the mission or the sensitivity of the tech, and she's clearly almost lost it to basic law enforcement, which would drive Hank nuts. How in the world do we justify this insanity?
I know how to take care of myself, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty good at it by now.
Ouch.
Wow, your dad was put in prison for trying to get money back to people it was stolen from, to then miss 5 years of your life because a giant purple space monster killed his family while he was trapped in the quantum realm. Which he undid, as no small feat, and you're bitching to him about not being there for you? An interesting choice when he has recently, very publicly made it clear that his mission statement is to be there for you. Man, you're making me love this new character real quick. She's great.
Look, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
Well, at least she apologized. Though it is rather worrying that she actually holds resentment for Scott over the history of their relationship. She knows what we know about his absences, and so this is killing her likability. Thankfully, this is the beginning, and I'm sure there's plenty more of her being fun, reasonable, and likable throughout. Oh, and has Hope got anything to say about all of this? She spends the scene where her future husband and stepdaughter are arguing about going to jail, staring at her phone, but she does indeed eventually get involved.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just
telling her what to do. Telling me exactly what to do.
Scott is desperately trying to guide his daughter away from the same life of crime that destroyed his prospects and almost ended the relationship he had with his family. Meanwhile, this gas-brained, hobbit-haired plank of garbage is actively siding with the troubled child. This is especially bizarre considering Hope's awareness of the world clamping down on Pimtech and what it would mean for the future. Cassie almost lost her suit and the tech to the police. You don't seem to be acting very much in character, Hope.
How about some music?
And in that moment...
Dad, are you listening to your own book?
But I was ready for anything.
No, that's, this is the radio.
They have Scott Lang, possibly one of the MCU's least egotistical, least selfish characters, motivated almost exclusively by the love of his family and the caring of others, listening to himself talk. Awesome. Let's move on, eh? Oh, it's Hank and Janet's house. Let's see what they're up to.
Your Nobel Prize is in the mail.
It better be. I just saved $8.
Did he seriously just find a way to expand food at a rate that value is created rather than maintained or lost? A way to just multiply food? He just said he saved money. They mentioned Hope working on food production, but Hank just solved the whole thing. The world has been changed forever, and they all seem rather casual about it. Can't wait to see how this ripples through and affects the world of the MCU.
You can talk about it. I spent 30 years down there. I want to live right now.
That's strangely new. Janet was very open and passionate about the quantum realm at the end of the second movie. I wonder what happened between then and now.
So, Cassie, did you make any new friends in the slammer this time?
Wow, Hank doesn't seem to care at all that his granddaughter has a record and with his tech. It used to be one of his most significant concerns. Kinda looks like we're throwing all of that away for Cassie to just have fun. That's good. Makes you wonder, if you don't want to be caught, those suits make it nigh impossible for normal cops to capture you. And I'm still wondering what shrinking a cop car has to do with helping people find homes, or why it would make a difference to tear gas being shot, but hey, we're only 10 minutes in, so, I'm sure we'll get more information as time goes on.
This time? Was there a last time?
I mean, last time barely counts.
So now you're telling me that Scott's daughter is semi-regularly ending up in jail, Hank knows this, and supplied her the Pym tech to fuck around with, and did it all behind Scott's back. These are not only things that Hank is definitely against, being that he has a strong motive to protect his family from the dangers of his own tech, he's also invested in Scott as a father. Hank's life is partially defined by having lost the connection to his own daughter. This is what drew him to Scott Lang, a man he sees himself in.
Losing his family and his only daughter in the process. Exactly your kind of guy, Hank.
So why the hell are you now trying to tell me that Hank is actively harming the relationship Scott has with his daughter, and no one here is taking any issue with any of it?
I mean, last time barely counts.
I didn't know that. Why didn't you call me?
Because I knew you'd be like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Be like what? A caring father? Asking whether it's possible to run the same goals without ending up in jail? Is this too much for you? Do you want him to simply not give a shit? Normally, this would be hand-waved as the troubled teen acting out. Unfortunately, the film seems to side with her.
I would have just broken you out with ants.
The hell you just say, old man? Scott is trying to reach his daughter here after finding out she's making jail her new home after taking tech off you. Maybe sit down with your pizza and shut up for a second, okay?
Could we have a family meeting?
Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, about this, about everybody being so fine with this.
Man, I've never been more in Scott's corner than right now. His family have been replaced by Skrulls or something.
I don't want you wasting your life.
At least I'm still trying to do something with mine.
What the fuck? He literally saved the world.
I literally saved the world.
Yeah, see? He saved the world. What do you mean he's not doing anything with his life?
Did you? Well, yeah, you never mentioned that before. Everybody's got to save the world.
Jeez, old man Michael doing some rambling. Is this jealousy or something? Are you annoyed that while you were dust, everyone was saving the world?
How is that for you, Scott?
You can say it in as many weird and sarcastic ways you want. Scott was prompted to let people know he saved the world by this sack of ungrateful flesh telling him he's doing nothing. I mean, this is all getting a bit weird, guys. You're angry at him for what? Saving the world? At least Janet isn't making fun of...
You should write a book about it.
What is this? Yes, the man did indeed save trillions of lives by facilitating every last move that led to the undoing of the snap. If you didn't know, Janet, the man who saved trillions of lives, including your own, can hold it over you till the end of time. And should. Scott doesn't, because it's not in his character. However, he is capable of pointing out you'd all be dead if not for him, so maybe you can chill out on the bizarre bitterness.
You're welcome for all not being dust.
And what do you do now? Sign books?
Bloody hell, she is one sour, bratty brick. Scott is currently touring with an inspirational book. He's doing readings for kids, adolescents, and adults alike, telling them that they can achieve what he did if they just take a chance, that no one is too small. On top of that, his mission statement is you, to be there for you, to raise you, something you just ripped into him for minutes ago. And as if that's not enough, he made this explicit.
Will I be there when the Avengers need me? Absolutely. I'd never turn my back on them.
If they need him, he will answer the call. So fuck all of you idiots. Whatever happened to that sweet, caring girl in the first 2 movies? The one who saw her father for who he was despite his situation. You know, the one who managed to understand reality better than you despite being 6.
Are you trying to find my daddy?
I am, sweetheart.
Hope you don't catch him.
At this point, I'd say she needs Pimtech to shrink her ego.
People still need help, Dad. At least we're trying to do something that matters.
Jesus Christ, you're the unskippable cutscene of people. You are also incredibly wrong. Of course, Scott knows people still need help. He went to jail helping people several times. He lost time with you by trying to help people, and he's helping people right now. Did I miss a whole ass movie where Scott went on an arc involving his failure to give a shit about people? When did this happen? And wait a sec, what do you mean we?
Who's we? What are you 3 up to?
Ant science.
Let's just show him.
Well, sure, but we have a whole family issue here to deal with. A family issue that may even be made worse by whatever it is you're about to reveal. So just wait, can you stop, wait.
What are they building? Are you doing this?
Actually, no. They built their own tech.
What? Okay, stop now. We need to go over what's just happened. This is insane. You've all basically let Scott know that you think he's doing a poor job with his potential, that he is narcissistic, and you are seemingly ashamed of him while also screwing around behind his back and feeding his daughter all kinds of dangerous tech that's landing her in jail. A lot of this was brought up, but we're now moving on because Hank has just revealed his fucking ants are sophisticated enough to build elevators and electrical light sources on their own. Presumably utilizing metal. What in the holy fuck is this, my dude? Do we need to get the world governments involved? Have we made contact with the ants of Earth? Do we need a human ant-ambassador? Should we be treating this like the breakthrough it clearly is? Does anyone here care? What does Hank have to say about this?
Pretty smart ants.
Pretty smart ants? What the fuck is going on? Pretty smart. Yeah, you could say that, I suppose. Pretty sapient ants. Pretty enslaved by Hank Pym after being gifted with greater intelligence ants. What the fuck?
When you were all, gone those 5 years, I started reading Grandpa Hank's old journals, and I got really into the quantum realm, and...
Bullshit. Not only would those things be locked the fuck up and written in goddamn code, you had no understanding of the ant tech, you had no intro to it at all. Cassie had a life. The only way to have meaningfully introduced her to Pimtech, giving her a chance to learn anything about it, is with all of these fuckers being alive and passionately invested in getting her up to speed. At the same time, considering what's about to happen, she would have needed a bloody university course in quantum mechanics. No way you can convince me she got into quantum fucking physics through notes she found after being passionate about it when she was 8.
May I ask why you felt little Tiffany deserved to die?
She's about 8 years old. Those books are way too advanced for her. If you ask me, I say she's up to something.
Fucking too right. Though for anybody who's unconvinced, just give it a sec.
And I got really into the quantum realm, and...
Quantum realm?
I know we all have a history there, and...
At least now Scott is realizing that Hank has been behind all of this. And don't get me wrong, it makes no sense for Hank to do any of it, but at least Scott can finally do something about it.
She had some questions, okay? I can't help if people are inspired by me.
I guess that could be considered a callback to when Scott delivered this clunker of a line.
Just saved $8.
God, I admire you.
Thank you.
Except there is a difference between inspiration and admiration, and inspiring his daughter is fucking far from the issue. I'm looking forward to the part where Scott rips into Hank for all this bullshit. I mean, he's barely her grandpa. He's barely been in her life at all. Hank didn't even get to properly meet her in the first film. He spends his time in the sequel on the run thanks to Civil War's events, and then he's snapped. He didn't have a relationship with her, and now he's apparently hyper interested as she's been reading his work since the snap. Makes it even harder to believe she had any access or interest in Hank's notes specifically. The man is pretty protective.
As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
But sure, with that, Cassie is now a quantum expert. Don't believe me? Just you wait.
So you've been studying the quantum realm? Why didn't you ask me about it?
There is so much one could say about this war crime of a plot point, and my God, I will give up the hours to do it.
I tried, Mom. A lot. You never wanted to talk about it.
Janet was obviously and thoroughly pro-quantum stuff at the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's precisely where she became more prominent as a character, talking about many of the areas that exist there and the dangers within, as well as facilitating the energy and tech needed to save Ghost. Remember Ghost? Remember Goliath? Well, the writers don't, and to be honest, you don't either. In any case, what is this weird new aspect of Janet's character where she doesn't want to talk about the quantum realm at all? Seems like earlier was an example of her not wanting to talk specifically about what she did there, but that she's on board with working on it, or with it, studying it, etc. So, Hope is being a rascally rabbit here. She's not making much sense. And when a character isn't making much sense, you'll find the plot might be pushing them in a particular direction. It would be like if someone didn't want to talk about the trauma related to a series of droids killing their parents. And so then you decide to create a fucking butler droid in their basement without telling them, since they are being evasive about the subject of droids. Not only does that make no sense, it's just an asshole thing to do. Mando was shit, by the way. Not sure how you thought those things were the same there, Hope. Your dialogue hasn't been stellar so far. In any case, it's kinda weird that Janet hasn't talked about meeting Kang in the quantum realm either. But maybe it was a mostly uneventful thing that happened. Maybe she has nothing to say about it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Cassie's just been curious, and we gave her some pointers.
Okay, so what did Cassie do with some notes and pointers then? What did she make?
It's like a satellite for deep space or the ocean. But quantum.
You fucking what, mate? A satellite for the ocean or deep space, but for the quantum realm? How in the... what the... you did this?
Your daughter built a subatomic Hubble telescope in a basement.
Silence, old man. You're making this much worse.
You know, if I had something like this when you were gone, then I could have found you.
What? You didn't even know what happened to him. For the 5 years he was gone, you, and everyone else, figured that he got blipped. So how would that have encouraged you to pursue a device that could have found him in the quantum realm? Unless, of course, you are making all of this up, forgetting your own timeline, and starting to realize she could only have been working on this world-changing technology recently. Nice try, I guess, though I appreciate showing that Cassie does give a shit about her dad. Remnants of that are better than nothing. Anyway, yes, Cassie the teenager created a subatomic Hubble telescope.
We just need a map. And then we can study and explore the entire quantum realm.
She can map out the quantum realm when we can't even fully map out our oceans. How do you map out a place that operates on several levels of reality? According to these guys, it doesn't even have a through line of space or time. But sure, go ahead. The teenager created tech that blows the minds of Hank Pym et al. In a basement, with a box of highly sensitive, highly complex, expensive Pym tech devices. Because fuck it, join the club, Cassie. There's plenty of company. Dead is the time of the people who work hard in their lives, backed by parents who've been in it since they were young, mentoring you and sending you to every top school imaginable only for you to make revolutionary tech in your 40s. No, fuck that. Just be you.
You send a signal down from here, and then it collects the data and it sends it back.
I don't see why Hank couldn't have come up with that. But hey, quantum physics, well beyond my understanding. I'm just here for the characters.
Wait a minute. You're sending a signal? Down to the quantum realm.
Yes, Janet, that's what she's saying, and if you had any compunction about this sort of thing taking place, it seems you should have raised an alarm the second they said they were working on the quantum realm without your knowledge. I mean, it makes no sense regardless. You guys have been fucking around with and entering the quantum realm for some time, certainly after Janet had returned. So what's the problem?
What's wrong?
You have to turn it off! Stop and tell us what's wrong!
Well, whatever is happening here, it better slot in with everything else this story's built on. We don't have the mighty Waldronator this time.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script.
We have Jeff Loveness writing this masterpiece, so what's happening?
There's something I should have told you.
Well, wait a minute, didn't she just disconnect it? How's it doing that with no power? Oh, we're done with character stuff, aren't we? No resolving what Hank has done, nothing to make any of all of this make any more sense, and Cassie's gonna be right about Scott, isn't she? Well, anyway, wow, explosion of quantum, or something. Okay, suit up and get out of there, folks. This looks dangerous. Don't just stand there, for fuck's sake. Okay, this is pretty bad, and before we can even really make sense of it from a story perspective, maybe you guys should pop your suits on. We know that Scott and Hope have them almost automated, and since they act as armor, we should probably have everyone with a chance to pop them on at any moment, especially when Hank doesn't seem to give a shit anymore, and considering the bullshit in this universe haunting them around every corner. In any case, there is some neat stuff here. For example... Now, I'm not talking about tossing Janet into a portal. I don't hate her that much. Yet. It's that she loses her grip considering this thing is bending the bloody walls, and she's pulled in only for Hank to try and reach for her, leading to him falling in as well. The guy was madly in love with her and lost her for 30 years. We know at this point he'll do everything he can not to lose her, including sacrificing his own grip. I do appreciate that kind of storytelling. Action scenes are incredibly important for character. In fact, check this out. Those two are Hope's parents. She's lost one and almost both several times. She's got incredibly deep trauma related to the lack of time she's had with both of them. The only hesitation she gives before going after them is a look to Scott. Could be the last time she sees him, but she has to go. And if I'm being a bit generous, I'd say we're shown he understands that. Cassie then slips in, and of course, Scott is prompted to go after her. Overall, not the worst 10 seconds of the movie. In fact, it could end up being my favorite, and it's just about the easiest thing to portray in terms of choices. But hell, that's all I'm ever asking for. It's still annoying, however, that Cassie, Hank, and Janet apparently all don't have their protective suits, not even for the purposes of shrinking or growing, just for the insane armor and flight. You ever notice how every single time they enter these crazy nonsense tunnels, they somehow luckily manage to avoid the million forms of death flying right at them? It's also worth noting that the ant colony from earlier has entered the realm and smashed, leaving the ants to float away and zap forward. Who knows what that will lead to? Regardless, Hope manages to grab both Hank and Janet and they reach a destination together, which, to be honest, seems incredibly lucky considering how chaotic everything is here. But whatever. We also get some acting from Cassie. Yeah, I believe it. Good lord, man, that's gonna be hard on the back. Miraculously, nothing gets through the suit, sure, but force does, right? Maybe not. Imagine, like, free fall doesn't do anything, but a punch and a kick gets through the suit. That would be funny. Though it's a bit odd, Cassie did talk about having a suit, but she didn't suit up. She must not have it with her. Anyone with even a modicum of self-preservation would have popped that shit on in a heartbeat. Seems a little weird that he got the same sort of temporary exhaustion he usually gets when getting big. Only here, he's still nanoscopic at best. He shrank down so far, he's in the quantum realm, so going several sizes larger is still tiny. Shouldn't he still be operating as though he's very small? Not exhausted from being big, I mean? The whole mass difference and whatnot? Why the fuck am I even asking these questions? Ooh, boy, look at that. Generic alien world, background number 783. That, to be fair, only lacks character because the story will be doing fuck all to support it while the CG artists toiled in the sugar caves for endless days and nights. But hey, colors. Hey idiot, maybe don't do the Prometheus thing and take off your helmet when on a completely unfamiliar and quantum land that as far as you knew requires super tech to survive in. At least the Prometheus guy detected oxygen. You literally can't. You're smaller than those particles and you have no tech assisting you. In fact, how the fuck are any of you alive? How are you functioning in any way when that small without protective gear? Can we get an explanation?
We should be dead.
Why aren't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that's good enough, lads.
What does take pride in your work mean? I don't know.
It's just about what one would expect from the writing teams behind anything Phase 4. Phase 5, of course. Also, I was gonna give them a pass on their entry to this floopy world, being that Hope clearly grabbed them, and so the three of them, theoretically, had a softened landing thanks to her wings, but now they're all up and about in different places. So, if they landed separately, then how did they survive the fall?
Do not move.
So this is the Quantum Realm, a brand new universe with its own entirely unique ecology. Yes, this is entirely different from what we all understood to be the truth for some time, but don't worry, I'm sure they'll explain. For now, we have a spooky quantum robot doing a scan, and it's thwarted because they stand behind a quantum tree. Fucking useless scanner. In any case, Hope and Hank have some questions.
Keep your voice down. You said there was nothing down here.
That line doesn't work very well now, does it? We already knew there was something down here. It's where we collected the energy for Ghost. Yeah, I know nobody remembers it. Hank saw plenty when he came down, and Janet lived here for 30 years. You really thought there was nothing?
I will explain everything, but right now, I just need you to trust me. Then make me trust you. We don't have time to talk.
Well, actually, you have a lot of time. Like, seriously, a lot of time. You are walking in the quantum jungle. Just talk while you walk, and then you will be talking without it costing your walking. You can honestly do both. It would be weird if you had incredibly important information to share and you simply don't, like for no reason at all. Let's hope that ain't it.
Why didn't you listen? I told you to stay away from here.
I should have told you what we were doing. I had no idea.
But she didn't tell you to stay away at all. You even had to go into the quantum realm to get the quantum energy to save Ghost from a life of quantum torment. Yes, I know nobody remembers her, but it's your history movie, not mine. You were jumping in and out of it well after Janet returned. She was fine with it. What changed?
We'll talk later. Right now, we stick together, we find Scott and Cassie, and we go home, okay?
You can walk and talk, Janet. Tell these poor souls, including us at home, what you are hiding. Don't give me this Maz Kanata shit.
A good question for another time.
You're all wandering through bullshit, rambling about anything anyway. Just explain it.
I've studied the quantum realm for years. Why didn't I see any of this?
Because your life's work is apparently a joke, Hank. You didn't see or know shit. Sit down.
You weren't able to look deep enough. Not through the void and subatomica.
The subawatica?
The Illumawati?
At least they mentioned the void, the place we saw Scott end up, that Janet was supposed to be stuck in as well, back then at least. But I guess she was in the subatomica, which is here, you know, where she met Kang, and then below that is the quantum realm, which is this? But then what was the place Hank found Janet? Is that the subatomica, the void, or some other place?
There are worlds here, worlds within worlds. It's a place outside time and space.
Bullshit. You're telling me that we have a grand total of Earth as a world, then the tiniest, smallest parts of Earth, then you keep shrinking until you go subatomic. That's where Scott and Janet ended up on their respective journeys to complete their missions. That is the world of the void. The void is just the place you go when you're very, very small. Scott managed to escape, but Janet kept on shrinking until she entered the subatomica, which is another world within the world of the void. A world with spooky invisible creatures and Kang. She stopped shrinking at that point, I guess. Only she then kept shrinking because she entered another world, deeper than the subatomica, as she put it. A place called the Quantum Realm, where a whole-ass civilization is, and if that wasn't difficult enough to understand, you can access any of these worlds at any time and place on Earth, even when you are on the other side of the fucking planet, but none of these worlds within worlds adhere to time or space, despite clearly operating with standard physics and expected spatial relations, on top of events progressing in a linear temporal fashion, and it supports human life. And you're telling me all of these worlds are accessible from each other. They are interconnected. What in the fuck were you thinking? The people who wrote this are why we have instructions on shampoo. And how are you going to convince anyone that Cassie made something that can map all of this?
We just need a map. and then we can study and explore the entire quantum realm.
Does her map not adhere to time and space too? The less they say about any of this, the better. Though to be honest, we're getting worse and worse in the department of why the fuck didn't Janet say anything. Now we have whole worlds beneath worlds that changes everything about our understanding of the quantum realm despite working on it with her. She's also partially explaining things. How about you explain it all instead of giving us random tidbits, Janet?
I'll handle this.
Man, that's some harsh editing. We left them for about 1 minute on a cliff's edge, spotting their goal quantum miles away, and now we're in the quantum wastelands? This another world within a world, Janet? Look at this place. How the fuck long did it take you to get here? We just chopped out a whole ass day, at least. Ugh, and look how fake all of this is. You really trying to convince me they're looking at or standing on anything but blue or the illustrious volume screen? And what was the direction here? Yeah, Miss Lily, we're gonna need you to look as though something's coming for you. Something's coming right for you. It's a big old thing, maybe. We're not sure what it is, but it's coming. You're feeling very confused, scared, and confidently strong, but also calm and content with your horrifying brave state. Michael, whatever that is, it's great. So Janet is attacked by this quantum guy and everyone freaks out, only she chops off his arm and they're friends now. Put your fucking helmet on, Hope, you cave clown. And what's with the writing here? If Hope's beloved and long-lost mother is being attacked by Quantum Boy here... You bet your ass she's shrinking down and flying over, whether she said I'll handle this or not, especially after this. Regardless, it's a good old matter of characters not being allowed to say what they absolutely would say or do what they absolutely would do, because tension. Providing suspense to an audience in any context means you are writing good, right? But really, Janet should have said, oh, I have to beat this guy in a fair fight for us to get a ride. He's actually a friend. Don't get involved and don't panic. It would make sense, you still have tension, but whatever. Oh, fucking dusty-ass cliche.
He's friendly,
Quite a ride.
says the man who invented flying on the back of an ant.
Ants are a little bit different to the flying quantum space alien manta ray, you plum.
I like ants.
And I love that you love them. Here.
Oh, gee, that's a crazy thing to ride. Yeah, well, you ride on ants. I do like them. Yes, I like that too. The dialogue is dying on the vine here. They need some spice, some fire. Yeah, that's the kind of force that's fucking all of you up. Poor million-year-old Michael there, hanging on to his pulse for dear life.
This subatomic universe. This changes everything we know about life, evolution.
It really does change everything, and yet it will change nothing about any commentary going forward in the entire movie.
Holy shit. That guy looks like broccoli.
Quite seriously, some of the most earth-shattering information imaginable, and you'll lose interest in it after seeing broccoli. Also, Janet clearly says,
keep your head down.
And Hank has a mask he can put on, but I guess he took it off to rant about life here and no one gives a shit. You're doing a great job of staying low profile, lads.
Drink those. I'll be right back.
So those are translation ooze drinks. They let you understand presumably all languages spoken, and Janet simply says, drink 'em. Gotta tell ya, that's nowhere near enough for me to do it, but what the fuck ever, at least it's just a thimble's worth. Eventually, they figure out they can indeed understand all languages now. That's neat. And then, Bill Murray arrives.
Janet Van Dyne? I thought you were dead.
He's been airdropped in, courtesy of a green screen in his house, to record all of his lines, conspicuously distant from everyone else at almost all times. In terms of narrative, they're trying to ask for his help.
Krylar, we need your help.
After all we've been through, together, just ask me. Tell me, how can I help?
Doesn't remind me of anything else, nor Marvel's desperate attempts to keep audiences interested via legacy actors pouring what remains of their star power into this desiccated, sunken corpse. In any case, he introduces himself, and somehow you have Murray and Pfeiffer disagreeing on how to pronounce his name.
Been a long time, Krylar.
Officially, Lord, Krylar, no.
So, is it Krylar or Krylar, you fucking idiots?
Krylar.
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 Anyway, Bill Murray has heard about ants. He's curious about ants and what ants even are.
What are ants, anyway? Do we have them down here?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's the conversation they have. He asks about ants and whether they are in the quantum realm, and Hank is like, no. And then he says, oh, okay. I guess you can say this is a thin setup for something later, but man, the dialogue is clunking.
Oh, she talked about you every day.
Strange, she never said anything about you.
Okay, were you born a cunt, or did it take practice? Why let this guy, who we clearly need help from, know that he wasn't mentioned at all by someone who is trying to convince him she's his friend? Hope didn't used to be this dense. It's like she just wants to be a cock. Man, that's a Rick and Morty joke if I ever saw one, which does make some sense.
Are you not human?
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
Why? What the fuck does that mean? You are anatomically compatible, but you're not human, I guess? How did you all come to be... What? We're really never going to understand any of this shit, are we? And boy, is it going to create some ethical issues later. But no worries, folks. Fun quantum movie go...
You left all of us with him. How many people died because of you? Does your family even know who you are?
So, this is kinda interesting. Krylar is saying that Janet abandoned the people of the quantum realm with someone, and we know he ain't lying because she not only ditched them here, she didn't mention any of this at all. Any assistance she could have provided these people was cut off by the fact that she tried to hide their existence in the first place. Though it does make you wonder why she would come to this guy for help when she seemingly left him for dead.
No!
So he tries to capture them as he's in league with the Conqueror of these lands. Things start to get a little tense. Janet offers to be taken in if Hank and Hope can be released, only for Krylar to say this.
But you want them, so they're coming too, along with those other friends of yours.
Seriously, what the fuck is with this absolutely clanking dipshit dialogue?
I heard about them, but he did too, and he sent the hunter.
But you want them, so they're coming too, along with those other friends of yours. I heard about them, but he did too, and he sent the hunter. Sounds like Cliff Notes. You know, redrafting isn't a crime. Also, what kind of hunter?
A mechanized organism designed only for killing?
Holy good goddamn fuck, we'll get to that. So things are looking pretty bad. Krylar's gonna sell them out to the Conqueror, and he was expected to be an ally. So what happened?
What happened to you? We fought against him.
He can be very persuasive.
Ah, so he probably had very little choice. It is interesting to have a guy who resents Janet because she left him to the fury of this Conqueror to then give us a hint that something valuable to him is held as leverage to force him to do these things. I wonder how... Wait, what? Slow down. I thought maybe we could... Was there something that looked like character here? Something that... Wait, what happens to Krylar? Is he safe? Is he alright? Well, Hank enlargens a flame creature and it throws Krylar away. We don't see him again. Okay then, that's that, I suppose. We start with all of our characters just shooting the bad guys and winning. You have count 'em, two geriatrics here, and yet the robot henchmen can't shoot the geezers to save their circuits. You then get this. What the fuck? The action scene is already pretty much over, by the way. Hank and Janet run into the ship, and Hope stands guard while they hotwire and pilot it. And by stand guard, I mean Hope just stands there and shoots her little pew-pew gun. The fucking Wasp just stands there and shoots. She's capable of all kinds of combat, both in flight and on the ground. On top of that, you have the shrinking and expanding technology, and I mean, they just... None of them can hit this static target. I feel like these scenes are made for people who enjoy water with their cereal. You know, the real psychopaths. The wet socks of people. So anyway, Michael Douglas then plunges himself, elbow deep, into slimy, yellow, quantum tentacle cock. Do you guys remember the MCU?
Tell what you got.
This drink, I like it.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
Not a perfect soldier, but a good man.
Cut off one hand! 2 more!
Let's go find 2 more.
So anyway, back to the slimy yellow quantum tentacle cock ravaging Michael Douglas. That's what needs to happen to pilot the ship, you see. Because everything is all floopy down here in the quantum world. Except most stuff is just normal, really. In any case, we can't close out this side of the plotline without another banger exchange.
Really? Him? He used to be charming.
That guy?
I was down here for 30 years, Henry. I had needs.
Oh my God.
Why? Why do we need this? Why? Who asked for this? Why?
I get it. I've got needs too. I had dinner with someone a few times.
What went wrong?
She wasn't you, baby.
Okay, this is like the 4th time. Why is everything so fucking chemistryless? I had needs. So did I. It didn't work out. Why didn't it? She wasn't you. It's bad enough that everything is this dry when you have Janet sharing her sexcapades for no reason at all. But on top of that, you took inspiration from fucking Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
There must have been plenty of women for you over the years.
They've all had the same problem. They weren't you, honey.
We do be sinking low, eh? So significantly low that Hope is there in one shot, right next to Janet, and then when Hank is rambling on, she disappears. Oh, the trouble of the quantum world. Evangeline Lilly's role in the film has been reduced down so far she can barely stay on screen. How about we get them all off screen and we go and visit Cassie and Scott? What have they been up to?
Hope. Hank. Can anyone hear me?
Oh my God.
Keep the helmet on, you fucking mop. But yes, apparently Scott is so far away he cannot communicate with Hank or Hope. Points for trying, of course.
We're okay. It's gonna be okay.
You're saying okay too much.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, it's because we are. We're okay.
Ooh, boy. Some top-notch Marvel humor there. What else we got?
It's like we're camping. We love camping.
We've never been camping.
But we've always talked about it.
Man, that felt like a straight-up Paul Rudd joke. He did have writing credits on the other 2. Maybe he can try to sneak something into this train wreck. Though what's interesting here is not only her awful acting, it's that we're trying to shore up the fact that these 2 haven't had time to spend with each other. Something of a very sore subject for Cassie that she even somewhat blames Scott for. So you'd think that the direction here should be for her to get more and more angry until popping as she does.
We love camping.
We've never been camping.
Only as Scott says we love camping, you can clearly see her nodding along, to then complain.
We've never been camping.
And as if that's not confusing enough, when he says, but we've always talked about it, she's nodding again.
But we've always talked about it.
Now, I know these movies get shot and reshot to death to then be torn up and glued together with toe jam and chewing gum, so I guess it doesn't surprise me the film ended up this way. But still, how the fuck did it end up this way?
Come back!
Whoa, alright, calm down. What have we got here? Big ol' quantum jelly son is attacking them for reasons, and Scott is going big boy mode to beat it. Kinda weird he's not going bigger though. Like, all the way back to regular big. But for this, I would imagine he should probably at least go bigger? What's that you say? This is his maximum size relative to this situation? Sure. Fine. I'm very certain that's the case. And man, would have been so useful here if Cassie had a suit. And what if she had a suit that could also go big? You know, so that she could help save her father from what seems like a perilous situation. Would be real lame if it turned out she had a suit and she could go big. Anyway, Scott throws away the quantum jellyfish son and everything is fine.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That was weird.
Yep, it's a Marvel movie. And then that thing is eaten by a big old different quantum manta ray.
There's always a bigger fish.
Run.
Go big and punch it, you coward, you little fucking bitch. Punch the flesh carpet. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what's happening here. Oh, they exploded it? Wait, who exploded it? What? What the fuck, man? The Quantum Avengers are here, I guess?
There's quantum people in the quantum realm.
Oh, right, yeah, but Like they sometimes have laser faces? Or broccoli? Maybe more of the film will help me understand it. That's reasonable. Anyway, Scott and Cassie have been captured, and by the time we hit the next scene, they've been separated significantly. Cassie has ooze on her mouth and says this.
Drink the ooze!
What? Now, I've purposefully ripped the band-aid of ooze being translation ooze off as a reveal to really dig into just what the fuck this whole scene is. They would have come in together and been force-fed ooze together, but clearly they didn't want to show us a teenage girl being force-fed a foreign substance while gagging and begging them to stop. But they'll do it for the guy. So they teleported her not only ahead, but post-force feed, meaning she can now tell Scott to accept it. And what does she say exactly? Is it, Dad, this drink allows you to understand them, drink it? Or is it, this ooze they are feeding you allows you to communicate with them? Or maybe it's, this is translation ooze? Or is it as simple as, drink this and you understand them? No, it's this.
Drink the ooze!
What? Seriously, why is the dialogue this horrendously bad throughout? Who said you could touch things as dangerous as a keyboard? Or a crayon?
I don't know what you're saying!
So the scene continues, and Cassie says nothing else, despite, of course, currently being the only one able to explain everything to Scott easily, and the creatures here all know this and are invested in that very thing happening. Instead, we get shouting, chanting, confusion, and a, ceremony for all of this? Where do I even begin? Just hand him a cup, like you fuckers do in the bar, like a normal person would. What's with all the stupid chanting? Why do any of this? Like, I know they're saying drink the ooze, but why chant that? Why do any of this weird shit? In seconds from now, they're about to act much more normal. It's that really lame half-committal to being weird or alien. They just give up the longer the time code goes. The meme, of course, is to make it all seem like it's much worse than it actually is. Like they already did with Janet and the Tizamy Arm Man.
Oh my god. Time and place. And you did it at my birthday dinner.
Why would you swallow, my dude? You clearly don't want to. You clearly don't understand why you should. And they clearly didn't even cover your nose. You can breathe through that. Like, it's not exactly hard to just not drink the bullshit. Also, what is this absurd pouring jug thing? The bar had shot glasses. Does the same thing. Makes way more sense. Why the fuck can't you quantum cunts just be consistent? The joke, of course, is that they're absurdly normal once he takes the ooze anyway.
What are you doing here? Where are you from?
Why is he drinking a liter of that shit when Hope and Hank needed a thimble's worth? Ugh, whatever. What's next?
Hello.
Oh,
hi. Hi. Did you drink the ooze?
Ah, finally. An alien that looks real fucking weird, but he's super chill. Been looking to see this for a while. What's he all about?
I am Feb. You just drank me. What? Do you need some more ooze? Here, I can pour some ooze into your
Oh,
hole.
fucking hell, mate. Steady on. So you're telling me that this guy, Veb, can produce ooze, and when creatures drink it, they can then communicate with everyone? And there is a need for this, I imagine, because there are many different creatures growing and evolving in the quantum world, and they came together but couldn't communicate well. And so they lucked out in having this one creature evolve to produce a liquid that, when consumed, solves that exact problem? Well, gosh darn, how fucking useful. And so now, presumably as a quantum-wide industry, Veb sells his ooze to bartenders the world over in order for them to serve drinks of it to passers-by. And so, if Veb were to die, we can no longer provide translation liquid to the world. Hopefully, there are more Vebs. Can we harness the power of the Veb for Earth? Do Scott or Cassie realize they are sitting on what is probably the most significant communication barrier solution in human history? Can we pocket some Veb and study it in the above world? Does anyone care about how amazing this is? Will Scott be able to understand all creatures now? Could be a fun payoff in future.
Big hole. How many holes do you have? I'm sorry, is that a personal question? I don't have any holes.
Pretty weird question, but the man is passionate about holes, I suppose. Can't judge too harshly.
He has 7 holes.
Yeah, that's right. How did you know that?
Okay, solid joke. But it is lacking in that every other person we see down here also has 7 holes and similar sized holes. But hey, David Dasmalchian's doing a fun performance. And it's far better than some of the jokes to come.
How did you know that?
He's Quaz. He's a telepath.
You can read minds?
You know, you don't need to be a telepath to guess the amount of holes in a species almost identical to yours. But then again, maybe Scott was talking about how they knew his name, though he knows they could have gotten that from Cassie. And wait, what the fuck did you just say? He's a telepath? You have telepaths?
Please, stop.
Thinking?
Thinking that.
I'm trying.
Well, not very hard, and I think you look weird too.
Dude, you've had like 5 seconds as a Charles Xavier wannabe and you're already pissing me off. Why, as a telepath, would you tell someone not to think the thing you don't want them to think? Chances are, these people will all be thinking precisely what they wouldn't want you to hear. Especially when you tell them what not to think about.
Chances are you're all going to be thinking whatever you least want Buffy to hear. It's a question, of course, of mental discipline.
See? And that was done in the bloody late 90s. You've lived with this, presumably your whole life. Which, by the way, are you just a telepathic species? Because, man, governments would absolutely want to get their hands on you. And I imagine we're just going to wash over the whole reading people's minds without their permission being a bit morally abhorrent thing. Probably not something this movie's ready to deal with.
I don't think you look weird. I think you look really cool.
No, you don't.
I know I don't. I'm nervous, okay? That just came out.
I hope you know that you're the twat in this situation and not Scott. He's trying to be kind, and you're essentially reaching into his mind only to complain about what you heard. In fact, I would kindly like for you to fuck off at this point, unless, of course, you need to clear their names.
What's Earth?
It's also where we're from.
We should torture them. Why are you always trying to torture people?
How the fuck are you all this inefficient? You have a bloody mind reader. Just ask whether he's a spy and read.
Do things come out of your holes?
Stop asking about his holes. Some of us have holes. What are you doing here?
Ugh, this is getting pretty stanky. Fast-paced, edgy but for kids dialogue, and the straight-talking guy who's just trying to make sense of his wacky friends. All of this could have been solved ages ago if you lads had one brain cell between you. What a mess. Scott and Cassie then struggle to explain they are from a world above this one called Earth, and they are not spies.
This is Earth, but it's very small Earth right here. I get big, I shrink,
Yeah.
But I wrote a book about it, actually.
Yep, you really need to make him mention that, because we're still doing the narcissism angle. It ain't gonna make sense no matter how many times you try it.
We shrunk, and right now we're really small, so we're small right now.
Okay, they're telling the truth.
Wow, could have opened with that, but it's fine. You do you, I'm sure there's no rush.
It doesn't matter. You come from above. Like him.
Oh dear, look at this lady, with the gear and the makeup, trying a little hard there.
He will burn the world to find you.
Who?
The Conqueror.
Okay, since we don't yet know who this Conqueror is, we can't know exactly what his power levels are, nor his level of control. But, for the sake of the argument, why not assume he's extremely powerful and can move with the power of portals? Tryhard over here just said he will burn the world to find anyone from above, implying not only that there have been several instances of people from above being captured in the past, they haven't, but that he will be here at any moment. He will hunt these people, which means they all need to get the fuck out of here, right? We discover they are a rebellion of sorts, and they fear the fuck out of him, so I can only imagine the first thought when learning who these two are is to run. But hey, there's not much Scott and Cassie can do, they are essentially captives. Also, it's kind of amazing that the crowd lose complete interest once they discover Scott and Cassie aren't spies. First of all, they've established that these two are a liability regardless of that, but apparently none of them give a fuck that these two come from a world with entirely different rules, species, and technology that sits above their own, a world they know nothing about. And you might be thinking, well, Mauler, how do you know they think Scott and Cassie don't know anything about anything? Well, let's just say I have a theory.
They don't know anything about anything.
Sure, man. They're only a deep source of existential exploration, with more answers to the nature of the universe than you likely even have access to. But yeah, they don't know anything, so they let them go, because there's nothing to do. You'd think they'd have some urgency with the whole impending doom thing, but no, it's fine.
Is that building alive?
Yours are dead?
I appreciate the attempts at humor, but most of the buildings in this universe of theirs are dead too. How do you think jokes work? That characters just say things that make no sense to themselves and we all laugh at how silly everything is? Fucking stale Rick and Morty leftovers.
We just want to go home.
At least you still have a home.
Oh, piss. Looks like Shadow the Hedgehog here is about to burst into glorious song.
Conqueror burned our homes, our stories.
Alright, calm down. They still need to know how to get home. There's no need to wait. What do you mean he burned your stories? Like, he burned down your library? Or are you doing a thing like a building is a story, a person is a story, and I guess when someone dies, they can't be a story? Can you tell their story, or...
Oh, to be honest, I don't even care.
He built his citadel on the bones of our people.
Yeah, okay, that's awesome. How do they get out of here? You want them gone, remember? And they want to leave.
Found others on the run. We gathered who we could to fight. It's never enough.
She does eventually stop talking, and then Cassie has an idea.
Dad, you're an Avenger.
No, what I need to do is get you home.
Why don't you want to help?
So what's happening here is that Cassie is having baby ogre brain, where you react to everything instantly with no knowledge of the situation while demanding that everyone agree with your correct position. Basically, Twitter.
We don't know anything about this place. I mean, I don't even know how time works down here.
Ah, the first of several great points. Scott has no basis to discover just how much time is passing here compared to Earth, nor any other area of the quantum realm. This could mean his loved ones are dying without him, or that he's rapidly aging in a trapped time zone.
Have we been gone for 10 seconds? Or have we been gone for 10 years? Think about your mom right now.
Thankfully, they've written Scott smart enough to understand how this has affected the world before. The man cares for his family first and remembers Cassie's mother. Granted, the stepfather was completely forgotten about, but at least the mum got a mention. The remaining seconds Cassie can spend with her could very well be slipping away.
Can you imagine?
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
Yeah, don't use caring about the mother of your child as an excuse to not get involved in a conflict you don't understand a thing about and are likely making worse by getting involved in. Who cares about your mother, Hank, Janet, Hope, or the surface, or even finding out if you've been permanently damaged by being here at all? Who cares about escaping in order to tell the world about these people and to save them from this conflict in the first place? But ultimately, fuck you, Scott, for caring about your daughter first, for trying to get her to safety. What a selfish man you must be.
Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening.
Do you ever get uncomfortable living so far up your own ass?
Would you look at me?
It's actually baffling. The writers decided to make Cassie Lang, the cute, fun, supportive, and honestly awesome girl from the first two movies, into a complete sack of hydraulic cringe. She's somehow beginning to overcome the foul energy of several other modern, wonderful characters bestowed upon us in the Disney media empire. But why? Why would you do this? Why do you have so many spare chromosomes? Why do you want to write insufferable cunts?
I don't want you wasting your life.
At least I'm still trying to do something with mine.
If your brain exploded, would it even mess up your hair?
She's disappointed in you.
I got that, yeah. Thank you.
Do you mind, you dumpy fuckle nitwit mushroom? This man is trying to leash his daughter in from having a bloody milkshake-fueled brat attack that could cost them their lives, and you have the temerity to reach into their heads where you are absolutely and obviously not fucking welcome and share your thoughts? Eavesdropping is bad enough, even without the stealing thoughts from people bit, you dopey shot.
That name.
Janet. Van Dyne?
Where is she?
That's what we're trying to find out. You know her?
So it turns out Tryhard recognizes the name Janet and orders the evacuation.
Take them as far away from here as you can.
Why?
What? If you're looking for Janet, he's looking for you.
You already said he was looking for them. You literally said this.
You come from above, so he is hunting you. He will burn the world to find you.
So he was very much looking for them, but now he's super very much looking for them. Maybe. Or maybe you cut this film together with a blender, a shoe, and some cheese. Regardless, it would seem there is a hum on the air as the enemies approach. Soldiers are arriving from the Conqueror's army. This is bad news for everyone, so Tryhard lets us know what she thinks.
You led them straight to us. You led them straight to us.
Perhaps women were a mistake. Cassie and Scott were kidnapped, brought to this settlement and interrogated, only to then be questioned further when saying they might be able to help, but also that they want to go home. To then earn themselves this absolute banner of a line.
You led them straight to us.
No, they didn't, you weapons-grade Redditor. This doesn't bode well for Tryhard's brain, what little there may be. She can now comfortably join the ranks of several great moments in media, such as Vader chasing Obi-Wan Kenobi across the galaxy to finally reach him and say,
"Have you come to destroy me,
what?
Obi-Wan?"
You're the one that arrived here! What the fuck?
Here.
I will do what I must.
What?
Disney, just belting out classic after classic. Well, time to run, everybody. Probably time for Cassie to suit up as well, but as we've seen time and time again, she most certainly does not have her suit. Man, whoever's organizing this must really want Cassie and Scott dead. Look, everybody, an army of robots to kill and feel nothing about. I can't wait to see a collection of nuts and bolts fall to the ground when... What? Why is he sludge now? She slapped him with a stick and he turned into a Disney product. Robots made of sludge? Sure, I guess. Should probably use that laser a whole bunch more, dude. Maybe on the dropships, but whatever. Scott and Cassie then spend the next 30 seconds escaping death very narrowly. Just several moments where luck decided they live a little longer. Or main character status. Either way, Scott is just refusing to put that helmet on, eh? Just leaving yourself wide open. Dude, I can't help but feel sorry for the composer right now, who has to cram a semblance of the Ant-Man theme right into that 3 seconds of fighting, because of course you have to. It's Ant-Man's first significant multiple men fight in the movie, but holy fuck is that theme crushed. And they just keep on doing that bullshit with the helmets coming up and down. We all know it's to make sure you see the actors, but god damn, any way you can facilitate that need without making it seem as though nobody wants to live? Oh, wow, so like these living buildings or whatever can take down the incoming ships with one shot? You could just stand your ground, lads. You'll probably win. Either do that or run your evacuation when you first mentioned the dangers. That would have been neat. So, Tryhard starts using her really cool stick to kill all the robots, and as the audience struggles to understand the stakes, she is struck by laser wire and all seems lost. Especially when seeing Cassie's reaction. Just, not really feeling much of anything specific there, are ya? Paul Rudd, on the other hand, does resignation, likely due to having decided to save this lady despite what it may cost him, to then reach confusion, shock, concern, and panic as he realizes Cassie is gone.
Acting.
The point, however, is that Cassie has indeed ran off to go and save Tryhard. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Fucking hell, this franchise is impossible to underestimate. So Cassie hits the guy who was on Tryhard, and then she takes her helmet off only to put it back on because I guess some people might not know this is Cassie Lang. Ant-Girl, or whatever. Isn't Wasp already Ant-Girl, kinda? She fucks up the fight, and Scott saves her by doing a jumping attack right at the last moment. For fuck's sake, does it get worse? Cassie then talks about how shocking it is that she has a suit.
I have a suit!
Yeah, I noticed.
And I noticed that you didn't put that suit on here, 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 or here. In fact, neither of you even tried to escape Team Quantard when they captured you. You know, going really small and hiding behind a rock to then dig yourself a hole in the floor might actually save you. But hey, I didn't design the tech, so what do I know? You don't look like idiots at all. Scott then teaches Cassie how to utilize the attacks as an ant person, which is neat, only it has a distinctly funny tone to it when everyone around them is being slaughtered.
You see what I did?
No, you're like this small.
I jumped into half.
Bit weird to show Cassie is invested in saving these people from annihilation to the point of getting herself almost killed with her father saving her to then be like,
I know how to do it, Dad. I messed up on the timing.
So anyway, the mind raper detects an incoming. Not sure what he's detecting here since he's a mind reader, like of people who are near him. No way he's detecting a ship more than a mile away, right? Or a person. Well, you all knew we'd get here at some point. You all knew this was going to happen. The Quantards begin to escape, and this creature narrowly misses several strikes on both Cassie and Scott, only to then finally reveal himself to the world.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
What?
A destiny you cannot escape.
So this is MODOK, a well-known character from the comics reimagined for the movies, and in this adaptation, he is Darren Cross.
If you remember Ant-Man 1, Darren Cross, he got sucked down and beloobed into the quantum realm. Kang found him and I guess saved his life, and so he is literally a head with tiny flume arms and legs.
Oh, fuck off! No!
The rival and enemy in Ant-Man 1, all those years ago.
Darren?
Surprised to see me?
What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck?
I became the ultimate weapon.
What the fuck is happening to me? Why did they do this? Why did they do that to film? Did they lose a bet? Did they need to launder money? Did the mob capture someone's family? Why? Why is Darren this? How did it even happen? Why did they do this to Corey Stoll's face?
Darren is dead! There is only MODOK!
Stop! I'm begging you to stop.
And now all he needs is you.
Stop your ass with this scuba chumpling lips. Fucking stretched out baby rage Humpty Dumpty Hamball thumb. What the fuck were you thinking? It just cuts off like we have in any way agreed for it to end. For that sin to simply slink away.
He is the future.
Tryhard and the Mind Toucher are captured, along with Cassie and Scott, somehow. They could have gone tiny, split up, and made it difficult as hell for MODOK to even find them, or they could have gone big and punched him in the face. I mean, he is mostly face, but they surrender for some reason. Great! Perhaps it's time to go back to the world of Hope, Hank, and Janet, eh?
What's after Scott and Cassie? We have to find them.
There's something I have to do first.
They could be dead.
Oof, bit stilted there, but it's alright. I'm sure you just can't be fucked for the movie equivalent of a tornado of quantum bodily fluids. In any case, what was Janet talking about? She needs to do something first? Well, earlier she said later. Later is now. Let's go, old lady.
Hope, please.
And you're still hiding things from us.
Well, yeah, she was pretty explicit about that.
Why didn't you tell us
Hope,
about
I will
all
explain
of this?
everything, but right now, I just need you to trust me.
Then make me trust you.
She said she didn't want to tell you what's going on down here yet, and then she said she would eventually tell you. That was a conversation you all had. You did concede because you don't have a spine. What's this attitude as though you've managed to figure out she's hiding something? That was something she told you, Hope.
Who are you so afraid of?
Janet wanted to protect them from someone, and we're finally learning all about them. More on that soon enough. For now, Scott and Cassie have been put in jail with their tech. Their entire tech outfits are all in the cell with them. You could expand the walls with your little throwy things. Scott could break out by going large or even small. He could try anything. So that guy comes in again.
And here we are again.
Fucking goomy-ass, late-stage filmmaking gnome.
You left Darren to die in the quantum realm.
You tried to kill his daughter, you thumb motherfucker. Yeah, we reference everything here.
I can't stop eating. I eat because I'm unhappy. And I'm unhappy because I eat.
The Conqueror found me, rebuilt me, made me the ultimate weapon, a mechanized
They gave him an ass, an actual fucking rump, a slime-coated seat. This human chode was actually provided a Disney's Marvel's Avengers ass cheek slapping in the wind, as though everything they'd shown us wasn't enough. And why would the Conqueror save him? Why the fuck would he think, oh, I've got to make sure this frampy-ass puddle of flesh is saved and given weapons and hopefully works for for me? He couldn't have known that this head with growths coming out of it was any more special than anything else down here. And man, what were the odds of him being found? Could have been eaten by a sun jellyfish, or a hairy flesh carpet, or he could have ended up in a time dilation.
I got you here. I found your signal, Cassie. Thanks for that, by the way. Couldn't have done it without you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're telling me that MODOK created tech that latches onto topside signals and automatically shrinks the person creating that signal down into the quantum realm? That sounds impossibly insane, and honestly not great considering his goals of capturing these people for the Conqueror. You almost killed them personally several times. They almost died to the fauna several times, and their entry was so balked, let's just say we know they were incredibly lucky not to die on that one too. Also, what a coincidence that Janet discovered the creation of this device seconds before she would have had significant success in stopping it. That might have prevented the entire plotline. In fact, with what we know now, she probably should have shut it down the second she saw any of it. Wait, hang on. How did Janet think that sending a mapping signal may prompt Captain fucking Headface over here to use quantum sucking machines to shrink them and draw them into the realm or something similar? Does this film think that's intuitive? Fuck's sake, we're not even an hour in. If there's hyper-shrinking tech from MODOK, why doesn't he just reverse it and grow everyone here back to the surface? He cracked it in 2016. Motherfucker could surely do it again with tech that's hundreds of years ahead of Earth tech, could he not? Nothing makes any sense.
You're looking at a man set free.
This is why God abandoned us. Anyway, Janet further explains what happened in that beginning bit we saw.
He said he was a traveler. A scientist who crashed off course.
So this guy, Kang, teamed up with Janet here and repaired his ship in the hopes of them both escaping the quantum realm.
We tried everything to recharge his ship's energy core.
Uh-huh. And what did you try? What is it you made use of in this quantum wasteland exactly? This took place before she even had access to the whole civilization down there. She hadn't even met Krylar. What materials are you working with? Where did you get them from?
Ship's energy core.
How did you make flasks? Where is all this shit coming from? Okay, so they eventually repair it and fix his ship, only something happens. Something very bad.
His ship was neurokinetic. When I touched it, I saw his mind.
You touched his ship and saw his mind. His ship is designed such that when anyone touches it, they absorb his mind. So, personally, I have thoughts on the design here. In fact, I can think of a flaw. Just one. And it's that when people touch that, they can see your mind and apparently your life's work. That's not something you would want. That's not something anyone would ever want, and you would probably build something to prevent it, if you weren't a fucking idiot.
When I touched it, I saw his mind.
So there you have it. Janet now knows he's a super evilman. Why the fuck would anyone's ship work this way? Why'd you let her touch it if you know that's what it's gonna do? How the fuck did any of this happen? They did it again. It's the pissing memory store, the one that shows everyone the great shit you took. You just can't come up with any creative solutions to writing problems. There are no layers here, nothing clever. I assume the writers believe critical thinking is a board game.
I felt what he had done.
Wait, why is he blasting? Shouldn't he just be wiping out timelines with those grenade things? And why didn't Janet see the Council of Kangs, or the Kangs that exiled him, or his battle with the Kangs in general? She says she has no idea who exiled him after this, but, like, how? How is that not in his head? Is it because it would have added a lot of credence to the fact that she has no fucking clue what she's looking at? I don't know anymore. Though, something I kind of enjoy here is that Jonathan Majors plays Kang very reserved.
We can leave. Right now.
He knows what she's seen, and despite the insanity of the writing, it's up to us to move on, and so he seems to give off a sense of, yeah, okay, that was a lot, but I'm not a crazy monster person, I'm your friend, and we're gonna make it home. You know, that sort of impression. Something a little bit subversive compared to other villains. He could actually try and convince her of something instead of just going, mwahahaha.
Who is Kang?
Who I need to be.
Okay, I take that back. Why the fuck would you say that? Especially after what she just saw. Please tell me you'll explain this better. You actually seem to be invested in her and in this situation going right for you.
He was exiled here, outside space and time. The only place that could hold him.
Exiled here, the only place that could hold him? But that makes no sense. If you have access to multiversal travel and you want to stop this Kang, why wouldn't you just kill him? He's a guy. Just a guy. In fact, you dropping him here almost killed him, and likely would have if not for Janet killing those quantum spider things. Secondly, being that he's just a guy, you could have put him in a box. A steel box with an air hole. That would sort him out. What about standard prison, handcuffs, zip ties? Fucking put him in Nickelodeon slime, the mirror universe, a fucking shoe.
They sabotaged his ship and trapped him here.
Why would the writers make it so that Kang's captors try to trap him in the quantum realm with a machine that, when repaired with materials from the quantum realm, allow him to escape the quantum realm? Especially when those characters would know many people across time have entered and exited the quantum realm already via several forms of technology. I know writing is hard, but you're making it look like sculpting Michelangelo's David with a fish. You're not the dumbest fuck on the planet, but you better hope he doesn't die.
What are you going to do?
Okay, Kang, this is it. This is your moment. Tell her something that'll calm her down. Hell, tell her something that can contextualize what she saw. Explain everything with your big Kang brain, and then settle this shit well before everything explodes. So when she says, "What are you gonna do?" you say...
Win.
No, actually, honestly, no. She's gonna flip. Look at her, she's flipping. You can see it in her face.
And how many worlds will die if you get out?
Not yours.
Not yours? What are you doing, you fucking doorknob? Tell her you don't intend on arbitrarily destroying worlds. That's very likely going to make her like you more than when you say you're planning on murdering countless people. You could have said the device gives you a simulation of possible events across the multiverse. You could have said that's the result of it being a multiversal traveling machine. You could have said it scrambles the mind and gives you nightmarish visions. You could have denied that what she saw was you, and that she was instead looking at the alternative version of you that put you here. You could have said it will show you garbled nonsense from your own mind. You could have said it was accurate, but that you were fighting against other horrors that wanted to destroy all of existence. That particular timeline deletion was the only way to save the other timelines. You could have been like, "Oh my god, Janet, you peered into the multiverse. What did you see?" You have to reassure her. Nothing says I'm not a psycho like, "Hey, we can leave now." You had everything to work with. She has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
His ship was neurokinetic.
Neurokinetic? What the fuck does that mean to you? You are from 1987, Janet. What technology were you using that accesses your memories like a movie? How do you know this was that? How did you know this wasn't anything else? And why the fuck didn't you tell anyone about this homicidal clown person living in the basement, Janet? He wants to destroy the multiverse, Janet. Are you special? I would explain this in simpler ways, but I don't have any crayons. You could very well have destroyed the entirety of existence. And why?
I just wanted to forget. I just wanted to be your mom again.
So that's just awful. You are an awful person. How nice to enjoy time with your family while the entire world, including them, burns around you. It looks like Krylar was right. You've left countless people down in the dark suffering under the boot of this psycho while warning no one in the world above of his desperate intentions to destroy everything because you wanted to chill out with your family.
I just wanted to be your mom again.
Everyone who loves you is wrong.
I can't let you leave.
Why do you think you could stop me?
Well, she's the Wasp. She helped build this thing with you, and she's pretty motivated. I feel like she has a good Oh, there she goes, stealing the core, flying away. Fucking nanotech helmet, am I right? She had Ant-Man tech, same as Hank from the fucking 80s, but nope, it's nano now. 'Cause everything is nano now. Oh shit, wait. If she had this fully functioning suit the whole time, then why the fuck didn't she use it in the opening? She was about to die. I imagine, especially in that scenario, being able to fly fly, to shrink, and to wear armor is worthwhile, Janet. Bloody clown movies. Well, she's running off with the core, his ship is falling apart, she's plowing 4 grower flames into the thing, and there it goes, exploded. Are you fucking kidding me? You gotta love these 2 moments being seconds apart from each other.
Why do you think you could stop me?
It's like the film's making fun of itself. And it's stupid as fuck because he could have tried anything. Instead, he baited her into destroying his ship only for her to actually do it. Instantly. And that trapped him there, catching us up on the history of how Janet is a fuckwit who refused to save the worlds both below and above.
He's got weapons and technology. Centuries beyond anything we can dream of.
Well, there it is. Centuries. We're gonna talk more about that later.
You brought me home, but I didn't deserve it. I unleashed a monster on this place and ran away.
True, Janet. Very true. I envy the people who haven't met you.
I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that alone.
Oh, shut up, Hope, you fucking helmet.
You are not alone now.
The whole idea is that she didn't go through it alone. She had countless quantum friends, allies, and freedom fighters along for the ride. She abandoned them all to reach you, a person she then kept them all a secret from. Her going through this with people is precisely where her severely underdeveloped guilt comes from. It's amazing that you're giving her a pass for destroying the multiverse in order to have some chill motherhood to enjoy, all the while Scott gets hyper shat on for taking a chance to focus on fatherhood after having saved the universe.
How is that for you, Scott?
I'm sensing a bit of a bias there. In any case, it's made clear that Kang will need Pym particles to get out of the quantum realm, and he has them if he has Scott and Cassie. So they will head to the exploded engine and hopefully prevent Kang from getting it, as that would lead to the end of the multiverse. You follow all that? Good, because fuck me, we're finally meeting Kang, live and in person.
You're an interesting man. Scott Lang.
Fucking nanotech helmets again. Remember the good old days. Bringing him in.
Sorry about this.
And then it went to piss.
Come on. Jane?
Surprised to see me?
All right, enough. Back to the movie.
I don't know who you are, but I'm an Avenger. I've called the other Avengers.
Not the worst opening gambit, though you are a bit screwed if Kang takes that as a threat.
You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?
You know, I hate dialogue that's clearly only there to sound intense or imply greater aspects of writing without a single sliver of substance. Why would you ask him if he's been killed by you before? What the fuck dumbass question is that? Scott isn't Palpatine. If he dies, he doesn't just come back. Not to mention, Kang, Scott just said he doesn't know who you are.
I don't know who you are.
So, why do you think he'd be able to tell you whether you've killed him before when he is alive and has no idea who you are? Feels like they wrote this as they went along.
They all blur together after a while. You're not the one with the hammer.
No, you can tell because he doesn't have a hammer.
Who are you?
Just a man who's lost a lot of time. Like you.
So this is a piece of what remains of a deleted storyline that was ultimately reshot or moved around. Scott lost time with his daughter, and Kang has the power to give it back, as long as Scott helps him. Helping Kang will lead to more forms of potential destruction, and of course Scott would have to sacrifice the time with his daughter to stop Kang. Only that's not even close to what we go with instead. And let me tell you, I think anything would have been better than what we get.
MODOK tells me you're a good thief.
You stole something from...
Christ, you look like a toe that got lost in a jewelry box. Regardless, despite prompting MODOK by saying he told him about Scott, Kang has a strange reaction to MODOK speaking.
Stole something from me.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
So first of all, wow, twat. Second, how is he telling you about anything if he's not allowed to speak to you while you're in the room? Is it all done through comms devices? Sounds retarded.
He asks MODOK a question, MODOK's like, just steps outside of the room and shouts the answer.
And third, don't do the trope of the bad guy hurting his henchman for no reason at all, please. Maybe it's about time I start listening to the audio commentary. But wait, who was in it?
Hello there, I'm Peyton Reed, director of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. I'm joined today by screenwriter of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, Mr. Jeff Loveness.
Oh god, it's the director and the writer.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for being here, Jeff.
Oh, absolutely.
So, what do they have to say about this scene?
I want this moment to become a meme. I want to see MODOK flying against the wall and do not speak when I'm in the room.
Aw, geez, man. Yeah, that would be so funny. Let's make a meme of MODOK, and we'll have do not speak while I'm in the room. Ha, he.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
Your villain is flatlining already, and a good performance ain't gonna save it.
Does everyone down here know Janet?
She didn't tell you about me.
What?
He already said he doesn't know who you are.
I don't know who you are.
Listen next time, you feckless sink.
She didn't tell you about me. I guess that's not a surprise.
No, it's an egregious surprise, and the writers could literally have every character say it makes sense, and it'll never change how much of a donkey-brained bit of writing it is. Seriously, Jeff, why'd you do this to me?
Jeff, how many screenplays have you written in your career?
This was the first one.
Oh, the first one? The first one?
I don't know if I told you that or not when you hired me.
How the hell were you given the reins to a screenplay with the backing of multiple hundreds of millions of dollars? That's insane.
Think about that. That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. At least Michael wrote Loki before Multiverse of Madness. Actually, I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script. We're in the second act. Something's got to happen. What should it be?
Look, I assume Jeff managed to make a proper script for this. He had passion and care. He worked to get us something from the heart that he redrafted and poured over all day, every day.
This is Jeff. He's the screenwriter. He's writing it as he goes along.
Oh, no. Bill, no. He's standing right there, Bill. First screenplay written as he goes along. We're in for a ride.
Janet stole something from me, and you're the only one who can steal it back.
So, first of all, Scott is far from the only person who can steal back what you need. Janet, Hank, Hope, and Cassie could all theoretically do it, but really anyone with a fitted ant-suit and shrinkers could do it. Like, maybe if you took their tech and gave it to your loyal robo-soldiers, for instance, maybe you should take their tech anyway. But whatever, maybe Kang has quantum retardation. So Scott asks why he would do this, and Kang explains it's Scott's ticket out, as well as a way to prevent what's coming. The end of everything.
I know how it ends. All of it. If you want to stop what's coming, and trust me, you do. I am the only shot you have.
Well, that's an ad for the next Avengers movie if I ever heard one. Should also make Scott a bit worried. Let's see if he can get some more information out of Grimace here.
Do we have a deal?
No, I don't think we do.
He told you the end of everything is coming, and he needs your help to stop it. And not only did he not explain what he meant, you didn't ask what he meant, and you outright refused. Good job, everyone. Hey, wait, if Kang has telekinesis in the suit, why didn't he use it on Catwoman when she stole his balls?
He's writing it as he goes along.
Look, we can talk about this.
Do it! Oh, good. Will Ant-Man question Kang and what he meant by the destruction of everything? Will he make a counter-offer? Will he ensure that no? The answer is no.
Where is it?
Motherfucker can open portals? Why didn't you open portals in the settlement? You could have grabbed everyone and tossed them into the prison cells with telekinesis. Why didn't you do that when they were with Krylar? Idiot blue space fuck has Bill Murray and a sentient thumb bring them instead. You didn't even capture them lot. Do you not want to win? You can't have X factors like them bouncing around unchecked.
Bouncing around?
Just why does anything work the way it works in these movies? Anyway, the quantum multiversal engine thing is here. After it got sized up 4 times and exploded.
You'll have to shrink down and pass through the eye of the storm. Once you're inside...
I'm sorry, it's just that you're a blatantly grotesque representation of the mistake that is the MCU. Now, first things first, why does Cassie still have all of her tech, you idiots? She is your prisoner, and leaving your prisoner with all their shit is only gonna bite you in the ass later. The funny realization is that the bad guys need to enlarge to escape the quantum realm, so why not strip them of their tech and have MODOK study it? You might not even need the engine. All of what you want is being worn by them now, at the very least, if we go by his goals at the end. But I guess that's low on the list of butt-fuckery present in this tidal mass of kindergarten writing. Let's do this slowly.
You'll have to shrink down and pass through the eye of the storm.
Okay, so what is the eye of the storm in this case? And for that matter, what is the storm, and where is the storm, and how small does he need to go?
Once you're inside, find the core and size it back down.
Inside what? What is the core relative to this whole thing? Where is the core? Why can't we just shrink it down by hitting any part of the whole thing? That's how it works normally, that's how it's always worked. And how much should it be shrunk down? We need to know how many growers were used, right? Out of these many questions, does Scott ask a single one? Why yes. Yes he does.
What does it look like? When I steal something, I usually know what I'm stealing.
Well, that's something. At least we can get a detailed answer to one question.
You'll know it when you see it.
For fuck's sake, you anal bead. How about you try saying just one useful thing? One question out of hundreds asked and none answered. I'm not sure why this is surprising.
Get in and out as fast as you can. The longer you're in there, the more your mind will come undone.
What? The longer you're in there, the more your mind will come undone. Are we talking about the writer's room here? In what way will your mind come undone, and how fast? Am I going to come out with just a little bit of dementia, or am I going to end up like people who've seen Velma? Well, nobody cares, so let's go. Man, your robo-guards are just so intimidating and talented.
I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
Hey now, no. This is Hank's fault, and Hope's fault, and super-duper Janet's fault, and your fault. Don't worry, all of you are bastards.
I messed up.
My whole life happened because I messed up. The only thing I didn't
mess up is you. Yeah, I could have written that in my fucking grave, it's so generic.
I love you, Peanut.
I loved you.
Oh, well at least they remembered to have him call her Peanut.
Peanuts!
That's something. Bloody nanomasks. So Scott jumps off the edge and shrinks about another 4 sizes or something. He was already quantum level sized, so I don't really know how any of this works anymore. Like, can you just shrink forever? Maybe you can reach the quantum realm of the quantum realm. He even manages to perfectly avoid absolute shit tons of debris. He doesn't even have wings. Every damn time we get this hypergeneric tunnel of colors in these movies, they never get hurt. Stop taking the fucking helmet off. You're in the middle of the quantum equivalent of a pyroclastic enema. Literally the first fucking man to ever enter this place in the history of the universe, and you knock the helmet off, you fuck.
Darren? MODOK, can you hear me?
What?
You telling me Kang already hates this thumb, but he's chill with him wasting time for his pride? Sure. Hopefully it got a laugh out of someone. Now, time to get some useful information on this whole thing.
Okay, so, what do I do? What's the plan?
Don't die?
Allegedly, there were a collection of creatures called human adults that put this film together. We've yet to see any strong evidence of that, but I'm holding out hope. And so, continuing on, Scott sees he has to get a growy disc to the center of the core. Therefore, he takes a step forward.
Whoa. What the hell?
What the hell?
Okay, the brain of this universe is about to implode.
Why am I looking at another me?
You're looking at the possibility of another you. You're in a probability storm.
Alright, this is one of those scenarios where things are about to make as little sense as possible. Like, the writers have taken measures to really fuck with us on this one. Scott is inside the multiversal spaceship's engine sized up. That means he is currently in a probability storm. He starts multiplying, and good old MODOK is going to explain what's happening.
It's a probability storm. Every choice you could make existing all at once.
Every choice you could make existing all at once. Every choice. You really think Scott multiplying every few seconds counts for every choice he could make? Are you sure you haven't completely fucked up your own rules to attempt a joke?
What's he saying? What's he
You're
saying?
inside Schrodinger's box, and you're the cat.
Don't invoke his name, you melted boulder.
You're not even the real one. Wait, am I real? Who's the real one?
Okay, so what we have here is a shit ton of Scotts that all branched off from the original one we came in with. And so, why haven't we seen a flash vortex in accordance to what they have said to be true? You know, just like that time it should have happened in Doctor Strange 2. If every single choice Scott makes produces an alternative probability in the form of what seems to be a perfect clone, and the rules are then applied to said clone, not only should there be Scotts pouring out of our main man here, but there should probably be flesh waterfalls coming out of them too. That aside, why did this only affect Scott some time into being here? The guy's been making all kinds of choices the moment he came within the vicinity of the core. He would have been doing it as he was falling. If we're seeing every probability, then why are all of the Scotts almost all the same? All of them with the same outfit configuration and attitude, for the most part. If it were slight variations from the current path, then maybe I could buy it, barring the other holes. But not only has it been said that this would include all probabilities, we see this as well.
Whoa, guys, hey, relax. Take it easy. Why are you dressed like that? Because I work at Baskin Robbins.
If all the Scotts originate from the Landing Scott or variations of him, why the fuck is Ice Cream Scott here? What are you storing your Baskin Robbins outfit in your prison wallet? The variant doesn't even seem to know what's happening. The value of the joke is the absurdity of him being here against all the other Scotts, but it's explicitly at odds with the other rules they set in order to have this scenario. In other words, they fucked themselves.
Your idea to bring in the Baskin Robbins guy.
I love that and
Fantastic.
logically I can't quite explain it, but it just feels good and I love it.
What a great way to tell stories. Just go with the flow. Just run with whatever you feel at the time, man.
He's writing it as he goes along.
Surprised to see me.
Then there's the fact that this one asks what MODOK is saying, because apparently only original Scott has the technology to communicate. Apparently the clones of him didn't copy over the tech. Only we know that's not true since they start using their Ant-Man tech in a sec. Meaning the line should be bombarded with hundreds of Scott voices, making it impossible for communication. So, nope, nothing's making any sense at all. In conclusion, it's the lamest use of a contradictory mechanic broken from the outset. You know, standard Disney writing. Okay, so apparently going big here will kill you. Even though he was bigger than that when he dived in at first, but whatever. That means he will have to find some other way to reach the core. Gosh darn, if only Hank gave him wings, eh? It's also lucky as fuck that he didn't try that before a variant did. Saved himself a shredding. But then, would one of the other Scotts have taken over his life or something? Also, why? A question I'm loath to continue asking at this point, but seriously, why? Why does going bigger tear him limb from limb in possibly the most violent fashion we've seen in these movies for an entire phase? It seems rather cruel. Jurassic World cruel.
I've got a read on Scott.
Well, shouldn't you... You know what? I'm gonna wait on that one.
Mom, what is it?
Don't look at them. They're just possibilities. They're not you.
Yeah, don't you worry. They're just possibilities. They're not you. That makes so much sense and is so reassuring. You know, if we can just rewind for a sec. Hope jumped right into the probability storm. Did she, Janet, or Hank have any prep on what that means? Obviously not, since Janet is explaining it to her as she's flying in. And so, just Just imagine that. You head into some sci-fi thing to rescue your loved one, and suddenly several clones pop out of you, and your mother tells you it's chill, they're just other yous, but not you. Not only did she not warn you, she just told you to discard their humanity and identity and your existential crisis on a whim.
Don't look at them. They're just possibilities. They're not you.
Well, that's quite epis-fucking-temic, isn't it, Janet? Should these creatures not be given the same concern as any living being? Are they human? Should they be saved? Should they have rights? Just imagine beginning your consciousness as one of these poor, tortured things. The sheer lack of security in your identity and existence. The unbearable weight of depressing horrors that came before and after you. The undying and absolute anguish of realizing the awful truth. You are in an MCU movie. Seriously though, there's nothing stopping Hope Van Dyne from having an existential crisis on her way to rescuing Scott, and it's all because someone couldn't be bothered to explain fuck all. Again. Janet. Also, how are Janet and Hank now going to distinguish between the real Hope and the not real Hopes? And why did the probability storm affect Hope well before it affected Scott? And why did Scott have to shrink down 4 sizes while Hope had to shrink down 2? Fuck me. Another Ant-Man then attempts to grow and gets turned into Ant-Man spaghetti. I have no fucking clue. Though, this happens. So the big guy's hand fell on the floor, and the floor is now gone. Scott is falling infinitely because there's no floor. What the fuck? Is the goal even possible now? Oh, now he's getting drowned in Ant-Man or something. It's really weird, and I don't have any clue what's happening. And then this happens.
Dad, just come back one more time.
Get him up! Get him up! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's do it. Climb or something.
What are you doing? How are you able to do that?
I'll tell you how.
No, I'll tell you how. Through sheer lack of shame. The same way they make everything happen in this film. Also, that's not me editing it. Kang is actually having a seizure in that moment. My guess is they wanted a shaking effect as a result of the Ant-Man pile, but that doesn't really make any sense considering how small that pile would be in comparison. In any case, something got fucked up along the way in production, and Kang's suit is now jittering the fuck out in the scene. Good job, lads. Anyway, regarding the scene, for some reason, Scott can now command all of the Ant-Men in unison the same way he did the ants in the previous movies, and they are now making what looks like a huge structure with their bodies, pushing Scott right to the top, ready to shrink the engine. Only, I think physics get in the way when humans try to make a structure like that, especially one wobbling this much, but the mind control aspect is much more interesting to me. Did all of them just become a hive mind under his control because he has the ear thing? Like, we know it's not what he claims, that they all work together because they all want to save Cassie, which is boring as fuck when all probabilities should be here. There's Ant-Men who are part of this structure who wouldn't even know what the fuck is happening. You know, like all the way over there. So, it must be that he's managed to mind control them all at once, which is impossible, weird, creepy, and not to be touched on by the movie with a quantum barge pole.
We all want the same thing. Come on, work together! And I'm coming, Cassie. Come on, we're doing it for Cassie!
If they all want the same thing, then why aren't they trying to be the one at the top? The variant earlier was arguing that he was the original, and it's clearly not proximity to the core that kills you, so why the fuck did the big ant people die? Tell me the reason, movie, you coward. Anyway, Scott shoots at the core.
No.
But why? This is the core. Why is it frazzling? And hey, why isn't he firing more? Why aren't the other Ant-Men firing? Their other PIM tech is real enough. Surely their PIM fleams are too. This whole scene defies continuity. It spits in the face of it. It's angry with it. What's happening? Why is it falling apart now? Please just give me an ounce of sense. A sliver. What? What the fuck, you fuck? How did you undo the entire probability storm? Why would Hope grabbing your hand undo all the problems you had? What is happening?
What the fuck are you doing?
doing?
You just fired like 26 shrinkers on a core that was hit with 4 growers. You just fucking destroyed it. It's gone. That shit's gonna shrink down for eternity. How are you gonna find it now? And why the fuck didn't you fire more the first time, Scott? You dumb fucking ape, you stupid bitch. You are living proof that it can take as long as 9 months just to make a joke. Oh wow, there it is. Just sitting right next to him. Sure, why not? Nothing else made sense. We then see Scott and Hope getting up while Hank lands the ship. Then they show us this.
We gotta get that thing out of here.
No, wait. He's got Cassie.
Yeah, that's awkward. They wrote it so that Hope completely forgot Cassie was someone she cared about. A lot. She was gonna leave without even asking about it. First thing on her mind when seeing Scott and not seeing Cassie should probably be, oh, where's Cassie? But hey, character writing's lame, or something.
Scott!
Janet.
Give that to me. We have to go now.
What the fuck was that editing? How did you manage to move Janet from somewhere in the distant quantum desert over there all the way to these twats in what seemed like a split second of running? She just pop out of the quantum void or some shit? Oh. Of course she did. Look, that's how they filmed it. Wait, hang on, where's Hank? Why didn't he come with her? Why didn't he park the ship right next to him? What the hell is going on?
He's got Cassie.
We will save her, I promise you we will save her, but you cannot give that to him.
Uh-oh. It's fucked. It's all fucked. God damn these MCU projects where they fold in on themselves so many times it becomes impossible to remember just how it strangles itself with its own intestines. Bear with me for this one. According to Janet's story, Kang will destroy the multiverse, very likely including our own world, just as soon as he gets his engine back. An engine he cannot get back when it's enlarged because he's too stupid to strip the shrink tech from Scott and Cassie, meaning the only thing that can facilitate his interest in destroying timelines is safely blocked from his grasp. That is, until you shrink it and have it in your hand. A position that is honestly pretty fucking easy for Kang to take advantage of. A state of being, mind you, that Janet would be heartily against facilitating. In fact, when Hope was heading into the probability storm, why did Janet not say, "Oh, Hope, when you get in there, make sure to tell Scott to stop, get him out of there, and we will figure out how to save Cassie, because as long as that dumb fucking engine is all huge and shit, Kang can't go anywhere." Instead, you basically hand it over to him on a silver platter. He was standing there waiting. But hey, maybe for no reason at all, he's gone now. So maybe I
wouldn't trust her.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does anyone bother to do anything? There's just no point. Why isn't Janet right now saying, "Oh god, don't give it to Kang, he'll destroy the multiverse, Scott. That's his singular goal. He told me." You know, useful information, very unlike anything you ever end up hearing in these things. Scott barely knows what this thing is. He doesn't even know what Kang wants to do with it. He's not been told fuck all.
I wouldn't trust her. Janet has a way of changing her mind.
You shouldn't trust Janet because she can change her mind. What do you mean? That she's normal? That she's like everyone else ever? In fact, I'm pretty sure I trust a person who can change their mind more than someone who can't. And I'm sorry, what's the second option here? Should you trust Kang, the guy who tortured you and your daughter after having kidnapped you both? Who the fuck wrote this, and why were you the sperm that won?
If it isn't my old mentor. I think.
Oh, fuck, now we're doing this.
Didn't expect to see your prototype.
Jesus, Gandhi and Joseph, you look like the offspring of Mr. Electric and a bell end.
Oh, really?
So Hank's ship begins to crash, and while that's happening, we get this.
So, what's it gonna be, Scott?
Why isn't he just taking it from Scott? You don't care if he gets his daughter back, just use your telekinesis powers. Unless you actually want to come through on the deal, which honestly would make you more interesting.
Do I need to take it?
Where is my daughter?
I seriously do not know what's happening here.
We had a deal.
Kang doesn't give a fuck about Cassie, and he has portal powers. Just open one up and toss Cassie back for the engine. It would do wonders for showing some integrity of the character, and it gives Scott the difficult choice. So come on, Kang, where's Cassie?
She'll be fine without you.
But why? You want to keep Cassie now? What do you want with her? When did this development happen? What were they even talking about? Why didn't he just take it the whole time? He said the deal was for the engine and then everyone could leave. Why did you even ask if you're just gonna welch on the deal anyway? Cut out the middleman and just take it. Scott obviously wants his daughter back. Fucking professional clown. You can just flick them away like they're actual insects? He knocked them out? How the fuck are you gonna convince me Ant-Man, old Ant-Man, girl Ant-Man with wings, and old girl Ant-Man with wings are gonna beat this guy now? He can just flick them.
Because I'm like, oh yeah, let's have an Ant-Man and the Wasp fight scene against Kang. And your take was like, no, he just beats him instantly.
With a finger.
Such a great instinct.
Great instinct? What the fuck are you talking about? How did this knock them out? And if it's such a good idea, it better be used later.
So long,
Yes, however unfortunate it may be, MODOK has managed to disable and ground Hank's ship, showing him crash so far away it looks like it would take at least an hour to reach. You know, I think moments like this happen so quickly that it feels as though it's flowing well, and that's good enough. But we don't do that here. Give it the old pause and rewind there, please. So Janet believes the end of the multiverse will come in the form of this guy over here getting his engine thing. Right? So he's got it, and her two greatest resources to stop him are knocked out through some bullfuckery, meaning this is the ultimate low point. What will Janet do? Well, she sees the ship crashing and says... and then begins to run to him. Woman, your daughter is currently at the whim of the mass-murdering, world-crushing clown man right in front of you. You have no idea if your granddaughter is still alive. Kang has now completed the one task you wanted to stop him from completing for as much as 30 years right in front of you. Perhaps there's something, or even three somethings, that are a little more pressing than the ship crashing? No? All right then.
You left me right here to die. Let's see how they do.
Oh no, we're doing it. The trope, the classic trope where the villain does not kill the heroes and instead leaves them in an easily escapable environment.
Why don't you just kill him?
I'm going to place him in an easily escapable situation involving an overly elaborate and exotic death.
They could get away.
I'm going to leave them alone and not actually witness them dying. I'm just going to assume it all went to plan. What?
I have a gun.
If the best dramatic writing you can pull off is akin to parodying yourself, you may be in trouble. But yes, Kang doesn't kill anyone. He captures Janet and he's off to his lair via portal. Which is weird, right? In total, I mean? Like, he's not killing Cassie and he's hurt Hope and Scott, but he won't kill them, and he's sabotaged their ship with Hank inside, but he doesn't mind if he's alive, and he's gonna kidnap Janet but not kill her. He clearly doesn't care if they get what they're owed in the form of the deal, and they do nothing but get in his way. So what reason could he possibly have not to kill them? They are probably his greatest threat, since they're the only ones who know what he's about to do and how to stop him. The only thing we have is that he's interested in seeing if they can escape from this place, which I assume is the Subatomica, because he said he was left here by Janet. But if that's true, then yeah, Janet already escaped here. In fact, she did it with her basic Pimtech, which they have. So once again, the plot is holding the characters by the throat to prevent them from doing something pretty obvious that would end the whole movie. Also, as if we haven't spoken about it enough, we get another editing thing. You see, Janet walks into the portal with Kang, and then we see her being walked to Kang by robo-henchmen. They were together, and now she's...
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
What did you see? We didn't really get a chance to talk about it last time.
Well, you could have tried, but you were too busy saying, I win, you fucking artery.
A monster who thinks he's a god.
When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes.
Oh, that's not really a response to what... she's saying you're bad. You saying you see things isn't really...
When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes.
And you're the only one who sees.
Okay, we need to have a moratorium on people not responding to each other in modern slop movies. When she says you're a deluded monster, the response should not be, well, when you see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes. It addresses fucking nothing. But, oh so intelligent and charismatic super god Kang, if your point is that individual suffering is commonplace and meaningless to you compared to the destruction of whole universes in seconds by people you consider monsters and are trying to stop and must stop by trimming their worlds off and thus ending the lives of countless people to save countless more, then maybe explain that to this woman who currently thinks you are just a psychopath who's killing everyone to be a god. In fact, it's a little weird you're so desperate for her approval when at the height of your relationship with her it seemed you only wanted to declare your victory.
What are you going to do?
Win.
Wasn't much effort on the helping her understand part back then, was there?
And you're the only one who sees.
I am the only one that can see it's broken.
And who broke it?
Why does this sound like children on a schoolyard trying to one-up each other? Who cares whether time broke and someone sees it or not and also broke it? Talk about the innocent lives lost. Talk about the ethics of the decisions to come. Argue about the right thing to do. Please just start explaining what the fuck is going on.
My variants throughout the multiverse. Playing with time like children.
Oh look, he has a little PowerPoint presentation. That's cute. It looks like this time he's prepared and he can explain himself.
I saw their chaos spreading across realities, universes colliding, endless incursions.
Okay, this is better. He's saying that when his alternate selves are left unchecked, they destroy pretty much everything. This is useful for explaining to people that he doesn't mean himself when he says me in regard to who is responsible, which in retrospect was a pretty retarded decision to make when trying to convince anyone of anything. He's even talking about incursions now, a horrifying writing mechanic that Michael Waldron is still facing charges for.
So I took control.
And now you want to wipe away any universe that's a threat to you.
That's what conquerors do.
God damn it, you had something there, you pancake. You could have said you're the only one that will be willing to maintain a peace or allow for other worlds as long as we crush any attempt from alternate Kangs as well as other threats that intend to cause incursions. Incursions that would ripple out and cause suffering on a far grander scale than removing splintered timelines. Instead, you say this.
That's what conquerors do. They burn the broken world and they make a new one.
Nice. I'm sure this will be incredibly convincing. Let me just kill everyone, okay? I'll make a world that's great right after that. You sound like Gooba Thanos in Endgame.
You don't care about saving anything or anyone. You only want revenge because they beat you, because you lost.
Okay, this is another one of those golden opportunities. All you need to do is reassure her that yes, you are furious that they exiled and imprisoned you, but that is a well-founded anger. Kang could claim that they are the most vicious and evil people to ever inflict themselves on the multiverse and that he is the only one that can stop them. He could then ask Janet what her solution would be. Really check if she's even listening. However, he decides to say something else.
You have no idea what I have lost, and I will burn them out of time for what they've done to me.
Again, you kinda need to explain that, bud. You're coming across as a psycho, and she's probably seconds away from asking you about the innocent lives.
You'll be wiping out entire timelines, murdering trillions of people.
See, we're at critical now. Kang has skipped out on just about 3 or even 4 opportunities to explain himself, and Janet has crystallized the big issue. The number 1 issue. How do you justify killing bajillions of innocent people? You see, on paper, you just wiping out timelines is hyper-murder. So you gotta explain it to her. You gotta make it clear that those lives will be lost on top of far more if you let the other Kangs stay in power. This is the key moment. A defining piece of dialogue to show what kind of character he is. What will Kang say when faced with the accusation of murdering trillions?
I wish that mattered Janet.
Wow. I wish that mattered. That's all you got? Is your brain just clown milk? So this conversation was, you are bad. No, I'm not. I have to stop the other me's from destroying everything. You just want revenge. I kinda do, yeah. You will kill everyone getting it. Well, that doesn't matter. End scene. What is wrong with you, you bin? When this is over, you'll have no leg to stand on in terms of warnings when given chances like this. Well, except when you told Scott, I guess. Looking forward to that payoff. So, Cassie is being moved somewhere. No idea what's going on, to be honest. Kang could have just moved her with portals, but honestly, why is she even alive? None of this makes sense. Let's see what happens. So these geniuses still haven't taken her suit or her tech. The very tech that Kang was so hell-bent on getting. If you remember, that was the whole reason these cunts were sucked down in the first place. Specifically these little devices. They just let her keep them. Oh, and look, she did all of this with those other soldiers right there. They didn't even see her shrink. Amazing. They aren't even reacting to the fucking giant man sticking through the walls of the building. You can clearly see him right next to her in this shot, and then he just disappears. What the fuck are you doing, movie? Bloody useless narcoleptic editor? No one is alerted by all this bullshit. Everything is fine. Cassie has escaped. I love storytelling. So, Scott and Hope both happen to wake right up at the same time and meet with Hank and his giant ant.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
Kinda weird that they start asking which ant this is and whether it's from the farm in the beginning. You'd think they would ask about Janet. You know, since she was last seen right here and she's gone. They don't ask about her in the whole scene. It's pretty bad. Anyway, that's nothing compared to what we've got coming.
It was the ants. They were reaching out the whole time.
Honestly, I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but here we fucking go. Hank has been picking up strange signals ever since they crashed here. Turns out it was his ants. The lads from the beginning, remember?
Pretty smart ants.
Yeah, pretty smart ants. So, those ones fell into part of the quantum realm, a time dilation to be specific, and they lived for thousands of years in a single day.
Expanding their knowledge, their science, becoming more advanced than I could have ever thought. I told you they were smart.
The ants are now super duper ants and they want to help our team win the day. But you may be asking, what help can they provide? Well, why not let Hank explain it?
They've already built something of a technocratic Class 2 civilization.
A You can't be What is happening? Hank, please stop. Please don't do this, please. I can't take the cringe.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot.
This reminded me of Karl Marx and...
This reminded me of Karl.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from...
Okay, stop. Shut the fuck up. It's too much. You failed.
You failed, and you're dead. Now, fuck off.
You failed so much it shouldn't even be possible. Your ambition outweighs your skill, and your ambition is walrus piss. As a favor to the world, can you please play hide and go fuck yourself? Perhaps your parents were siblings after all, or you ate a clown mushroom. In any case, you've seriously given Mr. Waldron a run for his money with the talent on display.
He's writing it as he goes along.
Abso-fucking-unbelievably catastrophic writing. I want a refund. For everyone. Whether they saw this disaster or not, whole thing smells of burnt hair and fecal cave sewage.
Charged.
Now, let me explain why. Starting with, what does it even mean for the ants to receive a day's worth of signal from Hank over 1,000 years? It would absolutely absolutely have to be torn into the tiniest of pieces. I can't imagine the signal would be something even remotely coherent, and it's rather surprising they've advanced thousands of years and Hank is still something they have great concern for. They've not only moved well beyond him, they would likely feel he's abandoned them, if they feel anything for him at all, and they surely understand exactly what he was to them. But let's ignore that for now, whatever, it's fine. Hank says they are now a technocratic Class 2 socialist and civilization. So, technocratic, typically meaning positions of power are given to those with technical expertise at the highest echelons. Socialist, typically meaning an economic and political system where the workers own the buildings and tools that provide goods and services, or a centralized state ownership of the means of production is in play. Ants, meaning they essentially run on a hive mind and collectively work to complete whatever goal they have at the time with an absolute lack of individuality. Finally, a Class 2 civilization, typically meaning they have the power to harness the energy of their local star. Now, if I can just say, what the fuck? You want me to believe the ants have harnessed the sun in the quantum realm? They don't even have a sun to harness, you fucking puddle. They are far more likely to surf on individual photons down here than harness the solar system. However, if you are simply saying they have the energy equivalent to that, why mention anything else? Their civilization is unrecognizable compared to ours in terms of species, resource, technology, and environment. Not to mention interaction with wonky time, and they don't even have to deal with disparate cultures all having histories that inform much of— What the fuck am I doing? What is the point? They are thousands of years ahead, and let's not forget, they are fucking ants. At what number does your IQ need to be to write this? Fucking Xanderhalls?
Oh god, that's not good.
You trying to extol the virtue of being forced to do whatever the collective decides for you for life? Does the techno-socialist ant civilization have art? Books? Sports? Video games? Movies? Does it have a really shitty set of sci-fi fantasy superhero movies? No? Well, then maybe there is something to fucking learn.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from these...
I do appreciate Hope trying to tell old man Douglas that his ramblings are cringe and should be saved for his Twitch stream, but why the fuck would he even be saying this when we know the end of the multiverse is imminent? Janet is gone. We have no time to waste. Get the fuck on with it, for all our sakes.
Ants don't give up.
I don't care who this guy is. I don't care what he can do. I'm getting Cassie.
That generic as fuck dialogue is all well and good, Scott, but what Kang can do is very specifically important as it determines the chances of us being able to do anything to stop him. It's just about the only thing that matters considering the goal.
How do we even the odds against Kang?
As a great writer once said, there's always room to grow.
The plan, as implied, is to make Ant-Man very big. We're gonna get to that.
You read my book?
Every goddamn word.
Man, that would have been a pretty big payoff normally, especially with how these two built up their relationship throughout the movies. Hank always saw himself in Scott, but held him at arm's length and experienced a couple bumps in the road. Ones that made sense, but still stung. The idea that he's letting him know he cares about him to the extent that he read his book and felt a little inspired by it should be pretty huge. It's even a small callback. But not only is this moment played more so for laughs, and more so for plot, it's pretty damn quick. It's a shame because the more the MCU goes on, the less character writing is relevant. But hey, how's Cassie doing?
Hey!
Stop taking the fucking helmet down. So Cassie is here to break Tryhard out of prison, only she has no idea how to do it. Luckily for Cassie, she's attacked. And you may be thinking, Mauler, what do you mean luckily? Well, as a result of being attacked, she does this. And there you go. Tryhard is free, as is Cassie in the middle of Kang's HQ. And still no alerts, I guess. Because, you know, Kang could just portal in and capture them both instantly. It's also great that the guards have clear shots on her for so long, and yet you get that wonderful distance close for no reason at all. Classic. I particularly love the guy who, when she shrinks right in front of him, continues to charge into the abyss with complete conviction. Never give up, pal. What? Why? She didn't do anything. She just kicked a guy. The guy wasn't even coherent. He was already down. She literally kicked someone while they were down. A famously uncool thing to do. Just fuck off. Feels like we're doing the I like this one thing from Han or Thor. But it doesn't even make sense here because nobody likes Cassie.
We need to get a message out to anyone who can still fight. Then free our people from the detention cells below and launch a counteroffensive from within.
Alright then, I'm sure nothing will get in your way.
I built an empire down here, Janet. And I'm taking it with me.
But why? Like, no, seriously, why? You don't need them. You'll have the super duper hyper power to control timelines. What would it even mean to have a few hundred robots at that point? What would you even have them do?
You really should have let me out when you had the chance.
I assume he's saying this because she's lost now. She doesn't get to recover the time with her daughter, but, like, he still hasn't assuaged her whole issue, which is that she believes he will kill everything. Meaning it makes very little difference to her at all.
History is not written. It is forged.
Alright, here we go then. Kang is delivering his motivational speech to his robot army. Is this seriously something he felt the need to do? It'd be like doing a speech for your guns about how excited you are to shoot them.
I will take my revenge on those who banished me.
We conquer eternity.
Wow, it took you like a handful of seconds and your speech has already proven Janet entirely correct. It's all about revenge.
And the dynasty of kings.
That face is priceless. So Cassie has somehow managed to hack into the messaging system and override Kang's speech. It's kinda nuts to me that Kang can't just zero in on the broadcast signal with his huge command center, teleport over to them and, I don't know, break their necks. But, you know, whatever, you do you.
We're inside! We've reached the tower! I'm with Gentora! He's not invincible!
So Cassie gives her speech, a speech meant to unite all the differing pockets of resistance across the quantum realm and convince them to attack Kang's fortress. A fortress equipped with incredible firepower. A man who can... You know, we'll wait on that.
I know it might feel like it's too late. Like, all we do is just lose. But the family I've lost taught me to keep fighting.
Okay, considering these people have no idea who Cassie really is, or her history or family, all she's really said is, we always lose, but keep going? Not the greatest start, but let's see what else there is.
We need to look out for the little guy. My dad taught me that. Because when people needed help, he didn't look the other way. And neither do we.
I'm not quite sure that works when you're basically asking all of these people to attack with very high odds of dying. We were shown people at Quantum Customs being abused, sure, but is it likely they'll choose to kill themselves in the name of protecting the little guy over that? Who is the little guy in this scenario if not themselves? Why should they have to try their luck at an army of death robots in order to look out for the little guy?
I know you've been waiting. Now is the time to strike. He knows he can't take all of us.
Fucking hell. So, in total, Cassie said we're dying and we're losing all the time, but that you should fight now because the little guy needs you. And that surely Kang can't take us all. The guy with portal tech, lasers, missiles, armies of robots made of Phase 4. I don't know, man. That's probably one of the shittiest speeches conceived, and it's far more likely to be a trap. Cassie's telling the entire resistance to come directly to Kang, and that their resistance leader is right there, but you never see her. Is all of this not incredibly suspicious?
We're friends now, guys. You bet. Give me a hug. Oh, I love you too.
I can't imagine anyone is coming as a result of this, but hey, who knows? It's also become clear at this point that the movie just didn't explore the translation possibilities with much detail at all. You have so much life throughout this story, and the translation stuff was just throwaway. We haven't dealt with any of it for ages.
I guess it's also a really good thing that their lips start matching the words too.
Yeah,
that's a psychedelic effect of the ooze.
That's actually a thing. That's the thing with translation stuff in general. Like, it should always be like a delay if you would like do completely
like a spaghetti
accurate.
Western. Yeah,
oh,
that would be a lot funnier. I don't know why they didn't do that.
That would be funnier if the whole movie was like.
Would probably be a nightmare to watch, though. I feel like it would be really weird.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be funny if there was
characters who are from the quantum realm who get that many lines. Yeah, it would be like a thing for 5 minutes.
They lost the ability, or at least they didn't take opportunity to have scenes that weren't really from the point of view of the characters, but were sort of like establishing shots, or like when they meet with Bill Murray later. And when you're kind of on the camera sort of at the table, as if it's from the perspective of all the characters there, they can understand everyone. But it like pulls out to maybe a shot of the whole bar, and then it's just it's just weird noises that we hear. And then when it goes back to the character's perspective, then we can understand the words again.
That'll be a thing.
Yeah. That would have been a thing.
Perhaps that would be expecting too much.
I think I found the signal. Mom's gotta be there too. Let's go!
What signal? Wait, so you're telling me Cassie hacked in, locked out Kang, and sent a signal for the whole world to trace, but none of the bad guys know where they are? That's just so damn convenient. Maybe Kang doesn't want to stop her.
Find Lang's daughter. Kill her.
Okay, he definitely wants to kill her. They have her signal, he can use portals, he has telekinesis. Am I missing something? Why isn't he killing her with ease? Well, because the story must go on. Who's he sending to kill her anyway?
Surprised to see me?
Ugh. You absolutely and without fail activate my fight or flight response. It's like a chunky goblin was poured into the Grail Donovan picked up in The Last Crusade, but there's a window on the side of it. And away he goes. She has the cell codes now? You know how to open the cells? Fuck it. At this point, I'm surprised they didn't write it so they pressed a big fuck-off red button at the control center and released every prisoner.
It's over, Cassie.
Free the others.
Why wasn't your helmet on anyway? Also, what the fuck you doing? Taking him on 1v1 now? You gave up earlier, and that was with Scott. Look, the good news is that this is the third act, so it's going to start reaching the end of the story threads. We can all thank Jeebus for that.
He's gonna see us coming.
Yeah, we'll make sure of it.
Well, this is exciting, isn't it? Everyone is here, and we're gearing up to have some explosive finale-tisms. Strap in, folks.
Begin the launch.
Why haven't you killed Janet? Why is he still keeping her alive? She's entirely motivated to stop you, and she knows how. Can you at least put her in cuffs? Also, why are you only now launching? Looks like he just held onto that engine for ages. Had he not delivered his speech, and had he not sat in his golden testicle for so long, he could have left this dumbass realm. Stop taking the helmet off, you bacterial sponge. It's like you want to die.
Your dad's not here, Cassie. But I guess that's not a big surprise.
Okay, first of all, your fucking face is a world wonder. You look like a jump scare. Second, what a weird shot to take when it's clear Scott cares more about his daughter than anything in the world. He chose to give his life to stop you from killing her. The whole being left in the blip thing isn't even something you can use against him, or that MODOK would even know about. So there's only the initial prison thing, which he did for very good reason. I don't know. Anyway, before he executes Cassie, they feel a thumping happening. Something big.
Kang! We had a deal!
Yeah, I'm right with you, Kang. What the fuck is this now?
We love the idea of the third act starting with a colossal, the biggest giant man ever.
Holy shit. That's big.
Yeah, Darren doesn't even know he goes big.
Yeah. Yep, he missed that. He missed that escalation.
But he's in the quantum realm. He is currently incredibly small. MODOK has seen him bigger than this because he's seen him regular sized. What the whatever. Did she just shrink without the helmet on? It certainly looks like she did. That'd be a new rule that destroys everything, but whatever.
The Ant-Man tech is just whatever.
If she turned into girl MODOK, that'd be pretty funny.
She shrinks everything except the head, just like, whoa, dragging it. She's trying to run with her tiny body.
It just spins around in circles.
Like Gandalf on the floor.
Yeah.
Our word is our bond! Without that, we're nothing!
Bring him down.
Yes, sir.
Man, if only Kang had some kind of weapon that could, I don't know, vaporize people, and then maybe some kind of way to fly or open portals, maybe behind Scott's back to easily deal with this. If only. I suppose the funny thing is, if he wants to defeat Scott, he should just leave. Like, activate the engine and go. That defeats Scott because you'd become the super emperor of all things. You could burn him out of time, as you so love to say. At the very least, Kang sends a fleet for Ant-Man. With how many there are, this could be the end.
Keep going! I've got them!
Shut the fuck up, Hope. What are you gonna do as a tiny little bug person with blasters against a fleet of ships that have tech hundreds of years more advanced than your own?
I can't hold them!
Okay, pretty hilarious to place those two quotes a handful of seconds away from each other.
Keep going! I've got them! I can't hold them!
Also, for some reason, all the energy being blasted at Scott is doing just about nothing. He is getting smothered in energy blasts, but they seem to have little to no effect. Plot armor doesn't even begin to explain this shit. In any case, this happens.
They came. Way to go, Cassie!
Now, just out of curiosity, was Hope and Scott's plan to simply die if these fuckers didn't show up? Is this all they had? Remember the army of super ants? The class 2 technocratic socialist insects? Where the fuck did they go? Why didn't you bring them with you? Their weaponry would be thousands of years more advanced than Kang's, and their vehicles would travel faster than your ship. What the fuck is going on? Fucking hell. Hope just destroyed 11 ships. The centuries ahead of our time ships have a weakness of people just flying into them. And it does nothing to that person. Because that's satisfying and totally makes sense. Why not? Maybe she can take on all of them. Anyway, the robo-soldiers then remove the bridge. What bridge, you ask? I don't know, the bridge. And it makes for a significant blockage for our little rebellious army over here. You guys arrived on ships. Maybe just park past the bridge? Maybe park on your target instead of landing really far back and being pinned down? Seems pretty stupid to... Never mind. Bloody tryhard is here.
What is the bridge code?
I'll die first. 18147.
Damn. What? Wait, you just read that guy's thoughts, right? Does that mean the Goobots aren't robots at all? Well, what is happening? What are these things? Are they human?
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
Why must we always do the generic army of alien robot bullshit? Why can't you do something more interesting? You even seem to be playing with something more interesting, but you don't have the balls. Also, Tryhard knew the codes for securing the cells, but she didn't have the codes for securing the bridge. That seems strange, and was the fight truly hinged on having a fucking telepath? Lucky one of those sorts of things happened in this world, and happened to join your team, and happened to be captured, and happened to be here at this time. Damn. Veb is one of the only things I like in this movie, but he ain't dead, folks. In actuality, his newfound holes give him newfound power.
I have holes! Yeah!
That was a fine joke. I mean, as much as jokes work with quantum creatures that seem capable of anything, I don't even know where to begin as to what the fuck this creature is or how any of what just happened works, but I guess him being obsessed with holes and then getting holes is something?
Now that is a character arc.
Listening to them talk about their movie is so fucking hard, dude.
Yeah. There we go, man. There's a payoff.
In any case, there's a pretty tried and tested thing happening in current Marvel, and it's that if they think they have a good joke, they will double dip. This can come in the form of repeating the joke, or it can come in the form of a random character essentially looking at the camera and saying, "This is funny." You would recognize it as the classic, "Well, that just happened." It's like the meta way of extending the joke as far as possible, getting anything that's left squeezed out. And now you ask, why do you bring this up? Well, check this out.
I didn't know he could do that.
Thanks for draining any semblance of tact the film could attempt to develop. And, you know, it's pretty funny that if they'd killed Veb here, it's possible that all of the quantum realm loses its apparent sole source of communication ooze. I'm sure they've got plenty stored up, but still.
Kang! Where is she? Launch now!
Janet's gonna fuck this up so hard, and you could have gotten rid of her again and again.
Whoa. What is that?
He's getting out.
Shut up, Hope, as if you have any clue what's happening.
Keep him away from the rings!
Kang begins firing these super-duper guns at Scott, and you'd think that maybe this time it'll matter, but it actually doesn't. Not even a little bit. Scott then rips the roof off a building and uses it as a shield. He can rip the building apart with his big man hands, yet the building is strong enough to withstand hundreds of blasts from hyper-advanced artillery? Sure, why not? Hey, maybe shoot him in the legs or something, guys. Why the fuck isn't your helmet on, you stool sample? Why did you take it off again? What the fuck? So Scott destroys those turrets, and apparently Kang only had 2, and they were shit. Scott then does this. Why is Kang's shield unable to deal with a piece of debris being rammed into it? This means that despite being less developed, the Wakandan shields were more advanced? How does anything work? Totally looks like he should have been cut in half there, but a little more plot armor on top of the metric ton is hardly much of an addition.
Nowhere left to run.
You're the thing that children come up with to scare other children. Cassie then tries and succeeds in going big, shocking MODOK, providing us with one of the most bizarre moments in cinematic history.
Please let this work.
Incredible. Exquisite.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god.
Now let's see him get hit. You look like a bloated face hat was covered in acid and someone tried to fix it with a screwdriver. So, she easily defeats MODOK. He barely stands a chance, which is pretty hilarious considering the whole reason they were caught earlier is that Scott just didn't try punching MODOK while big, I guess. Also, it looked like she did the grow up with the mask off, but I guess they've already set that up to be possible now. To be honest with you, I'm just surprised he's still alive. How do you take a runaway train to the face and come out coherent? Or coherent for whatever this thing is.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Let's go! You think this is over? Come on, let's go!
It's like if the face of Bo did a bunch of meth and got mugged. Anyway, MODOK is defeated, and it's time for Cassie to figure out what she's gonna do with him.
Stop! I'm trying to be whatever this is.
I don't know what to be.
Well, that's uniquely depressing and horrifying. The man has no idea what he is or what he is to be. A grotesque creature resulted from a series of scientific mishaps providing him a life of enslavement to a madman that wishes to destroy all worlds. To then become this madman's personal assassin, knowing his humanity has been stripped down by each and every significant event in his life. Facilitated in many ways by himself. In a sense, he destroyed his own humanity in a search for power when he only really wanted approval from his mentor. And now all he really wants, all he really needs is a way back.
Tell me what to be.
Fucking hell. Now granted, there hasn't been much for MODOK in this movie, but we know Darren. We know how he ended up here. There's plenty to reasonably infer, and you can imagine a lot of the feelings someone would have if this were their fate. Do you see that feigned smile as he tries to imply a sense of comfort or calm, despite this harsh world having twisted him into nothing more than a weapon designed to cause suffering? He just needs someone to give him a chance, to provide a journey back, a pathway that right now seems an impossibility. But who knows what's possible if someone could just reach out and show him some humanity first.
I don't know, just don't be a dick.
Cassie, I love the sound you make when you shut the fuck up. All you had to... fuck off. Some people have been known to do productive things with the oxygen they're stealing, but Cassie has decided to continue being the most unlikable, insufferable twat in the movie. But what will MODOK say, I wonder? You could still rescue this scene from certain doom.
It's too late. Look at me. I'm such a dick.
Or you could do that. You could ignore every last piece of potential you have, like you did in almost all of Phase 4, and then you can just piss all over any possibility to repair any of the damage you've done. That's always an option.
Look at me. I'm such a dick.
You know, it's kinda sad to see the writers try and fit their entire vocabulary into one sentence.
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions went into this. Alleged human beings made this.
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
Congratulations, Cassie. Your work here is clearly done. Also, your helmet looks dumb as fuck.
We gotta stop him.
I have an idea.
Ready?
So, Scott and Hope come up with the idea to throw him while he is small, for him to then go huge and hit the shield to hopefully provide the force to breach it with maintained momentum. And it works! Only if momentum is maintained like that, then when Scott was in freefall at the beginning of the film, shouldn't he have maintained the size-equivalent extreme speed and absolutely smashed through the floor? Perhaps another time he should have been dead? Probably. Also, Wakandan Chad shields can put up with this, but Kang Cuck shields cannot. Whatever, you do you, movie. It even interrupts the engine from doing its thing, which took just long enough for this plan to have a chance to work.
You're huge!
They're doing the thing where they talk in slight slow-mo and they're all weary from the increase in size and such, but they're still absolutely quantum-scopic. I don't whatever.
It feels so cool.
Right?
I'm so hungry.
That happens.
I could eat everything.
Everything, I know.
Janet is still captured, people are still dying all around you, and for all you know, the machine still works, meaning the multiverse is about to be destroyed. Could you please act like you care?
You originally had an Arby's joke in this scene.
I think so. It's like,
I got hungry.
I just want to eat an Arby's, like a whole Arby's. Yeah, I know. Right? Product placement. Arby's paid me about $4 million.
Oh, that was I didn't...
I'm on the hook for that, by the way, because it got cut from the film.
Yes. So you're actually going to lose money on this
movie?
A lot.
Yeah.
Like,
fucking hell, you bet your ass I'll be playing that clip again before this video's over.
Take the tower!
Somehow, Kang's forces are actually getting overwhelmed. The centuries what the fuck ever.
It's over.
You still can't see it. It's never over.
I guess he hasn't given up just yet. Good for him. More importantly, however, why are you keeping her alive, Kang? So Kang starts blasting, using the kind of weaponry he really should have used on Giant Man earlier, or on Cassie when she was fucking around, or on any of these people when they were... You know what? It's fine. That was like 3 minutes ago. I can't expect a Marvel writer's memory to go back that far. Oh, great. Janet is out and free to screw everything up because you didn't kill her with the 7 million chances you had to do so. Fucking brilliant.
And Michelle was great. Really making sure that Janet was an equal foil on a philosophical level. And
she's never a damsel.
Yeah, she didn't give him an inch. It was great.
And Janet Van Dyne, no damsel in distress. She can take care of herself.
Your desperation to prevent Janet from being saved by anyone because you're insecure on retarded writing tropes and social pressures definitely improved your script. That's for sure. Anyway, Kang then gets close to killing people we recognize, but still not really. Like, he fires the laser from Laser Robot Face Man's face back into his laser face, and that kills him, I guess. Rest in peace, Laserface.
Have to go.
Kang then lets a bunch of them escape, including Tryhard, despite being right there because she has plot armor thicker than Ant-Man's. So this is over. Kang can just vaporize all of you with his super laser, or he can hold you in place with his telekinesis, or he can flick you the fuck away because we saw that too. With everything they've done in this film so far, it's pretty hard to have stakes for this fight. Also, why aren't your helmets on, you bloody circus of cunts?
To take the Avenger, who might be perceived as certainly the tiniest Avenger, and putting him up against this powerful multiversal villain. It's one of the things on paper. Oh, Ant-Man and Wasp were going up against Kang. It's such a lopsided thing.
Yeah.
That I think was one of the great, instantly a source of tension. Like, how can they possibly do it?
Yeah.
Well, that's just the thing. They can't. You guys put this together in such a way that there is no tension because there's no way Kang should be able to lose. Holy fuck, did that not kill Scott? Is he just fine? The whole fight is just people going bigger, smaller, getting booped away by Kang, and him continuously refusing to kill them. Every time the ant people are hit when they're big or small, they end up reverting to their previous size. Is this Super Mario Bros. Or some shit? Back to small you go. Keep your helmets on. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Do you know how many rebellions I've put down? How many worlds I've conquered? How many Avengers I've killed? Nobody cares.
Get off the stage, you dumb bitch.
And you think you can beat me? I am Kang!
They have no idea who you are or what that means, you fucking doorknob. He made that clear to you.
I don't know who you are.
And you have failed to remember it like 5 times at this point. What the fuck are you even yelling about? Just vaporize them already. You've been so exceptionally crap in everything we've seen you in. Loki Kang was killed by a Karen with cutlery. You were introduced to us exiled at the end of a fight you lost. And recently, your plans were defeated by Ant-Man going small and then big. Oh, and fucking Janet. You better up your game, pal.
You talk to ants!
Okay, you're just being soy now. Just kill him if you're so fucking brilliant. And, you know, that's really not the most used and recognizable and iconic power that Ant-Man has. But that's fine, you're setting up the next thing that's gonna happen. Speaking of which, the ants arrive. Why did they take so long? I have no idea. Why are they attacking with a huge assortment of cannons and lasers instead of something more definitive and encompassing when they are thousands of years ahead of this civilization? Well, most of them are just biting, which... fuck me. The team behind imagining a hyper-futuristic ant race going to war just knocked it out of the park, didn't they? Look, that one has a laser that connects across the mandibles. Wow. Did you just walk here, my dude? This is like miles from the entrance. Maybe he flew in? I don't see any ants nearby. Maybe he teleported. They probably have that tech by now. But it just makes you wonder, where the hell were they? So many people have died. Didn't you guys leave together?
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh! Oh, okay! Well, that makes it okay then!
Can you believe that the victory of this entire war was dependent on an ant farm falling into the little vortex that MODOK made to suck in the family? It's amazing. Also, why isn't Kang flying away? Why isn't he using his lasers? Why does he want to lose? The guy could just portal out. He had so much time. Just leave, even if it means taking an ant or two with you. Most of the ones on him are just biting at the shield. What the fuck? Use your socialism powers. Come on, Team Insect. Oh dear, perhaps Kang truly will win. Is there anything to stop him now? Anything at all?
My name is Darren!
Oh good god.
I
You look like you're having all of the allergic reactions.
am not a dick!
Wow. What can you even say? So with that, the ants tear Kang apart. Like, yeah, his shield is stopped, but his flying, portaling, lasers, and, well, everything else is still online, but he just sort of loses to ants. Big ants biting him. Motherfucker can take out Thor, but ants are too much. Disney Marvel. You know, the ants apparently have all kinds of economic, technical, and political systems in place. They very clearly have a stake in the world and resources to boot. They are more advanced than everything here. So, how do they feel about all of this? Do they side with Hank for some reason? Do they have their own intentions with this new bit of land they've taken? Perhaps the incorporation of their own socio-economic policies? What is their opinion on this whole war? Do they have a controlling perspective on the future, considering the loss of many soldiers during this ordeal that they really had nothing to do with? Who knows? What we do know is that Kang has been defeated by ants.
He's beaten by ants.
Right.
I mean, they're hyper-technologically advanced ants, so you got that, I guess.
I just want to leave.
And what of MODOK's decision to kamikaze? You know, this event in isolation ain't that bad. The second in command turning on the main bad guy in the moment he most needs him to stay loyal because of mistreatment and other stuff is not uncommon in storytelling. Yeah, I compared him to Vader. I'm feeling spicy today. Also, having Kang be at least somewhat weak to the very tech he gave MODOK makes some sense. I'm not going to compliment the setup at all, but, like, the event itself is shockingly fine. Darren has his arc, I suppose. The ants drag Kang off, I presume to his death, since he's a fucking psychopathic monster god clown, and, well, MODOK and or Darren is grievously injured from the interaction.
You were right about me, Cassie. Are you okay?
Probably not.
Well, here we are. The guy came through and actually saved the multiverse at the cost of his own life. Albeit for some of the stupidest encouragement put to film, but he did it nonetheless.
Darren?
I hope you changed your hair.
So that, plus the comedic vomiting of blood, is giving us a strange tone here. Though it's weirdly sweet of him to say something like that about a hair when he's bleeding out. Darren did always care about Hope, even when he was a strict evil son of a bitch.
It's a whole thing. I'll tell you later. That was... I don't know what to say.
Nobody knows what to say. He actually came through and he's dying for it. I guess it prompts a thank you. There's a shit ton of history between everyone here, and this was a pretty incredible move.
Thanks, Scott. You always were a brother to me.
I was?
Alright, we're doing some weird tone stuff again. The guy is dying. He just saved the world. We looking to, make fun of him now?
I was.
Look at his face, man. He's coughing up torrents of blood. The guy is almost dead, likely thinking about how you inspired him to do the right thing. What else should we draw from the events as seen? Scott gave his life away to save his daughter from Darren, and now Darren has given up everything he had left to save all of them while talking about how he sees Scott. But we're making fun of him?
At least I died. An Avenger.
What the fuck are we doing? Look at the anguish in this man's face. The fucker tore himself apart to save the multiverse. He's saved more lives than most Avengers have put together. And what, we're gonna gatekeep when the whole point is that you fight for what's right?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, no, you're in.
Just pile on the jokes, guys. Why not, I suppose? You see, he's got a big face, so it's funny. Doesn't matter how many people he sacrificed himself for. What a goofy head he is. Camera pulling away from him while people laugh as the light fades from his eyes because he's a stupid fucking head.
A lot has happened today.
Fuck off, the lot of you. Go home.
He sacrifices himself to save the multiverse, and everyone makes fun of him for it.
What you're describing, this movie just makes me want to stop watching movies.
This is intentional, by the way. Even the creators, who personally constructed a scene in which a man sacrifices himself to the sound of choir fading as his eyes close, laughed.
death of a salesman acting from Corey Stoll, just a broken man.
Having an existential crisis in the third act of the movie.
Oh yeah, in the script, I believe there's a lot of like milk chunks. Yeah,
you were heavily influenced by Ridley Scott's Alien. And,
I was.
And Ash and all the weird milk stuff that comes out of Ash.
I want
I love
that Wayland Corp milk.
Yes. Milk-based technology.
Only note, we probably should have had them close his eye. That like to have that. I look back on it now.
Like all four of them going.
Yeah, actually, like, and it's like the eyelid is kind of heavy. Like they need help to bring it down.
I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like they don't even know what story they're telling. In any case, on we go.
I'm in the tower. I think I can give us one shot back. But we don't have much time.
Kang didn't even take her comms device. He's just fucking king of the clowns, huh? And of course, there's just one shot back now. Everything comes down to this, or something.
Come on, let's go!
I know, Hank. Not much left. You can just walk through a portal and be back to normal size on Earth? You just cross the barrier and it does it instantly? Also, why the fuck are they carrying Janet? She wasn't injured, she was doing the John Wick shit 2 minutes ago. Maybe that's leftovers from the other movie they shot?
Let's go home.
Yeah, you could just do that, apparently. Great stuff. Kang is still alive? What the fuck? The ants not only didn't kill Kang, they didn't capture Kang, they didn't disable his suit, they didn't even fucking tell the good guys he's still alive and wobbling about. Absolutely excellent job, lads. You know, capitalist ants would have got the job done. Also, why is Kang trying to stop them from leaving? Isn't it preferable? That portal right there might be his only way of succeeding at this point. And having them go through without a hitch is probably the best way for him to prevent them from fucking with him. As soon as they leave, he can change the portal exit and get out. He can escape. By attacking Scott, you let him know you are alive and that you are trying to get out of here. You fucking idiot.
Where's Scott? He was right behind me.
He pushed you in. You should probably mention that. Or, you know, don't, I guess. Why start acting in character now of all times? Also, is there a reason the editor played the Cassie breathing sound effect twice so close to each other? No, seriously, listen. Why'd you do that? So, Kang's suit had exactly enough stability to shoot one last energy blast before being completely useless. Handy. That means the ants really didn't take care to disable his tech, and he could have just killed everyone in the room right now. But luckily, he wasn't that fast with that much power. But now he's pretty much useless. Even the strongest of normal men are gonna have a lot of trouble against a person with PIM tech. Yeah, this is over. Kang without powers against Ant-Man has no chance. Unless Scott decides he doesn't want to shrink or grow at all. Maybe he'll just not do anything. That could work. Oh man, not doing anything didn't work. And there goes his helmet. Just cracked the thing wide open because he lost the investment in pressing a button on his hand. Kinda crazy that mask can withstand seemingly anything, only to be broken by some kicks from someone who we've been shown is just a guy. A knife killed him. Besides, you've got the Ant family right there. No way they wouldn't just capture him or throw him back into the portal. Well, hey, at least he can still go small, like Cassie has when not putting on a mask, right? Of course not. He's basically superpower-less now as well. The mask breaking is the signal that he's lost his superpowers, which means we've got Paul Rudd versus Jonathan Majors. I know who my money's on, though it does make you think, what is Kang going to do when he gets to the surface? Like, yeah, he can get there and ultimately escape the quantum realm, but he has no resources or power. He would be just a guy. I suppose it's better than being in a time and place between time and space or something, but then all of his tech is there, but then it is overrun by socialantists. The short version is I have no idea what his plan is despite seeing the whole movie, and you come to realize the ants are the only thing that actually mattered in the story, in terms of ultimate consequence. To be fair, he somehow survived, so in a way they got nerfed.
You should have looked the other way.
Yeah, well, Never been great at that.
I don't even really know what Kang means by this. In every moment Ant-Man has pushed back at Kang in this film, it has been to either save his daughter or the multiverse. Can you explain to me how the fuck someone looks the other way when it comes to the multiverse?
Why would you want to save it? Because I'm one of the idiots who lives in it!
On top of that, in a smaller scale, he doesn't want his daughter to die, you fucking idiot. Then again, this is probably a holdover from another script, another story, another set of lines, who knows.
I want you to remember, you could have gone home.
You just stopped him from going home when it would have benefited you, and you held his daughter or his mother-in-law this whole movie. What the fuck is this? What movie is this dialogue meant for? Oh, that musical cue. Scott, like, getting up to enter his stance, and the music just goes...
But you thought you could win.
Well, he did. His family are safe. Your empire has completely fallen apart, and he stopped you from getting to the portal. You're not exactly stacking up many W's yourself there, Kang.
You could have seen your daughter again.
You were going to blow up the everything, you fucking gnome. Why does all of this dialogue feel like it was meant for a completely different movie? What the fuck are those punching sounds? So the fight goes on, punch, punch, punch back, punch, etc. Until we finally discover that Scott has a plan.
I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
So this movie, much like many in the current day MCU, feels like it's created by people who've seen movies but don't understand much about them beyond that. So many moments throughout the movie kinda resemble moments from other films, better films, and this even comes down to individual lines.
I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
That is fucking clunky. The line should go, I don't need to win as long as you lose. Because it means that no matter the outcome for Scott, Kang needs to be stopped. You gotta save the multiverse, and there's no amount of damage to be done to Scott himself that wouldn't make that worth it. It's a selfless act. However, when he says,
I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
It sounds like he's saying both Kang's and his own loss are required to win. The best, and frankly steel-manned position on this quote is that he's saying he will lose by shutting himself off from the regular world, and that by disabling the tech, both he and Kang lose. Only that doesn't happen at all, and we already know of several forms of getting into and out of the quantum realm that Scott can use. This quote is fucked, and it's precisely because they do not redraft or even remotely care. Regardless, Scott puts 3 shrinkers and growers on the engine, which, like, imagine they just cancelled each other out and that was it. It would be awkward. Does Scott have any idea what's going to happen now that he's done this? What if the portal blew up on both ends and killed his family? What if it detonates this building, this area, and kills quantum people? To be honest with you, why hasn't it destroyed the portal? You've applied them, they work immediately, they don't have a delay. I just can't imagine what's going to happen next. Ah, finally. It would seem that after 10 fucking minutes of standing still staring at the portal, the people who apparently care about Scott decided to come back and see if he was okay. Well, to be fair, it's just hope, actually. Had any of them come back while suited up, Kang would have been beaten immediately. Good stuff. So, Hope does some shouty blasts, and Kang gets absorbed into the engine. Yeah, it exploded and blasted out a wave of quantum multiversal engine energy, and it did nothing lethal to Scott or Hope. Lucky. At least Kang is gone. We did it. Don't gimme that bullshit. Cassie, with how we've been characterizing her, would absolutely have run back through that portal to save her father. Shut up.
Where is she?
No,
Where is she?
she's okay. She's okay. She's okay. Scott, she's okay. They're all.
We're gonna come back to this moment and why it's so off a little later.
You came back.
Same for that one. I love how the world is cheering for victory when apparently none of them did anything to check whether Kang was alive. Not the ants, the rebels, nobody. None of them wanted to confirm it even though he's the primary issue. The one dude that you gotta sort out. So I'm gonna need you to take this slowly. It makes so little sense I almost died. Cassie uses her quantum telescope to open the portal back up, allowing Scott and Hope to go home. I will repeat. Cassie uses a telescope to open a portal and saves them.
Let's go home.
Home's good.
The engine got fucking obliterated. How the whatever, it's fine. We are seconds from the credits.
Welcome back. My life doesn't make sense.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Scott. You cannot be saying that shit after everything we just saw.
You just saved the quantum realm with your family and drank a guy without holes. That doesn't make any sense. But you know what? Who said life has to make sense?
Literally all everyone does all the fucking time is try to make sense of this insane, retarded world. The last thing we need is stories with no less through line than minced spaghetti being set on fire and sold to us by self-sucking writers as something to simply appreciate for just how much sense it doesn't fucking make. Get a job.
I used to wonder if this chapter in my life was over. But as Cassie reminded me, there's always someone you can help.
Fuck off, you didn't need some catty, delinquent, tech-stealing nightmare twat to remind you that helping people is something you're invested in. That has always been in your character. It is why you went to prison, why you helped Captain America, why you do everything. Each of these instances compounds that desire to help. Where the fuck did this idea that he was done helping people come from? The man wrote a book about his experiences saving the universe that's inspiring people throughout the country, and you're trying to sell it as though he's given up on people. Fuck off.
He also said something bad was coming, that everyone would die. So did I just kill everyone? Is everyone gonna die because of me? Oh my, what did I do?
Well, it took you half a movie, but you finally heard what the fuck he said to you in the cell. I will say, we almost hit a snag of it being a heavy flaw, but luckily he just forgot a bit, or had delayed hearing. In any case, yes, a force is on its way to destroy everything. First thing you need to do is work with Janet to inform anyone and everyone who has any power in this universe of who he was. They need to know how this all went down and what's coming. What's even more interesting here is that Scott is realizing his involvement in this. Did he fuck all of this up by stopping this Kang? It's not something he's ever quite considered, but it is interesting.
You know what? It's probably fine. Like I said, life doesn't make any sense. So maybe stop asking so many questions, Scott. Everything's probably fine. Kang's gone. You did it.
Motherfucker! You now know the world is in danger of absolute destruction and you are somewhat responsible, but you're going to say nothing to anyone? You're going to look the other way? You can't be fucking serious.
Oh.
The film ends with the main character experiencing instant pain and disgust when consuming just a small amount of the mess in front of him. What did the filmmakers mean by this? Why did you do this?
The exiled one is dead. You sure he's dead? Must really eat you up that you're not the one who killed him.
He was just a guy. You could have killed him with a hammer. Shut up.
None of us killed him. They did.
What the fuck is this? None of us killed him.
They're beginning to touch the multiverse. And if we let them, they will take everything.
What do you mean, beginning? They've been fucking with it for a while now, and not to mention, with how time works, have they not fucked with it forever, or whatever? Ugh, why do I even bother?
So let's stop wasting time.
You have infinite time, you wankers!
How many did you call? All of us.
Okay, so there's a horde of Kangs who are all shouting and stuff. I can't wait for their movies. Or, well, I don't know about that. Lot of victims this time.
Time is everything. It shapes our lives, but perhaps we can shape it.
Oh look, another Kang, and he's doing old-timey stuff. Can this be over, please?
It's him.
Oh, it's Loki. Another writing abomination. Just save me with a cut to black, please. Ah, thank you.
It kind of sucks that there's so many amazing stories that are ready to be told again and again, but we kind of need them put into IPs that are recognized for them to get attention, and that a lot of the time the IPs that are, you know, getting the most attention are stuff like, hey, what if a guy could shrink and go to the quantum realm and there's a guy with a giant face and...
What if there was a guy with a giant face?
That's where creativity's at these days.
Right, so where do we begin?
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Shut up, Scott. Even if you're absolutely on the money. Why do they keep doing this? Okay, let's have a look at the bones of this story, shall we? Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania has let everyone know that Phase 5 has indeed started, but Phase 4 has not stopped. The exact same production is in play from top to bottom, littering the script with every last issue one would expect, and before we can conclude further, let's chat about the broad storytelling achievements of this, the 31st film in the Marvel Cinematic Carcass. The fact is, these stories are getting so unruly, the plot points aren't even flying by much more average moviegoers.
Where did she get her invisible suit from? She was never gifted it. It just appeared. That's bullshit.
It's not funny.
This is trash.
Cassie.
This is like watching trash TV.
The baby butt when he was...
Yes, I was cruel enough to inflict this film upon some family members, though in order to ensure their safety, I made sure they had full access to alcohol.
Oh, can I make a wine? I need a wine. I can't get through this. It's a lot.
Now, as we are more than well aware, the world building in the MCU has been shot to shit. They are rarely able to develop a single element from any story they are currently telling, let alone from any previous entry. Any attempt to scramble something together or repair a past fuck-up would honestly go a long way, as would a stable world ready for several storylines to coexist and complement each other. This time around, we failed every possible metric for creating the environment for this story to play out, and they even dealt some damage that is downright rare.
Bring back Baskin-Robbins, bring back those little things to make this really feel like it was a trilogy.
Yep.
Right. You mentioned Baskin-Robbins to try and make people think this was a trilogy. This garbled mess of incompatible movies was indeed a trilogy. You know, there's a Simpsons Treehouse of Horror anthology story called The Genesis Tub, where Lisa makes a tiny world by combining soda, electric, and a tooth. As time goes on, the living creatures in that world develop incredibly fast and decide they need Lisa in their world. She is their god and they want to contact her.
It worked! The debigulator worked!
Soon after, Lisa decides to help the people here with their plight, but first needs to be unshrunk.
Unshrink you? Well, that would require some sort of a rebigulator, which is a concept so ridiculous it makes me want to laugh out loud.
It kind of feels like this episode is making fun of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, but it came out in 1996. If anything, the MCU copied The Simpsons' homework and didn't pay attention to what it was making fun of. If you can shrink them, then surely you have some form of understanding in the department of how to do the reverse. It's also just hilarious content because it's classic Simpsons.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh my. I hope that rug was Scotch Garden.
Together we can lead America into a new golden age.
Friend, you got a deal. Homer, let us out.
Go!
Oh no. The Void is where Ant-Man ended up in the first film, when he went super small. And Subatomica, I'm assuming, is where she was when she met Kang.
Okay.
Sure.
And then there's the quantum realm below
know about
that, or whatever.
I agree, Mahler.
Exactly,
Whatever you just
exactly.
said.
I feel this way too. I am like, what the fuck is that? When she said you couldn't see through the subatomica, I was like, shut up. What is
Shut your mouth.
What even is that? The point is, rules, environments, and systems just fall the fuck apart the longer they require changes to facilitate new stories. Writers are responsible for ushering in older worlds to a newer audience for new stories, and it takes finesse to get right. In total, we've had a few changes. But what are they? Well, they maintained that it's taxing to be big.
Air feels chunky.
Oh no, he's too big.
But they are still small relative to their normal sizes and relative to oxygen. So how is going big now taxing them in remotely the same way? Surely going small should now have done the same thing the whole time. Because even when they're tiny, when they're big on the surface, fuck me, this is hard to explain. Used to be that going to a particular level of small would get you in big trouble. But the regulators prevented it. But the regulators aren't preventing shit now. They are already smaller than what the regulators would allow, and they go even smaller than that. It's being treated as though they are size 5 and they can go to 10 or 1, and it all scaled down with MODOK dragging them into the quantum realm. Now they can do those specific size changes, but they are also like 1 billion negative in size. It all makes a lot of sense. Much like a teenager creating technology in her basement that will absolutely change the universe forever as we know it. No, not that one. No, not that. No, Cassie, there you go. On top of that, why don't we remind ourselves that they still have a fully working time machine that they can fuck with to no goddamn end without significant repercussion. As long as they don't touch Infinity Stones, that is. But of course, they could go and grab the stones and do a snap to get whatever they want. It doesn't even have lasting damage on the snapper if you choose a big green dude and then pop him through a car crash or whatever the fuck happened in that circus filled with compost and insecurities they called She-Hulk. All we need is a great throwaway line to put that option to rest forever.
We need to put some hold-on maneuvers. Do some real damage.
Come on, that move is 1 in a million.
Not that, not even close to that. It's worth reminding you all as well that we are supposed to be living in a world that's been blighted by the blip. Phase 4 treated it as an annoying event with an impact similar to Black Friday that has now mostly been forgotten, and it doesn't look like Phase 5 will be dealing with it either. Except, of course, by saying people are struggling to find homes. Something very alien compared to our world, I'm sure. But that's about it. The quantum realm, the smallest, tiniest place to ever exist. It's smaller than the smallest of small things that we have any awareness of, and it's far smaller than even those things. However, everything functions just fine. There's nothing to be concerned about in terms of livable environments, nor the crushing down of size and its effects on the human body. It doesn't require a big old bit of technology, nor a suit.
We should be dead.
And yet you are not, which is interesting considering some suits built for the quantum realm would have been the solution, surely. And hey, maybe they even had something like that at one point in production.
They were meant to be quantum realm suits, and then that changed. We almost had to start again.
Again, this movie went through several different versions, and who knows, maybe it made sense at one point. The quantum realm is a place outside of time and space, but all the rules regarding time and space are exactly the same as ours, except for those ants over there that boomed forward thousands of years in order to facilitate a deus ex machina via the virtues of techno-socialism.
Sorry, really quick before we move on, I'm still hung up on the fact that how lucky they are that only the ants went through the time dilation field, or any time dilation field.
You can only say it once, like as a thing that happens, and then you just have to keep repeating it because there's nothing else, like it's just so shocking that someone would write this.
Yeah,
it's like you haven't highlighted any new problems. You're like, no, I know. It's so amazing that they would write that.
What if only Hope went through a time dilation field of 70
just
years?
Fucking died alone as an old lady. Oh, God, okay. The quantum realm can be accessed from any place at any time by shrinking. Darren, Kang, Janet, and the Ant Lads all had different entry points across Earth and yet ended up in the same general area. It doesn't have a physical location, you just portal there when you go small, I guess.
Worlds within worlds, like that's the quantum realm in a great little phrase.
You only think it's a great little phrase because you don't have to do any work when you say it. You think that explains everything. It doesn't. The quantum realm is populated with totally not humans, robot laser men, robo-henchmen, telepaths, living buildings, broccoli people, insane assortments of everything else, and Veb.
A guy who's evolved without holes would be fascinated by a human who has... You eat through those?
Well, no, there's shit tons of humans down there with the same number of holes. What the fuck am I doing? Many things need to be done to rescue these people and to share technology and culture with each other. There is an insane amount of work to be done in terms of getting these people out of the quantum realm and to make use of their incredible advancements. There's also just a bit of reconciliation to be done in terms of figuring out how they came to be and how it changes everything we understand about the history of life. You know, just some paperwork to sort out. The quantum realm's translations are dependent on the bodily fluids of a creature named Veb, and for some reason all of the creatures down here sound the same before taking the ooze, despite supposedly all having different languages.
When they all chant a thing, when we're still in the position, we can't understand them. They all chant the same thing.
That's a good point.
Clearly speak the same language.
That's actually a really good point in terms of attention to detail. What Scott should hear is like blah 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 and
Exactly.
and blah blah blah. And blah, blah, blah.
Everybody's different languages. Yeah.
They all
Not
chant
one
the
unified.
same thing. So
That's
they all
right.
speak the same language. So
They
why are
speak
they
quantum.
translation ooze?
Speaking of all this, why couldn't we take the opportunity to use hundreds of millions to have goopy quantum characters as our leads for the Quantards? Why couldn't we speak with Veb or some other crazy character for the whole movie? Why did we end up with Tryhard and Mind Guy? Two very lame, obviously humanoid types. Not to mention Krylar, who is once again your bargain bin, run-of-the-mill human.
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
It's a whole different world and a whole different way of looking at species and life.
Well then, why do you focus so hard on the normal stuff? You reached the point that the main characters are confused as to why some of these creatures aren't just called human.
The idea of him is that he looks like a collection of pixels floating in the space that are kind of concentrated and become the body of a human.
So you talk about this awesome idea of a man constructed of what you're calling pixels that flow together and apart to form an approximation of a humanoid. I'm sure he cost thousands of dollars to make and he ended up in a couple of frames in the movie. Barely anyone got to see him at all. Why do you think you're bleeding money? It's like this alien guy right here. He took bloody ages in makeup to create and they ended up just smearing CG paste on him regardless. What the fuck is the point, lads? You don't need to spend thousands of dollars if all it ends up being is a reference.
We needed to go quite extreme. Nothing should be like it is in our world. It should be in the ephemeral sort of universe.
Okay, then why did you do the fucking opposite of that and spend most of the time with the normie quantums? Like, what happened to this mindset? Why didn't we see it? Is it because it's way safer to have a human-ish thing talking instead of a blob? Cool, I guess. The Marvel assembled behind-the-scenes featurette is just an extensive record of how much material was absolutely fucking wasted. And, it gave me a thought.
Bill brings a lot to the table, and what you don't want to do is swamp that with a confusing, complicated look.
You see the shoes they got Bill Murray wearing here? To me, this is representative of their approach to storytelling when dealing with the quantum realm, the multiverse, or, to be honest, space. You gotta make it like our world, but a little bit weird. How about you draw a squiggly line on the shoe? That's weird. How about instead of green to go, it's red to go? That's weird. How about instead of a grenade, that's a speaker? That's weird. It's not like aliens would have practical designs that look completely different to our own and yet function fine. No, we have to give them the squiggly shoe. And that's not to say these kinds of shoe designs don't exist in our world, and more power to you if you wear them. What I'm saying is that they always seem to choose these kinds of items to represent alien culture. Their imagination always seems to cap out.
And just added little quantum elements like weird bits of beading and strange lines running across the body.
Still, I appreciate seeing many kinds of alien designs, certainly ones that go far further than human but blue or human but green. No shade to any other sci-fi, I'm just saying it's neat to see a broccoli man shooting his shot with Evangeline Lilly.
But you're in the quantum realm, but some things never change.
That's right.
Some things never change. Guys, be better.
The world would be a better place if more men had not only the confidence of the broccoli man, but the ability to easily move right along with life after a small rejection. You're making me root for the Chad broccoli man now. Why the fuck do I watch audio commentaries? They constantly change how the quantum realm looks. It's mostly colors and goop everywhere, moving in unconventional ways, but we've had and have nothing to understand any of it with. There's a distinct lack of commitment to the alien aspect. They treat Scott and Cassie as though they are significant significantly different when they look just like half the people in the quantum realm. We don't see anywhere near the amount of crazy alien designs that we should be seeing when this world has Veb and Tryhard. Where the fuck is everything in between and alternate to that? Kang's robot army might be robot men, but they might be much more. They may even be slaves, but nobody cares to check, and they turn into a goo mist when hit with a stick. I can't even begin to speculate on what the fuck this is or what is happening. Do I even bother trying to summarize what the fuck happened in the probability storm?
In the area of the quantum verse, the subatomica is where Janet and Kang happened to meet. Remember, he crash landed right next to a little house in the quantum world or whatever. That's just something that happened. And then, of course, she helps him repair his big evil ship that the people who wanted him captured and dead left him with for some reason. And then just when it was finished up, she attached 4 growers to it. Instead of making it really big, it made it really big and generates a field around it where if you stand in it, it'll generate clones of you who are the possibilities of the life you could take, I guess.
Mahler, you need to say that again. Restate that for the audience, just so it sinks in.
You know, I'll come back to it once we recircle around this whole thing. So like that whole disaster is there, and then Janet in that scene just jumps off the edge of a cliff, and I guess ended up below the subatomica into where the floor of the quantum realm is, where all the civilizations get built, and people like Veb can feed their ooze to people. I know you all remember that.
Sounds like a fever dream.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like a
Mahler, what are you talking about? Mahler, wake up. Are you okay? Is there a gas leak in your house? You need to get outside immediately and call emergency services.
I suppose the biggest and wildest changes are the many different ways we will rock society with solving medicine, hunger, weaponry, and, well, for now at least, with the tech from the ants, we may just end up post-scarcity on all fronts. I'm sure future movies will recognize this, and everything will change accordingly. The introduction of civilizations and individuals with the kinds of power that shake the very fabric of the universe. Kang's men, his facilities, the Ant faction, their civilization, the rebels, and their living buildings. And of course, Kang himself, a man using a set of abilities only when he is allowed to by the plot and with limits too difficult to understand, though rest assured the applications of his power register completely off the spectrum, where by comparison the movie is clearly on it, though perhaps the most insane and unbelievable part of the world building on top of all of that was the choice to portray San Francisco clean.
Welcome back.
Being the opening is so idealized. Like, that's part of the joke, right? He's like, la, 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 and everyone's smiling and is happy. Just like, do you remember what world you're in? Like,
yeah, this is a world where, remember how, like, in one of the films, a giant celestial entity was, like, emerging from Earth and nobody knew that that was something that could happen? How is everybody in this world not living in a state of perpetual
existential crisis?
Yeah.
Yes. Every day they say their prayers because at any second the multiverse could just collapse and they'll be dead before they even know what happened. In fact, that would be the merciful end, is if everything just stopped existing for you. Because they talk so casually about entire civilizations just being destroyed and blipped out of existence, or multiverses and timelines being destroyed. And like, fucking hell. 99.99% of all the lives in the universe have just been like unceremoniously destroyed in the MCU. Like, it's actually quite a hellscape. We're just focusing into the one universe slash timeline slash dimension slash world slash realm slash reality where everything just sort of kind of works out, and we're not going to talk about all the other ones that
all
don't.
the other timelines where things go horribly, the timelines that just get destroyed. Timelines, universes, dimensions, realms, realities, exactly.
So yeah, not looking great in that department, but the plot is always pretty solid in these sorts of productions, right? From stretches to holes and plot armor aplenty. Let's see how it shook out. We find out that Janet managed to luck out and find all kinds of resources to stay alive in the subatomica, a world with no other life forms like her until she also happened to bump into Kang, a man who equally happened to bump into probably the only person in the quantum realm capable of helping him after he is awake and ready enough to save her from alien flames, and they just so happen to be in an area with the resources to repair his ship. It's as though the Kang sent him to her deliberately, but we find out that wasn't the case at all. MODOK was somehow able in the first place to hoover these people down to the quantum realm and lucked out in that they didn't immediately die or end up in a time dilation. Kang's security is easily subverted via face smash or development of sudden code knowing.
So she can figure out. She can fucking figure it out on her own.
Yeah,
Like
because she's
7.
fucking cool, okay?
What the hell? Oh, potato!
And each of the foot soldiers are apparently rather blind. Kang just so happens to take exactly as long to launch as Scott would take to stop him. Lucked out there. When they shrank the engine by 25 times, it happened to land with no harm to speak of right next to them. Then there's the ant farm.
Whoa, what are they building? Are you doing this?
Actually, no. They built their own tech. Pretty smart ants.
Shut the
Fuck off!
They fell into a time-dilated portion of the quantum realm and became a superpower that saved everyone from everything at the end. Could have been they were in a different room. Could have been they fell on the floor and were useless. Could have been that they simply didn't go into the time dilation. And if any of those things would have happened, the multiverse would have been fucked.
They're developing technology on their own now. This is a
little Chekhov's ant farm, if you will.
Exactly. Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, mate. You know what? Just play the clip.
This is Jeff. He's the screenwriter. He's writing it as he goes along.
The crazy part is that they were insanely technologically advanced anyway, way beyond what the fuck should be considered normal.
Actually, no. They build their own tech. Pretty smart ants.
Okay, like, pump the brakes.
That's something we can introduce as a throwaway line and not address more.
Before talking about what it means, can I just say, what a shit line of dialogue.
Pretty smart ants.
They build their own tech.
I agree.
Pretty smart
those are
ants.
Those are pretty smart ants. We are in agreement. Yes.
But yes, chat, you heard correctly. He has an ant farm, and they're building their own technology, including elevators. Yeah. It's the kind of thing where you're just like, I'm sorry, rewind.
When did this happen?
It's rewind time.
It's rewind time.
When did ants advance from whatever comes before the first age in civilization all the way to the information era?
How is this happening?
Gave him a little advice, like, here's a little fire, go nuts. And they were like, whoa!
Fire, that was what they needed to become a civilization.
And you'd be like, you could ask all of the questions.
Really smart this whole time, guys.
You could ask every single question possible, and the answer will every time will be pretty smart ants.
Pretty smart ants.
Yeah, those ants they're pretty quick.
This is what we would call Chekhov's ants, okay?
That's exactly what I called it as well.
Yeah. Chekhov's ants, okay? Keep them in mind.
But sure, why not?
I'm going to say this, you're not going to understand it, but I'm going to say it anyway. When they all got sucked into the quantum realm, they got sucked into different parts of it by MODOK, and MODOK and Kang didn't know where they ended up. They just pulled them in. So I'm not even going to start with the likelihoods and of survival and how anything like that, I'm just not even going to go there. But the ants in Hank's room got sucked in too, and they ended up at one part of the quantum realm that Hank says was just far enough and out of the way that they experience like 1,000 years per day for us, and so they've advanced to a hyper super duper ant civilization. And drinker, brace yourself, I need you to grab your bottle in case you need it. This is gonna be a tough one. The ants have fixed his ship. They're doing this, that, and the other. They're going to be the reason they can beat the day. And Hank says, the camera goes right on him, and he says,
I mean, I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot.
And then he gets cut off, and I was just like, you fucking, you fucking kidding me, really? Like...
And then they can just make a portal that takes them back up, free of biological charge, right before Kang's suit happens to break right when he could finally kill them all, though it wouldn't have been the first time. And Scott popping the bigs and smalls on the engine basically did the exact thing he would have preferred. Defeat Kang and do not obstruct the exit. So that's a lot of extreme storytelling stretches in favor of our heroes. But it's not like they had no bad luck, like random spooky creatures appearing to fuck up Janet and Kang, or how MODOK couldn't drag these lads into specific areas. That would be a bit much for his already insane tech, you see. How about the little frazzled shrinker, or how Kang's suit broke? Yeah, not much to really say on the side of bad luck for our heroes. If anything, once you're past the opening, things just kinda work out their way. Every damn time, with some small hiccups mostly acting as delays to allow the runtime to fill out, making them as characters seem rather dull. Does that reflect in the plot armor? Well, let's have a look. They all managed to avoid any damage in the debris field, the Manta ride, the Krylar fight, the bombing of the settlement, the Kang blasts. Hank survives the crash where he could easily have just exploded.
Oh, you should have exploded. Disappointed. You should have died. It would have been better.
No one dies in these films anymore.
They should die because
dying is
that's real life.
It is like every time in a
People
series
should
that still
die
does
because
it. It makes you sad, but it's worth it. Like, you feel it if it's done well.
In order for a film to have a successful fucking outcome, there
Sometimes
needs to be
people
something.
die.
Do you know, like it's like a poker game. You've got to have stakes.
Scott takes nothing damaging from the quantum space jellyfish, the probability storm, the shield resetting, the absolute barrage of sci-fi blasts, and the Kang flick. In fact, he survives Kang about 10 times.
Why would you go small? Go big.
Janet manages to survive getting killed in about 10 billion opportunities missed by Kang, but is there anything in terms of the opposite? Well, Ant-Man and Cassie are defeated by MODOK because the plot demands it. That's about it. So again, we seem to have everything in the plot protecting and ensuring the victory of Team Good Guy, with maybe 1 or 2 moments of the plot actually getting even remotely in their way. But hey, that isn't it. How about we check out the good old-fashioned plot holes? To do this, I'm gonna need to take a big breath. A telescope should not be able to open portals to the quantum realm. Jumping through the portal should just straight up kill them. They should all be dead upon entry. Turns out Janet did nothing to prevent shrinking forever. Type 2 civilization uses bite as their primary attack in a fucking war. Cassie would have been arrested for shrinking the cop car.
But in universe, would it be like, see Ant-Man bailing out his troublemaking daughter? He doesn't have to follow the rules like everybody else.
Like, it would give this idea of, like, oh, there's a special class of people, the Avengers and all of their relatives, and she could go out and she could do all this stuff. She could use Avengers tech against the police, and then when she gets caught, no worries. One of the Avengers will just pay her bail with his unlimited monies, and then life will just go on, and fuck the rest of us. We should have had Avengers parents.
Yeah.
It would absolutely. This is the kind of thing. Like, they dropped the Sokovia Accords, and this is kind of in the spirit of that, where you can't just have Avengers doing whatever they want, because this is a small version of that.
The reality
but this is shit that matters.
When you see it used in this sort of application, it's like, so PIM particles have to be like hyper-regulated, right? Surely.
Yeah.
That to be like an
You'd
incredibly regulated thing. I don't know if it'd be regulated as like a substance or as a potential weapon or something. Like,
the way he slid into the frame.
Look at his face. It's so funny.
Could only tell like me.
MODOK.
MODOK.
MODOK. You think you can just snap your eyes open and make me vanish? Not so easy.
MODOK didn't detect and utilize the signals sent in Ant-Man and the Wasp while all this shit was going on. Kang's shield was much shittier than it should have been. Scott's suit has sizing up built in, but Cassie's doesn't, even though she's allowed to fuck with the regulator and do it anyway. Kang's tech is hundreds of years beyond ours and nobody utilizes it, not even Hope, whose whole job is trying to improve the world through technology. Baskin-Robbins Scott. None of the probability Scotts shoot at the core with their respective tech. They fired more than 25 shrink things at the core, which should have made it shrink beyond the quantum realm. Scott should have broken out of this cell. Scott doesn't try to shoot more than one shrinky dink for some reason. Nothing should have fucking changed when they held hands. None of them think to force a debigulator situation by putting a grow into the regulator. It's literally how Scott previously escaped. They could then have gotten help from the surface. Janet is drinking quantum water when, like, what even the fuck mean does that do is...
She's made like a little hut and she has a source of water. I immediately was like, fuck me.
Well, you
None of
see,
this makes any sense.
I don't know how they drink when they're smaller than particles of water, but...
Well,
what even is it? Is it water? Is it what?
Is it water or is it quantum
water.
water? The quarks, right? That's what like atoms are made up of. Quarks.
Well, so I think that the thing that this
Quirky.
film would rely on is, well, we don't know, so it's whatever it can be.
If we start this conversation, we immediately have to go like, oh, so what are they breathing? They're smaller than actual air right now.
We should be dead.
Why aren't we?
I don't know.
Like, how does that work?
Quantum air.
But
Shut
no,
up.
Well,
stop it.
And the thing is, when they were small but had their suits on, you could at least be like, maybe there's a gas canister in there or a filter of some kind, like something.
Yeah,
But
it
no,
seals
this
the
film
stuff in
does the
somehow.
nanotech helmets. Everybody's got to have their nanotech helmets.
I hate it.
And then you don't want to get bogged down and like, well, how can they breathe? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
You also just want it to be a fun movie.
Yeah, true, man. Just have fun. Don't worry if your characters shouldn't be able to breathe. Everybody, when trying to escape or get to places faster, goes fucking small, which would make the terrain significantly larger and more difficult difficult to escape. Was MODOK just grabbing any signals from the surface, meaning he's been grabbing anyone who studied the quantum realm this whole time, hoping to grab up the ant people? With the proliferation of Pym tech, would he have just been sucking in random scientists from all over the world? The army of Kang should have killed Kang if they wanted to, or put him in a room with a lock on the fucking door, rather than banish him with the means to get revenge and destroy the timelines. The Kangs are aware of basically everything, but also don't know that people have been in and out of the quantum realm at whim for some fucking time. By the end of the film, nobody in the quantum world cares what happened to Kang. This didn't kill MODOK. Kang's super advanced forces were somehow overwhelmed by the Quantarded realmers. The ants simply don't show up on time for no reason at all. The guards didn't see Cassie shrink, nor the guy sticking out of the bloody ceiling. The bridge should have made no difference for people arriving by ship. Kang should have portaled out, vaporized the ants, or just flown away. Hyper sci-fi blasters should have ripped that building apart. Cassie should have died when changing sizes with her helmet off. The ants should have killed, captured, disabled, or warned of Kang. The ant family would absolutely warn the world of Kang. Well, this means the plot is basically unrecognizable when it comes to cause and effect.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Mostly everything is built to artificially protect the characters, with sprinklings of rule changes for payoffs that were already set in stone from the first draft, assuming there was one. But we've been here before, where the story has broken its bones in order to facilitate other elements, and perhaps those other elements can redeem the script. So, let's talk about characters. We can start with the quantum ones. You have the mind-reading asshole comboed up with the lady who, in a world with countless amazing technological advancements, opts for the stick. At least she's a very cool badass and not at all desperate to be seen that way, ultimately leading to the opposite effect.
Oh, fuck off, Hellblade. Hellblade, Rufio, motherfucker, go away.
I like Veb.
Hello.
Oh,
hi.
Got a little goompy run, and David Dastmalchian does a great job with him.
David is my good luck charm. You can't make an Ant-Man movie without David Dastmalchian.
Well, so much for that good luck charm. In any case, they're all pretty retarded. They have little to no grasp of their own situation or resources, and they seem to have no interest in saving themselves from this hell world. The only thing we watch them figure out at any point in the story is whether Scott and Cassie are spies, only to shit on them for leading MODOK right to this area when they are the ones that dragged Scott and Cassie here, and they wait for some time after deciding they need to leave to get these guys out. Apparently they don't care about people from a world on top of their own, and they have little to zero cultural aspects that seem to bind them as a people. Instead, they all feel random for the sake of it.
Fighting for the greater good as opposed to maybe suppressing the greater good. I want people to see, strong female role in a positive light.
Your politics bore me.
We didn't get much of this gang, but my god, they were special in the time that we did have. But hey, what about some quantum bad guys like Krylar? A man who, from what was gathered, fought with Janet extensively in order to keep the quantum realm free of Kang's influence. He, much like everyone else who was left behind, was forced to submit to Kang's rule. There was a strong implication that he does Kang's bidding because Kang has significant leverage over him.
He can be very persuasive.
Similar to what we see of Scott later in the film, completing tasks for Kang in order to prevent his own suffering or that of his daughter. The regret of this moment is that we never see what Krylar was referring to. Who knows if Kang captured a loved one of his or what tortures he sustained before bending the knee? Perhaps it was as simple as money or power. We shall never know. Krylar never got to escape. He never had an opportunity that we saw to organize a rebellion within compliance as Scott did. Yet he's treated by the cast and the movie as a strict bad guy. Janet ran off to a beach house while Krylar was left to lead a rebellion, and he lost.
You left all of us with him. How many people died because of you? Does your family even know who you are?
These questions have enormous implications, and we barely got an answer in any kind of detail. And that's because Krylar comes across as a very late addition to the script who gets booted out just as fast as he's introduced. In reality, they probably filmed an entire movie with Krylar that we will simply never see.
She's the leader! I hate her.
We never get the details to understand the motives and actions behind the evil son of a bitch that he is, assuming that's what he is. The creators, of course, didn't take the character seriously because it's Bill Murray, it's his cameo, and ain't that just fun on its own?
What happened to you? We fought against him.
He can be very persuasive.
The expression here tells you that this is not something he wanted to do, and yet we discovered nothing more. He is simply thrown off to the side, very awkwardly, by a CG flumpo. It's unclear how responsible he is for anything. However, this was not the intention, not whatsoever.
The butcheress of Axia.
I'm sorry, the butcheress of what?
Here we are. We've arrived in Axia, the mines of Axia.
What the fuck are the mines of Axia?
There's some sort of energy here, this blue energy that's being mined in Axia. As we'll see later, it's part of the iconography of what Kang has going on down there.
Yeah, okay, none of that actually shows up in the movie. And what the fuck am I to make of this anyway? There's blue stuff in Axia, and then there's blue stuff in Kang's place. Do you feel like a storyteller?
We freed Axia.
And then the Conqueror came and made it even more free.
What the fuck is Axia? How much did you cut with Bill Murray?
He was once a freedom fighter, but he accepted some sort of dark bargain with the Conqueror.
If he accepted a dark bargain, why isn't it in the movie? I can clearly see scenes with Bill Murray up to and including the probability storm, even the escape with Tryhard. How much did you cut out? You removed so much of his villainous tale, you have me thinking he's a fucking good guy. No wonder his death is so awkwardly stapled on. Solid start. How about the other subordinate of Kang?
Scaredy cat.
So let's get this bit out of the way.
We got MODOK in a movie. Like, actually, it's true. Film has come a long way.
It's true.
No. Film is a frightened, devolved, tiny mammal trying to navigate its way back to an evolutionary advantage after the fucking Disney asteroid annihilated dinosaur IPs that foolishly assumed they were safe. MODOK ain't a fucking blip on the cinematic achievements timeline, other than, of course, in the way of an eyesore.
Mr. Potato Head's alive!
Yeah, his face is stretched.
I became the ultimate weapon.
It's fucking stupid, man.
I almost didn't
Why?
recognize
Why is his head so fat? No!
Oh my god. It looks fucking terrible.
Potato in the suit! Oh, that's so bad!
It looks
Oh, that's
terrible.
so bad!
What is going on, man?
What do you mean? It's cinema.
He's got handlebars on the side.
Why is he on a kid scooter and potato?
MODOK looks like ass. A stunted head-ass face smashed fuck-up of epic proportions.
That's a face. It's a big face.
I'm just a floating head.
Only for
There's a bum!
Hey, MODOK.
Oh, let's go, big
Why is he
Why is he
been
just
there
sitting
all the
there?
time?
Like he's watching the fucking TV.
He's just been sitting there all this time. Fucking hell.
Potatoes.
What
Potatoes
the
always
fuck?
watch.
He looks like a fucking egg.
He just makes me want to not look at the left-hand side. Oh, he's always there.
Holy shit, Darren. What happened to you?
Oh my god. Oh, this is for real.
Why has he got jelly arms?
Yeah, they spent millions of dollars on this.
It doesn't make any sense.
I guess that's not a big surprise.
What are you?
With that in mind, let's talk about the character. Darren Cross was one of the weaker villains in the MCU, not because he made no sense, but because he was rather thin. The man wanted to prove to his mentor, Hank, that he had indeed done enough to discover and recreate the greatest secrets behind Pymtech. He was going to kickstart a new arms race that would change the world forever. He took significant issue with Hank choosing Scott as his new protege.
Who is the man that my beloved mentor trusted even more than me? Scott Lang.
The resentment, the jealousy, and the power trip are all there.
What do you call the only man who can arm the most powerful weapon in the world?
The most powerful man in the world.
You proud of me yet?
The last thing to remember is how much Darren cared about Hope. There was some humanity, but it was squashed down, and the story argues he lost much of his sanity by being exposed to the Yellow Jacket without proper protection.
One isn't protected by a specialized helmet. It can affect the brain's chemistry.
This is not who you are. It's the particles altering your brain chemistry.
This means Darren has strict motives and a variable to justify all kinds of actions, and he's minced up to a quantum pulp by the end. We now catch up to him here as this. A man merged with machine who often expresses just how powerful he's become.
I became the ultimate weapon.
Despite specific orders and a new goal, he still takes time to find Hank and express that same thing. He's trying to take that sense of achievement he's been working for his entire life.
I am the ultimate weapon!
He is twisted, abused, and lost in this new world. By the time we hit the end, he acknowledges Cassie, compliments Hope, talks about his lack of identity and his loss, only to go out an Avenger. He has an arc. It's foolishly prompted by nonsense, but all of this had more grounding than I believe the writers even knew.
Are you a monster?
Do I look like a monster?
Stop! I'm trying to be whatever this is!
I don't know what to be.
So I feel like I might be the only person on the internet with this take, and that's okay, but I felt something when he said he doesn't know what to be. He was so consumed by the notion of power alongside the corruption of the Yellow Jacket that his intention to impress Hank and destroy his competition has provided him a definitive path, one of suffering. He wants to stop, but he's a mangled monster at this point, and it seems there's no way out.
Tell me what to be.
And then this loathsome fridge magnet says don't be a dick. That being enough to push him to sacrifice himself for the multiverse tells you that he was already pretty much there. It also tells you that whatever fucked with his head previously has either been lifted or given intense clarity, likely from the ultimate weapon being defeated by a little girl he intended to kill all those years ago. It's as though he realized he was pathetic and this isn't the man he wants to be nor the man he is. He's not a monster. And so he dies, telling everyone how happy he is to see them and to be a hero like them. So, I don't know, I'm sorry, what do you want me to say? That his tech to pull them in was pulling them in at random, and it would fulfill their plans just about as much as it would sabotage them? Or that he felt he had his life stolen by Scott when he more than earned his fate? Well, the reality is an unstable mind fueled by ego and desperation could explain most of that. I mean, the change of heart coming in by being beaten the fuck out by what he believes is just a little girl is convincing. An event like that surely would change the mind of the ultimate weapon. I can't fucking believe I'm saying this, but I think MODOK is the best character in this movie, and I don't think he's bad. He's just fuck ugly.
He's fuck ugly.
The unfortunate part is that we see him abused by Kang for what looks like no reason when you could have played them as allies. Kang could have treated him as his protege, giving him something he always wanted. Instead, I don't really see any reason why MODOK wouldn't have switch sides. On top of that change, when he dies, you can have a moment between just him and Hank. Hank could have told him he was an impressive student. He was no less ingenious than Hank, and that he shouldn't have pushed him away. You could even have Hank say that Darren's sacrifice will not be forgotten. The world will know what he did for them. You know, instead of laughing at the embarrassing human keg. Of course, this doesn't change the fact that there was a far better story to be told. MODOK, from the source, offered the creators of this film a plethora of material to work with, as well as far better designs. Anyone who says he looks comic accurate really needs to think beyond a big head being the bar to clear. There was a story here of a man twisted by science and experimentation, looking to achieve all kinds of power at the cost of his humanity, looking for a chance to come back. It's a huge shame that they didn't decide to go a bit darker with the character, while pulling from the greatest inspiration to be drawn from the comics, instead solidifying him as the degenerated demon flim-flam fuckface of Phase 4 and 5, the bridge to connect them. It's also a shame that the creators of this mess hate him so much, when had they taken this a little more seriously, they could have told a meaningful story.
I love Lord of the Rings more than anything, and that Sean Bean death, where he's like just so stoic and it's so emotional, Viggo Mortensen. The idea of like, what if we did that, but with a guy who really didn't deserve it and who was really milking their sympathy the whole time.
And who everyone in the movie hates.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. MODOK doesn't deserve sympathy, directly from the people who created this adaptation.
And, nobody cares really that much. They gotta get back to it.
Saved the multiverse, saved infinite timelines from destruction. No sympathy, nobody cares. Fuck 'em.
Fuck 'em!
Sure thing, man. Keep writing stories, and while you learn a bit more about that, we can take solace in knowing that MODOK completed the hero's journey. He achieved his want to become most powerful while being impressive to his mentor. But by the end of the story, he got what he needed. To use that very power not to hurt the ones he loves, but to protect them. To save the world, to become an Avenger, and to die with a smile on his face, knowing he did the right thing. Meaning it's time to talk about Kang. What a shit villain.
I am Kang!
Ooh, you're odd. We are told that Kang has wiped out full timelines and Avengers so much that he's lost count. His power is said to outmatch our heroes by hundreds of years of development, and he has countless years of experience, yet he's beaten by Girl Loki, by other Kangs, by Janet, by MODOK, by Ants, by Hope, and finally... by the very engine he's been trying to fix for the whole fucking movie. Thanos was introduced by killing a god and defeating the Hulk in a fistfight. It's as though they can't even learn from their own storytelling. Well, I suppose the Russos couldn't either. Kang is meant to be taken here as brutal and ruthless, a warrior with no quarter given. Yet he will randomly spare people for extended periods of time while taking prisoners to simply hold indefinitely. Knowing he's lived for so long and seen so much cosmic destruction may have you believe that he shouldn't be so quick to anger and lack of control. Perhaps you'd think he'd never be so unwise in his decisions. He has some of the most retarded design flaws for his ship. He doesn't make proper use of his power, and he's pretty damn petty. He would claim with pure confidence that he can't be stopped, to then be pretty blatantly stopped immediately after. He keeps bleating at Scott for not having let him go, and he keeps threatening things that matter fundamentally to Scott. It's as though he has no idea why anything happened. He even welched on his own deal for what seemed like no reason at all. He can't even treat his subordinates consistently. His primary goal is to rip his alternate selves out of time, but why not erase them and leave the multiversal timelines alone? Why not at the very least tell people that's your plan? They wasted his history with Janet, and they wasted the connection he could have had with Scott over lost time. There was clearly a goal there, a deal to be struck that would get the time lost with Cassie back, but they didn't bank on it whatsoever. Not in the final draft, anyway.
When I heard that Kane was the villain, that was the first thing that came to mind, was like, oh man, who's lost more time than Scott Lang? Like, who actually has more to gain from this villain than Scott Lang?
Exactly.
Pity that didn't end up happening. In any case, you could have had Kang explain that he couldn't bring himself to kill Janet because he was genuinely invested in getting her back to her family, that he really did care about her. That's why he keeps her close, but doesn't take her life. It's something that looks like characterization, but they totally forgot to support the idea. Everything about Kang is contrary to what we are told he is, what life he has lived.
And a villain who also has this side that you kind of relate to their point of view, despite yourself.
You just said nothing, man. What did we learn about him being angry and desperate to destroy the entirety of existence for revenge that's relatable? Like, to normal people, I mean. Jonathan Majors could only do so much to shield the lack of intimidation one would feel from this idiot character who would prefer to delay his overall victory by preaching to his programmed army. Like, fuck me, dude. Even all the Phase 1 villains are leagues ahead of this shit.
Hey man, this my book.
Which just about does it for the bad guys, so let's switch gears. Hope Van Dyne, the Wasp. In total, she heckled Scott as he tried to parent his wayward child. She expressed frustration that she's not getting more acknowledgement for saving the world like he is when she categorically did less than he did. She hid an insane project from her mother because she felt Janet wasn't open enough about her own trauma. She charged into the probability storm while knowing fuck all about it. She forgot Cassie existed and failed to care about Scott for near 10 minutes of him getting left behind. She shat on the one man that her mother was trying to solicit help from. She doesn't care about Cassie's unfettered public and jail-inducing use of Pimtech, and yet she's apparently doing everything she can every day to save the world. Hope was clearly sidelined in this film, which is hilarious considering the fucking title. Many have speculated it refers in actuality to the classic Wasp. Regardless, Hope is barely in the film, and what we do get of her is pretty disjointed and awful. She's incredibly awkward and at times purely dense. It's as though she only has two modes, get in the way or save the day. You have her saving her parents, shooting everyone at Krylar's, saving Scott again, but in between these moments she barely has a line of dialogue, and when she does, she's a cunt.
Strange, she never said anything about you. How is that for you, Scott? Telling her what to do.
A shame, because Evangeline Lilly is a talented actress and the character deserves far more to do in what is supposed to be one of her movies. Instead, it's becoming harder and harder to tell who she is.
All Hope does in this movie is save people's lives, I think. And it's like, you'd be like, what's the criticism? It's like, no, I mean, it's just weird. That's all she does. She doesn't say much of anything. She doesn't do much of anything.
She's a title character, and Evangeline Lilly has second billing. But she's probably the fourth or fifth most important character in the film.
I think she's less important than MODOK.
I would say, yeah, I think she's less important than MODOK and Kang as well.
She might, because if you were to actually, it'd probably be Ant-Man, then Kang, then probably Cassie or Janet. It'd be like between those two.
And then those two
and
again.
then you'd probably have MODOK. And Hank might be more important than Hope was as well.
He is.
Because of all the ants, yeah. So she's what, the seventh most of all of the characters who get billing in this film. The only person who's less important than her is Bill Murray, I think.
And so, what more can be said of a character with barely any lines and screen time?
Every time I come back for a new film, I have to figure out who she is now and how to make sure that it doesn't look like a completely different human being, like that there's a through line that you still see Hope and you feel her.
Oh, she legit has no clue what Hope Van Dyne as a character is. The MCU has neglected to give her much of any story despite her many appearances. You can even tell the actors had their own ideas for stories that could have been told.
I think she might have had little girl fantasies about what that reunion would be like. Mommy and I will tell each other everything and we'll be best of friends.
Imagine we got to see them reconnect, to see Hope help her mother reintegrate into the regular world, and for Janet to talk to her daughter about her experiences surviving the quantum realm. And then after that, they can share stories and bond about their time as the Wasp, the differences in their eras, the differences in their technology, how it feels to work alongside Hank versus Scott. It's a little bit of a shame.
I've been pestering Marvel Studios about their female characters. We're all very kick-ass, very responsible women who make sure that we keep the boys in line and we do everything perfectly. When I look around at the women in my life, there are so many other colors.
True, barring the cringe. I think it's about time they make the women more interesting instead of boring blank twats with nothing to do but be reaffirmed by other characters or the world itself, with Cassie being a special case. We'll get to her. But don't get me wrong, the men are shit too. The point here is another movie, another misfire for Hope. Better luck next time, I suppose. Which takes me to Hank, one of the most damaged characters in this unfortunate production.
I spent half my life trying to keep this technology out of the hands of a Stark.
Hank Pym, upon introduction to the MCU, is characterized very specifically.
This is not some cute technology like the Iron Man suit. This could change the texture of reality.
A genius scientist that spent his life perfecting Pym tech that he in turn used to save the world. This technology was volatile and very powerful. In the wrong hands, it could change the world forever and for the worse. Hank operated as Ant-Man for many years of his life, and during the events of the first Ant-Man film, we discover his interest in a new man to take his place. However, a question started to rise as time went on. Why not let his daughter take the role?
I'm wearing the suit.
Absolutely not.
He is
Listen
a criminal.
To me, please.
I'm your daughter.
No!
It became a huge point of contention between the characters as they tried to figure out how to approach the heist. Only Scott had already figured out why he was being asked to take on the role instead of Hank's daughter, something she hadn't quite thought about.
I'm expendable. I mean, that's why I'm in the suit and you're not. He'd rather lose this fight than lose you.
Hank has some baggage to work through, as well as being protective of all the family he had left, but the events of the story pushed him to finally explain himself.
Your mother convinced me to let her join me on my missions. There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret having said yes. She turned off her regulator and went subatomic to deactivate the bomb, and she was gone.
Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, was thought to have died by using her tech to save the world where Hank's was broken, something that has forever informed every last decision Hank makes in his life.
I was trying to protect you. I lost your mother. I didn't mean to lose you, too.
When the film closes out and Hope has performed incredibly well under all kinds of stress, saving the day with Scott, knowing that had she been given more power, things might have gone even better, Hank had a thought.
I realized you can't destroy power. All you can do is make sure that it's in the right hands.
Hope is then provided the suit. She is in her 30s at this point. She has intimate familiarity with the technology, the control of ants, the suit mechanics, the formula, the ethics of its use. She is more than competent enough, and there are few others in the entire world that could be trusted as much as her. So, why am I re-establishing all of this? Well, because this abomination opens with Hank having given a suit along with other tech to a teenager that has almost zero experience. And she's fucking around with the police, which seems to simply amuse him.
So, Cassie, did you make any new friends in the slammer this time?
Who in the fucking world is this body snatcher, and what did he do with Hank Pym? You want me to believe that Hope had to earn the suit after proving herself over a decade with all kinds of technical and physical expertise, as well as filling the role when Hank needed someone to operate jobs Scott wasn't even around for, and Cassie gets thrown it for fun? Especially when that same tech took his wife from him for 30 years. That shit is dangerous, and he's supposed to love these fucking people. As if that wasn't bad enough, Hank has very specific views on Pym Tech falling into the wrong hands.
Scott, get out of there.
Abort!
Abort now.
He's gonna lose his suit.
He's gonna lose his life.
The moment it becomes clear that the suit could be compromised, Hank immediately calls off the mission. He's not really considering that Scott's life is in danger, just that the tech could be abused. This is reflected in the sequel.
I can't believe you destroyed my suit.
What was I supposed to do?
You were supposed to not take my suit.
I don't think I need to make this point clearer, but Hank Pym is obsessively protective of his technology. He fears what might happen if the world had unfettered access.
One isn't protected by a specialized helmet. Can affect the brain's chemistry. As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula. It was too dangerous. So I hid it from the world.
Now, the tech is apparently being used for worldwide efforts to increase housing, food, and reforestation.
If you have a whole company running with it in terms of reforestation and food banks in the equivalent of, I mean, they show it later, but you take like a normal piece of food and then you expand it. That's something they're doing. You can't do that for the public consumption and on an official level without testing, without like government approval, probably. There is a government in this world, right? I think.
One assumes, yeah.
The idea that they're like, oh, we've got this experimental technology that's literally going to cure fucking hunger worldwide. It's like, wow, we might need to test that. What are the long-term effects of eating like enlarged floomp food? I don't know.
Yeah, might not be that great. Who knows?
So the idea that like nobody has this technology still and they're protecting it is like, don't even bother. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't believe
you are not Ant-Man 1. You can't get away with this anymore. You've already Hope saved the world. And it's like, okay, but by establishing that with all that tech, that means the whole world has growing and shrinking technology now. You know that, right? Which is the plot of the first film, is preventing it from getting out of Hank's hands, basically.
This means it is absolutely out in the world, the very thing they wish to prevent as part of the entire plotline in the first film.
For as long as he's alive, nobody will ever get his formula. I guess he's changed his mind. He's much more open about.
Yeah, it's pretty much
sharing that
public now.
technology.
This isn't just revealing it to the world. This is like actually applying it in like factories or whatever, I'm assuming.
I guess
Well, using it in ways that other people may well be able to like figure out how it works and create their own Pym particles.
And like, because this
Maybe.
stupid universe never cares, but it's just like, so that means like going small and going big, that's just commonplace now,
Every
right?
time, I'm sorry, every time you say Pym particles, I can't help but think that this is a prostitution magazine where a pimp is writing articles about how the business is conducted. I can't not think of that. I thought it sounds like you're saying pimp articles.
So I didn't actually see either of the previous two Ant movies. Will you remind me what the Pym particles do?
They ruin Endgame.
Yes, they do.
Besides that.
Hank would never arbitrarily let Cassie fuck around with the suit because he wants to protect her, protect the world from the tech falling into the wrong hands, and because the entire operation is dangerous regardless. And no, just because they managed to very dangerously fish Janet out of the quantum realm, it doesn't mean he would let everyone play with the suits. That process was incredibly complex, expensive, and risky. There's no guarantee, no telling what it does to a person, and Janet was a seasoned expert scientist in that very field. And there's a few other things that simply don't add up.
Wings and blasters. So I take it you didn't have that tech available for me.
No, I did.
Hank is now up to 3 movies where he hasn't significantly improved Scott's tech, nor apparently his own. There are instances in this film wherein he and others could have survived or performed better in circumstances had they been given suits as protection, or as backup to fly. You can't convince me that he is now going to toss a suit to Cassie for seemingly no reason at all, but not give himself, Janet, and Scott wings. That shit is invaluable, and we've even seen the suits act as insane armor, and it's all nanotech anyway. You can easily store them too. Look how small they are.
It was the size of an apple.
Had they not fucked around with how everything worked, this wouldn't be as significant a problem, but Scott saved the universe. It's probably time you give him wings. Then there's some other things that happen, very specifically in this film. At any moment of Hank's choosing, he could push the human race forward into the comparative technological, medical, biomechanical, and energy harnessing utopia of a Type 2 civilization. It would have the added bonus of making threats like Thanos a fart in the wind. But not only does he not do it, we have no throwaway lines or recognition of said options. He could even make use of the leftover Kang tech or the hunger-solving tech he's clearly cracked in his fucking dining room. It's such a shame to see a man characterized as so aware of the plight of the world being exacerbated by misused power, not even registering the power he has himself misused. I think it's entirely out of character that he failed to mention to Hope that he saw Darren Cross as a fucking thumb-faced baby sphere with hyper sci-fi guns.
Darren? What happened to you?
It's exceptionally weird that he doesn't care about what Hope entering the probability storm would mean. There are no warnings and no acknowledgement that it could lead to the end of the multiverse or her life. He even wants to talk about how cool socialism is when Cassie and Janet could be dying.
They could be dead!
And then there's the small-scale stuff, like not caring about his granddaughter ending up in jail. He didn't even ask why it happened. It was also sad to see him have a complete disregard for a fellow father trying to mend his relationship with his daughter when that essentially defined his life. That relationship dynamic is precisely what connects him to Scott.
Maggie was right about you.
How do you know
The way she's trying to keep you away from Cassie.
Losing his family and his only daughter in the process. Exactly your kind of guy, Hank.
Then there's odd stuff like Hank showing bitterness that Scott saved the universe. You'd think that would have earned him some kind of infinite respect, especially after what Scott did in the first Ant-Man. The fact is, he's proven a lot when it comes to his character. However, it was solid that he tried to save Janet here. And that's all I've got for compliments for the portrayal this time around. You see, Hank Pym is not only an incredibly important character in the comic source, he's had an enormous effect on the timeline as shown in the MCU. Frankly, it was weird as hell to know this man had been studying quantum mechanics his whole life, studying it intensely with the loss of his wife shadowing him, only for them to have him be mostly chill after realizing everything he thought to be true was just wrong. I believe there was an obvious and far more satisfying story to tell here. If we even somehow manage to make Cassie having the tech work, the opening scenes can have a distinctly heavy effect on him. His entire family are now stuck in the quantum realm, the one place he dreaded ever losing anyone to ever again. As if that's not enough, he now sees everything he understood about it to be turned upside down, making much of his work a waste of time, and perhaps he fails to see how they could possibly escape. This whole place is entirely different than anything we or he has ever seen, which means you've got to have him highlight that a lot of the time. This gets us to certain moments that even this film only toys with.
I don't know your ways or customs, but I assume that you have a beverage that can get me drunk.
Perhaps Hank begins to drink as they travel through this world, and by the second act he can open up to Scott that everything he knew was a lie, and despite spending his life trying to protect this world and his children, the worst has come to be. He is a failure. But it's not over.
Scott, I believe that everyone deserves a shot at redemption. Do you?
As we meet more and more characters that are power-hungry monsters, letting those around them suffer to push themselves further, we could meet a Darren Cross that can show Hank what his path not taken would have looked like.
Didn't expect to see your protege again after all
Holy shit, Darren.
Darren could claim he is this way because of Hank. Meanwhile, we would come to understand Scott would represent a man Hank actually helped to craft. Perhaps he realizes the people of this universe truly have Hank to appreciate when it came to stopping Thanos. knows that his technology and his choice to train Scott allowed all of it to take place. So he gets back on track. He figures out how to get out of the realm. His years of research weren't for nothing. He works with Scott, Janet, and Hope to get the people out and stop Kang. There is plenty of setup in the previous films if you simply look.
Why don't you wear the suit? I can't. Spend years wearing it. It took a toll on me.
When Hank visits the quantum realm in a specialized suit during Ant-Man and the Wasp, they seem to remember it should take a toll.
Recalibrating.
What if they did get a full evacuation and Kang is the only one left to stop? They can't defeat him, so they have to delay him and then sabotage the tech once they are through. But someone has to stay behind to finish the job, and Scott naturally volunteers. You even have him say his goodbyes, and you have them share a conversation that summarizes why people like Scott are so important to the world. Then, as Scott tries to get him through, Hank turns on his own original Ant-Man suit one last time. He could push Scott through and destroy the technology by sizing up and using that to fend off Kang.
There's always room to grow.
You can even keep the fact that he read Scott's book, really solidifying that both men encouraged and inspired each other to reach heroic heights they thought impossible. The toll would bring Hank down, and he would die knowing that he did everything he could to keep his family safe, that Kang is trapped, and that he got one last ride as Ant-Man.
This is your chance to earn that look in your daughter's eyes. It's not about saving our world. It's about saving theirs.
This lets you keep Paul Rudd as Ant-Man, it gives a respectful end to a legacy character, it even makes Kang more formidable in that none of them could defeat him and we know he's down there waiting to escape. An additional option here is to have Kang see Hank destroy his chances of escaping and to end his life personally. If this came after a fight, it could certainly add to his intimidation factor, at least in comparison to what we have. This also removes the weird as fuck choice to have Hank, Janet, Hope, and Cassie do nothing while Scott was being beaten to death. To be honest, I'm just surprised they've done nothing meaningful with Hank when his death has been baited now in the form of getting shot, neck punched, feigning a heart attack, and crashing a ship. They even remind the audience that he is the original Ant-Man. You had a chance to put both him and Scott in Ant-Man suits kicking ass. But oh well, maybe next time.
Saddle up, Ant-Man.
Used to be we had through lines in these stories, but now we have people who don't even understand the characters. Hank Pym is now the kind of man to clownishly comment on the ruination of his life's work while breaking almost all values he previously had until he shoves his arms down slimy quantum peen tubes. Oh, and he's fine with being cheated on, I guess?
And also I just like how he's also kind of cool with it. Like, again, Michael Douglas, Hank Pym, like he's confident in himself. You know, we all live. He's done there 30 years. He's cool with it.
Rest in peace, Hank Pym. In conclusion, the writing for his character has devolved into complete shame and embarrassment, which works as a great prompt to segue into discussing Cassie, the daughter of Scott and the lady from the other two movies. Sorry, but that's how this movie feels about her too. Cassie's parents, who raised her for many years, don't appear in the film at all. Cassie claims she was left on her own, but if they were blipped, then what happened to them when they returned? Why wouldn't they be incredibly invested in Cassie's life? Scott mentions the mother, but only briefly, and Cassie doesn't seem to care about either of them.
And then the last part that's really important. You may never see your mum again. Like, she's still on Earth. We don't know if we're traveling like 1,000 million years per second or some shit here. He's appealing to the idea. It's like, you remember this happened to me and it stole the most important years of my life from you? Like, you from me? I'm trying to get you back to your mum, as well as all these other things. And then she just says,
Can you imagine?
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
Fuck off.
Fuck
you.
What if you lost it?
I didn't lose the suit.
This is made especially strange with Cassie being processed in jail. How did she even end up in jail? How did she manage to fail escaping the police with an ant suit? And if she was caught, how didn't they take it off her? And why didn't she call Scott? Her reason before was that he would overreact.
Why didn't you call me?
Because I knew you'd be like this.
If that's the case, why call him this time? But hey, a lot of that was from the previous films, and the lads who made this didn't watch those. I don't even think the man who directed them did. Cassie is now a quantum genius since we last saw her, and even before then. She's been reading quantum stuff through quantum notes left by Quantum Hank.
What do the notes look like? Do the notes build up a basic understanding of like physics and then build it up from there?
Yeah.
So if you handed me a bunch of notes from like a Nobel-winning physicist on like quantum mechanics, what am I meant to do with that? Like, okay,
it's got all the steps along the way.
Yeah,
At the beginning, it's got like basic mathematics, addition and then
He's
subtraction.
like, just in case somebody who isn't me reads this, just so that you have the building blocks of physics, so that you can build up your knowledge from here.
Yeah,
it's like
it gets into multiplication.
It's
like
a high
okay,
school
things get more
textbook. It just provides
complex.
you all of that. Yeah.
Oh, then division. Okay, things are starting to get a little bit
It's
difficult,
like
but we got this. We got this
like
division.
if
All right.
you handed like a 10-year-old like a book for arithmetic, it's like, well,
She was 11.
Like,
She created a quantum portal-producing telescope to the shock of pretty much everyone in the story, despite just how near impossible it would be to produce even the Hubble telescope in that basement, which is referenced for capability when in actual fact the Hubble telescope is closer to a set of binoculars compared to what she's pulled off here. Her achievements include hacking into Kang's control room, overriding his systems, and she has quite an amazing bit of competency with the suit. All of this familiarity and all they had Hank say he contributed was pointers.
We gave her some pointers.
Silence, old. Can you imagine what kind of insane information-stuffed cosmic pointers must have been given to skyrocket her ahead of Hank in competency in what seems like 1 year of even knowing him? I don't even know why she had Hank's notes, or how she gained so much interest when she had no idea Scott was stuck in the quantum realm. She doesn't recognize that Kang is talking about the end of the world, nor does she inspect anything about it. She doesn't use her suit to save herself when falling in, nor does she use it when MODOK fires a barrage. She doesn't instinctively go to save her father even though she was pushed through the portal and he's simply missing. She apparently finished the device that can map out the quantum realm and open portals directly to it, yet she stopped working on it or testing it to go fuck with the police and have some dinner? Really? We discover that Cassie believes she can help the homeless find homes by shrinking cop cars instead of using petitions, contacting local governments, organizing shelters, or perhaps much more reasonably, asking Hope to assist using her currently booming company that focuses on homelessness as one of the key problems she's trying to solve.
She saves it every day.
Cassie attacking a situation like the homelessness problem or the civil war in the quantum realm is seen as nothing but virtuous, despite both situations being made worse by her choices. The police are not going to approach the situation with less aggression after having vehicles destroyed, and her presence alone got many people killed in the settlement, according to Tryhard at least.
You led them straight.
Shut the fuck. Cassie's desire to charge into a complicated political conflict regarding histories and cultures she has no awareness of isn't condemned in the film. It is celebrated. She even shames her father for suggesting patience and concern for her loved ones. This is some next level incompetent writing. Even the creators realize during the audio commentary that we have no fucking clue what will happen next. That the heroes did nothing to even have a remote understanding of the political situation or the power vacuum. But fuck it, these guys win now.
There they are, freedom fighters from all over the quantum realm.
Also, Scott doesn't know too much about these guys. Hopefully they're good people.
Yeah.
Hopefully he hasn't ushered in a new regime.
At least you considered it at the point of recording the audio commentary. Right on time. In any case, a lot of it makes you wonder just how much of this is for show on Cassie's part. How much of it is for power. She doesn't at any point try to use the power Hope, Scott, and Hank have to create housing or rescue people. She will always, and without fail, encourage destruction. When we get to the end of the film, she should be pleading with every other character to utilize the ant tech to save the world. Even Kang's tech could be used this way. But ultimately, even Pym tech would be enough. Why isn't Cassie pushing for the suits to be given to good people everywhere? To battle injustice? Why isn't she pushing for Hope to be superheroing just like Scott? She would recognize that there are plenty of people at the company that can do Hope's job, but there are very few people with the opportunity Hope has to help people in a more vigilante way. If Cassie were consistent, she'd be complaining about Hope as well. But then again, Cassie is much more invested in exercising her own power, which leads me to ask, why is it all framed as Scott's failing and Cassie's virtue. Well, the sad fact is, Cassie doesn't understand her father anymore. Where she used to see a hero, despite others seeing a criminal, she now sees a lazy, selfish man, despite, of course, him having recently saved the universe. It becomes clear that Cassie doesn't understand what it means to inspire people through writing a book all about action and overcoming fear, which is a shame because her greatest inspirations came from that exact same man. Does she take the same issues with hope as she does with her father, I wonder? Well, of course not.
She saves it every day.
Maybe she gets off scot-free because of this. Only she's not scot-free. Scott is clearly a part of it, a part of the company, and a part of Hope's support system. I mean, hell, it would be weird if he weren't. Yet Hope is in the clear, I suppose. Or, like the writers, the characters forgot she existed. Regardless, back to Cassie, she will use Scott's disappearances against him as guilt fodder when the first was in aid of getting people their money back, and the second was being trapped in the quantum realm. Cassie ripping into Scott for not doing enough isn't just frustrating, it's gross. A complete misunderstanding of the girl in both prior films. Honestly, it's amazing that the advice she gives to MODOK is to stop being a dick when she acted like one for the majority of the story without consequence. She gets nothing from the entire film regarding her overinflated ego, her bull-headed approach to all situations, and her demand that she knows best.
As her dad tries to tell her, it's not just about thinking you can change the world. You really have to do it. Do you really have what it takes?
No, none of that was in the film. I would have loved a scene where Scott explains to Cassie that changing the world requires a lot and she may not have what it takes. She's incredibly naive, but the film seems to be completely unaware. Even the speech to convince everyone to kill themselves fell so flat you'd wonder why they would have chosen her to give it. Though perhaps it isn't fair to say that with how shoddily it was written.
Like, all we do is just lose.
For those who don't know, Andor, a Disney Star Wars season of television, came out semi-recently and showed the world what you can make when you don't shit yourself so hard you drown. During that show, a speech is delivered to encourage a group of people to take up arms and defeat their oppressors. Much like Ant-Man, the scene is a significant payoff and has great implications on the plotline. As was mentioned, Cassie makes appeals to the many who have died and simply says, yes, we lose a lot, but we should fight more now because the little guy.
We need to look out for the little guy.
The little guy needs you, and surely Kang can't take all of us when he absolutely can. It was a disaster. Meanwhile, by comparison, Andor did phenomenal work that was boosted by the incredible performance by Andy Serkis, a man who was absolutely wasted as Snoke. At least this functions as a form of apology. Of course, the scene is great, but I can't put this enormous Ant-Man breakdown on hold in order to talk about it. It might fuck up the pacing, and it would have basically nothing to do with the points I'm making outside of showing how to do something similar but better, and really it would be entirely unconventional. Hey, Premiere Chat, what do you think? I mean, I always stick to the assumed rules of video making. I ain't randomly gonna do some kind of comprehensive breakdown of Kino Loy's speech in Andor Season 1, Episode 10. And now for a comprehensive breakdown of Kino Loy's speech in Andor Season 1, Episode 10. During the events of Andor, Cassian ends up in an Empire prison system that operates by making inmates compete to complete the most components for a space station. Each day, the team with the least completed is punished. The punishment comes in the form of the greatest tool the guards have at their disposal in the entire system, a floor that, when activated, will electrocute anyone touching it. The guards have protective boots and no need for additional weaponry or personnel beyond what is required to maintain the system. Andy Serkis plays Kino Loy, the 5-2D manager.
The 49 men in this room answer to me. It's a 12-hour shift.
A man distinctively bound to the system to the point of promoting it passionately.
You play against all the other tables in this room. I play against all the other rooms. Play.
He understands the system and takes part in belief that it will eventually provide him his release.
I have 249 days left of my sentence. Losing hope, your mind, keep it yourself. Don't ever slow up my line.
The man is so hell-bent on the efficiency of his room that he seems callous and cold when it comes to more human moments between other inmates.
It's nothing. Someone didn't load in, they are counting.
So they cut the power?
What do you think's happening?
When the system begins to show all kinds of cracks and holes, he tries to remain resilient. It's only when Olaf, an inmate with just 40 shifts left, has a stroke that Kino understands something.
Look at me, brother. His name is Olaf. I don't want to know his name.
He's had a massive stroke.
You want to keep your men in line.
What do you mean? Keep my men in line. What happened down on 2?
The man sent to deal with Olaf begins to talk about an event on level 2 where every inmate was killed.
A man who was just released on 4 ended up back on 2 the next day. Well, got out on the floor and then they killed them all.
A simple error in logistics reveals to the entire prison that the system is corrupt. The sentences are arbitrary as they do not relate to a count of remaining days. The men here who are set to work until they die.
No one's getting out, are they? Not now. Not after this.
After that, a prison escape is organized by taking note of the guards, their shift, the system holding the inmates in place, and the way people are replaced when dead. Once the system that keeps the floor electrified is damaged, the tables turn. As they're escaping, Cassian realizes they need to alert the rest of the prison, inform everyone of the reality of the situation, and encourage them to get out.
Tell him what to do.
And so, we arrive at the speech he has to give. The speech that will make or break so many lives. A feat he is far from ready to achieve, but must achieve for the sake of his men.
Come on, Kino. You do this every day. Tell him what to do.
He begins by introducing himself and the role he plays in this system.
My name is Kino Loy. I'm the day shift manager on level 5. I'm speaking to you from the command center.
It's important to let those who do recognize his voice and station that he is in the command center, and that's why they can hear his voice at all. But for those who don't know him, it's good to reassure them that he is one of them.
We are, at this moment, in control of the facility.
Is that the best you got?
Kino is terrified here because the entire system has been brought down around him, and before he can properly process that, he needs to be the man that can get everyone else in the right state of mind to escape with him. And he's low on time. He has to say what they need to hear.
All the floors are cold. Get out of your cells. Take charge. And start climbing.
This is the, pragmatically speaking, useful information. You are free. Leave now. The primary way in which they control you is encouraging you to simply not take action. But of course, despite being useful information, you need more.
They don't have enough guards, and they know it. If we wait until they figure that out, it'll be too late.
Fundamentally, the guards are still here and they can still take action themselves. If only a few inmates try to escape, it may prevent anyone from escaping. This is distinctly different than in Quantumania because the Empire forces stationed here do not have the capacity to stop every inmate.
And I would rather die trying to take them down than giving them what they want.
Now we start to move to motive. If self-preservation isn't enough, this is an opportunity to strike back. It's a chance to take from your captors the one thing they wanted from you. What makes this even more meaningful is that Cassian was the one to say this to Kino.
I'd rather die trying to take them down than die giving them what they want.
Cassian begins to see the inspiration and the difference he's made. This will prove very important for his journey going forward.
We know they fried 100 men on level 2.
This information would not only scare inmates into believing they could be next, it begins to expose how the system has cheated these men.
We know that they are making up our sentences as we go along. We know that no one outside here knows what's happening.
The sentences mean nothing. The outside world doesn't even know it's happening, and so they can't help. This means the truth is dependent on these men escaping and letting the world know.
When they say we are being released, we are being transferred to some other prison to go and die.
If they needed any more convincing of the rot in the system, this would be it.
And that ends today.
The men who are at the end of their sentences don't even get to live, let alone be free. Assuming, of course, they don't get cycled into other prisons.
There is one way out. Right now. The building is ours.
And now the speech starts to get very invigorating, in no small part due to Andy Serkis and his incredible talent as an actor.
You need to run, climb, kill. You need to help each other.
There's something so important about a speech like this in terms of directing power. Kino recognizes the absolute necessity of killing your would-be murderers and anyone else who might maintain this nightmare. However, there are countless scared or wounded inmates that need help.
You see someone who's confused, someone who's lost, you get them moving and you keep them moving until we put this place behind us.
He's made sure to create an us versus them. The strength of this escape is almost entirely contingent on everyone working together. Everyone realizing that the way oppression is strengthened is through division. They must unite. And so brings in one of the most meaningful moments in the speech.
If we can fight half as hard as we've been working, we will be home in no time.
Kino's voice begins to break as he encourages everyone to use the strength previously forced into this operation to now facilitate their escape and reach home. The recognition that they all simply want to go home. They've fought hard every single day to simply stay alive in a meat grinder. Many were worked to death, and he knows that everyone here has experienced the same pain. And now that strength can finally be used to get them out. Something he seemingly has trouble even believing as he says it.
If we can fight half as hard as we've been working, we will be home in no time.
Again, the performance is phenomenal. You wonder what they were thinking having talent like that forced to play a zombie clown. Regardless, the speech closes with one message repeated again and again. The scene ends with the prisoners escaping the facility en masse, creating the imagery of a bleeding empire. The speech essentially accomplished everything it could. It covered all forms of basic information to explain why they should leave, how they should leave, the weakness of the organization, not to mention the strength in their number, and the escape being so absolutely within their grasp. He appealed to their desire for freedom, and he splayed out the horrors of the history in this facility. And this is just one of as many as 3 incredible speeches in Andor, all regarding the toppling of oppressive systems and the power of the people. Meanwhile, as I said, Cassie amounts to saying these guys can come kill themselves because it might work when she had no reason to think so. In actuality, it was the ants that saved everyone, and she had no knowledge of them at all, and even they were late. The truth is, from what we can gather, she called in an army of bodies to facilitate her own escape. The writers would never have intended it that way, but that's what happens when you are this incompetent. It becomes clear they had new intentions for Cassie, and you can see it down to the smallest reactions, like when she sees MODOK dying in front of her after his sacrifice. She makes a relatively disgusted face when you could have banked on her previous example of never judging a book by its cover with her father, all the way down to the reaction she had to the unconventional bunny gift Scott bought for her in the first movie.
You are my bestest friend.
What is that thing?
He's so ugly. I love him.
Imagine she was the only one who saw straight through Darren's current form and thanked him for what he did, even telling her family that he came through. When Scott sets down the ugly and horrible tasting cake, you could have had her repeat the line considering it is her birthday, just like it was for the bunny in the first movie. But opportunities like that will be missed because this is not the same girl. There's nothing left of her from the first 2 movies. Cassie's not only been broken, plenty of great payoffs were sitting right there and the writers missed them completely.
I know how to take care of myself, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty good at it by now.
Something that feels like an unfortunate reality yet unaddressed issue of the first film is Scott's inability to maintain a job due to prejudice on his history, resulting in a lack of ability to see Cassie as per his ex-wife's request. This is something she put in place despite the fact she knew it was a non-violent crime and he did it to help other people. He served his time and he's now trying to fix up his life, and she's locked off the ability for him to see his daughter. You might say she's a cunt. Now, Cassie knows all of this. She even uses the event that jailed her father to praise his character. Yet she never showed any resentment to her mother for having kept her father away from her due to that criminal history preventing him from getting a job. The same criminal history that Cassie counts among her father's heroic acts. There is plenty to work with there, but I don't know that the writers are even aware of it. Instead, we ended up with this.
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
To then conclude on that whole section, Quantumania is embarrassing, Cassie is an awful character, go watch Andor. But for now, let's talk about Janet Van Dyne.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer's Unforgiven.
Janet Van Dyne, seen there in this wide shot. We wanted to have a feel kind of reminiscent of Unforgiven. The Clint Eastwood movie.
How fucking dare you? So Janet fell into the quantum realm through shrinking indefinitely. This is something we saw Scott escape from by putting one of the Pimtech grower things into his regulator. A move we see Cassie do, and that only grows her by about 4 sizes, or whatever that should grow her by thousands and thousands of sizes. Fuck, that came to mind like right this moment. Anyway, apparently all Janet needed to do to not be alone to reach this civilization was to fall off this cliffside, thus escaping the subatomica by falling into the quantum realm? Bear with me, this is difficult to understand. The thing I'm looking to highlight here is that we assume the quantum scientist, the hyper-talented Janet, did not have those shrinky-dinklers. Otherwise, when she fell into the void the same way Scott did, she would obviously have tried putting one of those in her regulator. You see, she not only understands how the tech works far better than Scott, as she would have had a hand in building it, she would obviously choose to do something like that before spending eternity in the void, which would have been her options at the time. She must not have, because she simply didn't have that tech on her. Only now we know she absolutely did, as confirmed by this movie, specifically the enlargers. But I guess she didn't use them, for reasons. It's also just incredible that she made it to the subatomica and didn't simply die. That's just how it works? We never actually got anything on that.
We should be dead.
Why aren't we?
I don't know.
I don't even get how she had a sci-fi gun. Like how? You land after you somehow stopped shrinking and then you managed to make a gun? What resources did you have here? It looks like an oily wasteland with a puddle. We don't get any reason she's not wearing a suit. Again, the armor alone would be worth it. And it's all nanotech anyway because lazy. Then there's this whole bizarre rewrite where Janet is now entirely anti-quantum realm research. Something they struggle to slip in between now and the last time we saw her in the franchise. You see, she was collecting quantum energy from the quantum realm with Quantum, Scott, Hank, and Hope specifically because someone needed it.
Make sure you stay out of the tardigrade fields. They're cute, but they'll eat you. And don't get sucked into a time vortex. We won't be able to save you.
You guys think she seems standoffish about the quantum realm here? That she's so distant about the topic she can't even broach the discussion of the quantum anything?
The last movie, they successfully rescue Mom from the quantum realm. And the idea that Hope had all these, notions of, I'm going to finally get to know my mom. We're going to trade stories. I'm going to find out what her life is like. I'm going to tell her about mine. Maybe she has some advice about being a hero. But what if Mom is putting up a wall and maybe not willing to talk about her life?
Yeah, that doesn't feel out of character at all.
There was a closed off part of her that Hope couldn't reach, and it hurts.
Yeah, ain't that interesting, that she develops a whole characteristic that should have been present yet wasn't. Even the actors are desperately trying to compensate for that in real time.
What we don't see between the last film and this one is that she wasn't so open.
Not to mention that considering she's against basically any involvement in the quantum realm whatsoever, Janet should have reacted way faster to any information regarding it. Of course, had she reacted faster, the whole movie never would have happened. And so, what was this secret information, this great reality that she kept from everyone? Well, it's just a little thing that's happening called Kang the Conqueror, a man who wants to, and has the power to, destroy the multiverse, and is sitting in the quantum realm, waiting for a chance to repair his multiversal ship to then enact the plan. He's vicious, furious, has no patience for any other life than his own. Oh, and he personally hates Janet.
Oh, wait. There's a lot more.
Oh yeah, there's a civilization's worth of people down in the quantum realm, all under his boot, being tortured or persuaded to do his bidding. People who are absolutely innocent and trying to live their own lives.
Wait, there's more.
Oh yeah, there are technological advancements down in the quantum realm that if brought to the surface could radically alter our understanding of science forever. Saving countless lives.
But wait, there's more!
Oh right, yeah, the mere existence of these people, this world, and everything that comes with it changes our understanding of biology and history forever.
But wait! There's more!
Oh, right, of course. Janet decided that nobody needed to hear about any of this compared to the cost of being able to live a chill life in a beach house with her daughter.
I spent 30 years down there.
I want to live right now.
It gets to the point where you can only conclude she didn't tell anyone in order to have fun in her life. That even thinking about it upsets her and she just wants to eat pizza. It's some fucking abhorrent character writing. Even Michelle Pfeiffer doesn't buy it.
Janet has been very quiet about her time in the quantum realm. Maybe would have made different choices.
There is no excuse, and it piles on some incredibly noxious traits to Janet's character that previously had no basis. She even tries to appeal to people's safety as though they were made more secure by not dealing with the genocidal basement clown. However, if she simply wanted to forget, then I am more so sympathetic to Krylar than I am Janet.
It's a secret universe beneath ours.
Yeah, but it's only a secret because you made it that way, Janet. And as if it matters at this point, she did have some other bits of damage piled on, like being absolutely fine with her granddaughter fucking around with the police while using PIM tech, or how she didn't help Scott in the finale like everyone else, or how she temporarily drops saving the world to run for what may be miles to see if Hank is okay. Hope and Scott could be dead right over there. The world is ending. Whatever. She didn't say shit when sending Hope to what would likely be her death in the probability storm. She didn't explain anything about the weird not clones. She fell completely out of character by demanding that they even shrink the core. And then, despite being the most familiar and the most prepared, she had no useful plans at any point in this movie until she just moved to the control center. Assisted, of course, by being not killed about 1,000 times, and then she just opens the portal. You even get some bizarre dialogue in retrospect.
You were a freedom fighter?
Or terrorist, depends on who you ask.
Depends on who you... It's the entire realm versus Kang, MODOK, and robots. Also Bill Murray, I guess. She's treating this as though there was some debate taking place about her operation when it was everyone versus guy who wants to repair his ship and get out. Depends on who you ask. I'm not even sure Kang would say Janet is a terrorist. I mean, rather than an idiot who's getting in the way of him repairing his ship. And why say this at all? Do you want to confuse Hank and Hope despite how fucking confused they already would be? Wait, hang on. Why didn't Janet say anything about MODOK to anyone? Wouldn't he have been down in the quantum realm for several years before Janet left? Here's a question. Why didn't she say anything about quantum tech becoming commonplace? We've got full-on industries running worldwide since we last saw the team. Should she not be absolutely terrified that everyone is getting closer to the quantum realm? With how they're trying to sell this new Janet, that should be happening.
If shrinking and growing things is common enough that they've got like a whole industry going for like reforestation,
you bet they do.
then why aren't the cops like, oh, you shrunk my car, you're staying in jail?
Yeah, that's destruction of property. It's you've rendered a cop car useless until
shrinking and growing things is such a big industry. Surely they'll be like, wow, you shrunk a car. That's inconvenient. We'll have to grow it back again
with our technology.
What happens if you throw one of those things in a car and someone's in it? Does it just crush the person? Like,
well, they get small as well, right? I would imagine.
I think so. Like it works with the suits, right?
Janet Van Dyne takes a lot of screen time in this movie. The theory being that she kind of absorbed a lot of Hope's potential. She ends up making most decisions, she holds most of the cards, she has a direct connection with the villain and sorts out their exit while having all the history here. This is unfortunate considering how horribly she's been assassinated. They knew from the moment they pursued this storyline that she was going to have to be sacrificed, but I doubt they foresaw just how much damage they were dealing. Janet is pure nonsense at this point, and that's a shame since Michelle Pfeiffer is pretty damn great. And with that, we have one lad left to discuss.
Scott Lang.
Scott started out in good old Ant-Man as a guy who wanted to do what's right by his fellow man while being a good dad to his daughter. He worked for a company that screwed over its customers, and he got overzealous in pursuing his own personal brand of justice on their behalf. After serving his time, he had a very specific goal.
No, I'm serious, man. I'm not going back. I got a daughter to take care of.
I love her so much. I've missed so much time, and I want to be a part of her life.
Unfortunately, his dragon of an ex tells him he has to provide payments for child support and maintain a job before he can see his daughter. This is especially rough, being that ex-cons often have a lot of trouble finding a job, let alone keeping one. Despite Scott's efforts, he hits a form of rock bottom and considers more unconventional means to make money.
The moment things get hard, you turn right back to crime. If you can help me, I promise I can help you be with your daughter again.
And so, in order to reach his daughter, he takes on a job that gives him an opportunity to do so much more than he ever thought possible. Scott Lang was already a good man, and to be fair, a rather heroic man. He just needed a chance to focus his talents and his drive. The film also takes a moment to make sure we understand the stakes of shrinking indefinitely.
As you shrink for all eternity, everything that you know and love, gone forever.
And by the end of the first film, to save his daughter, he makes a choice.
I love you, Cassie.
A sacrifice that he fully understands, that matches his more reckless attitudes, but primarily shows us what kind of a man he is. The second film has him chasing Hank and Hope's new plotline, trying to get back in their good graces after the incident at the airport. He has to make choices in the story that tear him between Cassie, his house arrest, Hank, Hope, and his hero life in general. It's one of the most forgettable films in the MCU, and every scene with Ghost has been surgically removed from everyone's minds while they slept. However, Scott is still who you know him to be, even if he's the butt of everyone's jokes throughout the movie. When we reach this film, we discover Scott wanted to write a book chronicling his adventures and mission to save the universe. Now, I don't know if Scott would want to write a book, I'm not sure he's that kind of guy, but I don't know what it means to be the kind of guy that saves a universe. I imagine that has quite the effect. And from what we hear, it does sound like it's written in a way Scott would write it.
All I could think was, how did the Hulk turn me into a baby? Will I be a baby forever? Am I the Hulk's baby?
What I do take issue with is this strange goal of painting Scott in an almost narcissistic light.
Dad, are you listening to your own book?
Everybody's got to save the world.
How is that for you, Scott? You should write a book about it.
Big, I shrink, but I wrote a book about it, actually.
This is already so odd because Scott is not Tony Stark or Stephen Strange. He doesn't have much of an ego at all. Sure, he often pokes fun of everyone in the room, but after he's done the same to himself.
Oh, God.
You gotta lock your doors. I mean, really. There's some weird folks in this neighborhood.
Do you think this is a joke?
Your fiance is an asshat.
He's not an asshat.
Hey, watch your language, okay?
Oh, what language?
Give me
It
a
said
minute.
hat.
And Pym always said you never can trust a Stark.
Who are you?
Come on, man.
I ruined the moment, didn't I?
Yes, you did, yes.
I'm gonna make some tea.
The man just wants to spend time with his daughter. What he needs to do in order to reach that goal is his primary concern, and it led him to saving the world. Something of an underlying motivation he always had, inspired by other heroes, knowing people, just like him, need help. So the idea that they're all ripping into him for not doing enough, for being up his own arse about his own hero work, feels distinctly out of character. And then there's Cassie, a girl he wanted to protect above all else.
I'd be a great partner.
Oh, Peanut. And if I let you, I would be a terrible dad.
He's now skipped from being very protective to being fully on board with her doing some of the most dangerous forms of using Pym tech as long as she's supervised.
You know, I promised your mom that you would only use this stuff when one of us was around.
But that barely lines up as he is surprised to learn she has her own suit. She's shrinking cop cars for fun, and she's working with Hank and Hope to create revolutionary quantum technology. He barely raises the issue with this. Instead, he's distracted with the quantum bullshit. Scott cherishes Cassie more than anything. There's no way he would condone her fucking with the cops in an Ant-Man suit because she could end up just like her dad with a life she regrets in jail. Precisely what separated them in the first place. He should be furious. What's so strange is that he's characterized in previous films as being very invested in Cassie, on top of this film claiming that he's actively put time aside for her. Despite that, he knows nothing about how she spends most of her time. The implication, of course, being he isn't spending time with her and is instead spending most of his time with the book tour. What's more likely, however, is that he wouldn't make this mistake since she is the primary motivation for his many decisions in these films. He's lost so much time with her it created one of the few excellent scenes in Endgame, meaning this is a failure in characterization again, and it goes even further.
And Scott, for all the great things he's done, maybe he's coasting a little bit. Maybe
He's resting on his laurels. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Why does everyone essentially condemn this book when it's possibly one of the most inspirational things he could do outside of more normal hero work and saving the universe, both of which he has done recently? The scene we see him reading his book shows him inspiring everyone. Who would have thought that writing has that kind of power? The people who wrote this seem to recognize it and then shit all over him for it. Perhaps they don't believe in their own work that much either.
Writing it as he goes along.
It becomes even more hilarious knowing that Paul Rudd seems to have a stronger grasp on what's actually happening in this opening than the writer-director combo do.
Scott is able to take a breath and sit back and spend some time with his daughter and enjoy just being present in his own life.
So, we have him starting out being chastised for a good act by someone who had a better understanding of her father when she was 6, on top of him knowing very little of his daughter's life despite being entirely invested in it and making nothing but time for it. As far as we know, he's had more than a year to spare. But that's not even the worst of it. Scott has apparently, unfortunately, developed into a person who believes everything is fine as long as you aren't experiencing problems. That he doesn't see any problems to solve as long as they don't affect him.
You just don't care. Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening.
This is particularly annoying when looking at Scott's history.
They were overcharging the customers, right? And it added up to millions. He blows the whistle and he gets fired.
Scott's core crime, his first act in this retarded universe of movies that we know of, was to make many other people's problems his own.
And what does he do? He hacks into the security system and transfers millions back to the people that they stole it from.
You can't tell me that the man who earned himself prison time to benefit everyone but himself is a man who does not appreciate he can help people even when the problem is not happening to him. But it doesn't stop there. The issues with Cross were in aid of reaching his daughter, sure, but he still needed to stop an arms race that could engulf the world. What he did in Civil War was absolutely to help people in need that didn't affect him whatsoever. Cassie mentions these moments of his life as though they were who he was. That he no longer operates that way, and that's what he needs to learn. But when was this something he lost? Why did they force this idea on a character that has an extensive pattern of making other people's problems his own? And the greatest irony is that this book is clearly not for money, nor is it for notoriety, considering he's already the most famous man on Earth, or one of them anyway. The book is going to help people. He wants to inspire people. The idea that by the end of the film, thanks to Cassie, Scott learns to continue helping people even when he's okay is absurd. He always did, and that's precisely the trait Cassie saw in him. It's part of what makes their relationship so meaningful.
At least we're trying to do something that matters.
They absolutely gutted the relationship between Scott and Cassie from previous films in this story for no reason at all. And despite Rudd's best efforts, the chemistry between these two is non-existent.
I know how to do it, Dad.
Oh, do you?
Yes!
Really? Because it didn't look like it from my end.
I messed up on the timing.
Though to be fair, how can we truly know they even film together these days? There were plenty of options for stories to tell with a grown-up Cassie alongside her father. When you check out some of the interviews, it's clear they believe they did tell a different story.
He's accidentally brought his daughter into this world with him now. Now he sees like, oh man, I can't really play this as loose as I usually do.
Scott doesn't play loose with his various heroic endeavors. He's simply friendly and relaxed a lot of the time, much like he is throughout this movie too. Secondly, Cassie did not get brought into this world by Scott. It was Hank that kitted her out, and MODOK was the one that dragged her into the quantum realm. Unless you mean that none of this would have happened if she wasn't related to Scott, in which case, that's boring as fuck.
The daughter of Scott Lang grows up to be funny, and grows up to be a bright, optimistic person in the way that Scott Lang is.
So that's interesting. Cassie Lang is actually staggeringly pessimistic. She sees the book and Scott's attempt to be with her as selfish. She can't see any other solutions than her own. She believes she should lie to her father to avoid the negative of him knowing more about her. The story you're describing is not the story you wrote.
But ultimately it's window dressing to the story about a father and his daughter reconnecting.
Again, no, there's no addressing of the core issues between them in the whole movie. Those get swept to the side after some platitudes and trauma bonding. Not to mention there was no reason for these core issues to exist. We were supposed to believe that 1, Cassie lost faith in her dad as a hero now that he isn't doing much world saving, and 2, that Scott isn't paying much attention to the life she's living, causing a rift between them. Only they made the reason he's not doing as much superhero work that he wants to be with her. He wants to be her father. Why would that disconnect them? And this premise forces Cassie to be the kind of character who thinks writing a book is only the act of a narcissist, supported thoroughly by the movie.
You should write a book about it.
On a similar note, Scott and Hope's relationship is almost non-existent in this movie, reminding you that it's even a thing right at the end.
There's not a lot of conflict between Scott and Hope in this movie, which I thought was kind of nice. Because, like, there's that natural instinct, like, oh, maybe they're going through a breakup, or maybe there's, wedding bells. Like, no, like...
The Scott-Hope arc, which has played out over 3 movies, is there's been a lot of things coming between them throughout the movies. And we wanted to get to the 3rd act here where we just came out and said they need each other.
Yeah, it's just them.
They're a partnership.
Oh, they didn't have anything for them to do, so they just didn't do anything. Cool. Anyway, Scott takes no issue with Hank going behind his back to teach, suit up, and use Cassie for every quantum issue he has interest in, even if Hank's partial goal was to facilitate Scott and Cassie rebuilding their relationship as a parallel with his own daughter. The end is so disjointed and clearly reshot that Scott is panicking that Cassie is safe back home because the portal was originally not supposed to open back up.
Where is she?
No,
Where is she?
she's okay. She's okay. She's okay. Scott,
She's
they're all okay.
safe.
They're all okay. You did it.
And then it just opens back up, and it comes across as though they knew that was gonna happen.
Let's go.
Home's good.
Honestly, the whole scene is bizarre. But for a quickfire round, he could have gone big to smash the hell out of the Jelly Son. He could have done the same to MODOK. He didn't use his primary fucking powers on Kang before he ended up losing them so they could do their fisticuffs. He felt no need to tell Hope about Darren literally being alive and a fuck-off weaponized thumb head.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. But no, you just had to blow it up.
He didn't get any weaponry or vehicles from the ants. He just waited for their slow asses to turn up and win the day for them. Like, they would have just died if the ants were a little late or if the backup army didn't show up. Scott doesn't even pay attention to what Kang is saying. There's no interest in discovering more about the end of the world. And the movie had the balls to say you shouldn't look the other way, only to have Scott finish the story by looking the other way. Scott is a mishmash of fuckery in this movie.
Kang's gone. You did it. Don't have to worry about that guy anymore.
Just like their approach with Hank and Janet, the characterization of Scott is absolutely akin to a square peg being shoved into a circular hole. He is being pulled left, right, and center depending on what the writers want the other characters to criticize him for. He is not the right character for the flaws they want him to have, yet he is saddled with them regardless. Scott says he will rise to the call if needed, but that he is a father first. The film takes him to task for this, and I am continuously baffled by it, especially when the entire multiverse has been put in serious jeopardy by Janet just because she wants to be a mother. The only criticism she receives is from herself, and for a brief moment. Scott gets to have his whole family rip into his character and his actions, only for him to be like, oh boy, what a cool quantum thing you guys got. The man saved the fucking universe. Let him raise his daughter.
And what do you do now? Sign books?
Fuck off, Cassie. At least he joked about his many times having ended up in prison. That was fun, and they managed to remember at least one thing about this relationship.
Peanuts!
Oh! Oh, Peanut. Oh. I love you, Peanut.
I love you too.
Which concludes the character assessment. The short version being, they fucked up. Janet, Kang, Hank, and Scott all have serious damage. They've been torn to shreds for this story to be told. Cassie is desperately in need of help. She's absolutely lost her mind, and Hope is barely in the film, and yet she's still wonky as fuck too, leaving Krylar and MODOK as the few pieces of praise I can give, and even those seem accidental while being encrusted with criticisms. Bringing us to theme. What did this film have to say? Well, let's see what the director said.
This movie thematically really is kind of exploring the secrets within families and the things that family members don't tell the others.
Okay, that's like the beginning of something. What did we learn when it comes to keeping secrets in a family?
At the beginning of the movie, Cassie's doing stuff that Scott doesn't know about. Janet Van Dyne has some secrets that they haven't shared.
And that's it. The featurette doesn't continue talking about the thematic meaning behind secrets being kept by different characters or what anyone can learn from it. I guess the director noticed that two people have secrets, one for about 5 minutes, and he thought that was a pattern and therefore a theme. Ugh, what else we got?
I know socialism is a charged word.
I got political commentary. I do love this logic. His wife's been kidnapped, they've been almost beaten to death, but he really is going on this ant tear.
And I love the idea of hitting the socialism thing. Is we talked about, ants and ant behavior. If you read any of the, E.O. Wilson writings about.
Yeah. There's a lot to learn.
Again, it shows the power of ants.
Socialism. Oh, yes. Political themes, big message there.
Jesus Christ, the presence of politics or war does not mean you have political themes in your story. Who on planet fucking Earth will say, man, I sure did learn a lot about the values of varied political systems, how they compare and contrast, what it takes to create revolutionary events, and who will ultimately be created or destroyed by them before they can create or subdue political change.
Big message there.
Fuck off, you said nothing, and you couldn't even be remotely funny with any of it.
I've worked ever so hard.
Sorry, Lisa, but giving everyone an equal part when they're clearly not equal is called what again, class?
Communism!
Here's Eastern Europe's favorite cat and mouse team, Worker and Parasite. The hell was that?
Hello, I'm an electric car. I can't go very fast or very far. And if you drive me, people will think you're gay.
You want political themes explored within a context of a sci-fi universe complete with some crazy fun action and aliens that's relatively new? Well, Andor is right there.
Make mistakes. Take chances.
Just because he got fired from Baskin-Robbins, this cycle of events spun out, but look how great his life turned out because of all those things. So there's a lesson to the kids out there,
Yeah, it's okay to mess up.
Yeah.
So that scene is him literally saying he didn't mess her up, implying that not messing up is the most important, but let's re-the-fuck-wind here. The director of Ant-Man and the writer of Quantumania just said that Scott messed up when he lost his job with Baskin-Robbins.
Yeah, it's okay to mess up.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember why he lost that job?
No one would hire me.
Breaking and entering, grand larceny, can't really keep you on.
Dale, look, it wasn't a violent crime. I mean, I'm a good worker.
He lost it because he was an ex-con. He was trying to hold a job down, and prejudice on his history prevented him from doing so, despite being a good worker. The reason he was convicted in the first place was to help people get money back that was stolen from them. So again, the creator of the Ant-Man films just said Scott messed up when he simply tried to do a job well with a criminal history. I guess, fuck those people, right? What a bizarre take on your own film, especially when I have no idea who messes up in this film. Cassie didn't. She made incredible technology to help people, and a special effects nightmare decided he could suck her and her family into the quantum realm as a result somehow. Obviously, she messed up with the police, but that's entirely forgotten about soon after the dinner scene and bears no weight on the story itself. Any condemnation of the teen clown from Scott regarding the different events she showed poor judgment in would have been wonderful. But oh well. So who else in this story messed up and gained a lot of good from doing so? Was it Janet? I don't think anything good came from her lying. So perhaps meaning can be found in other portions of the story.
Because if there's one thing life's taught me, there's always room to grow.
As a great writer once said, there's always room to grow.
Alright, we can start with the idea that there's always more in life for you to experience, to learn, and to head toward. The cast are all thrust into a world they barely had any knowledge of, and that fundamentally alters their understanding of the universe. Kang is he's learning that no matter how angry he is, he can't always get what he wants. I don't know, this one doesn't work very well considering how much had to be retconned to provide something of a new world and experience for everyone to appreciate. We barely get a lick of insight insight into what any of this means for any of these characters. Hank expresses it for a moment and then sort of moves on. We get a few comments on the beauty of it all from Scott, but that's about it. All I can really think this idea relates to is Scott's character growth coming in when you may have thought he peaked. Despite saving the universe, he still has some things to learn. The only way for that to be potent is if the lesson he learns is coherent with his character. However, as we've gone over, it's absolutely not.
What were you thinking?
What was I supposed to do? Look the other way? My dad taught me that. Because when people needed help, he didn't look the other way.
You should have looked the other way. Yeah, well, never been great at that.
Yeah, you could tell they were proud of this one. Don't look the other way when there's bad things happening. Seems solid enough as an idea. Or that Scott, when trying to get Cassie back to her family, was wrong because that counts as ignoring a problem he doesn't even remotely understand. Then there's Janet, who pretty much looked entirely the other way, and she's given sympathy for that when she explains it. We then have the largest development for the MCU in this film, being the impending doom, being shrugged off by Scott as he looks the other way, because it's whatever, I guess. It was a simple idea, and they couldn't have botched it worse, leaving us with one more.
My life doesn't make sense. I used to ask myself a lot of questions about that. But you know what? Who said life has to make sense?
I really don't know what they think they're saying with this one. Maybe it's supposed to be like you shouldn't spend so much time worrying about what does and doesn't make sense. Or that you should generally spend less time thinking about how life comes together and spend more time enjoying it. In any case, with the surrounding context, it can easily be read as, this movie was insane nonsense, but that's not compelling criticism because life doesn't make sense either. Only life totally does make sense. Sometimes we just struggle on understanding certain parts. You're welcome to claim we approach life with no understanding of anything, but that's not at all how 99% of the people on this rock operate whatsoever. And that's about it. Leaving this film with just about nothing for me to meaningfully dig out of it that doesn't get marred by the events of the film itself. So, with those 4 pillars of script writing out of the way, let's talk about more specific elements of the film and where it succeeds or indeed fails.
Sci-fi epic that has more in common with Lord of the Rings or Star Wars.
Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up.
Superman the movie, and Star Wars, and Raiders, and all those things. And I'd always wanted to do a movie like that.
We got to make sort of like a Marvel Wizard of Oz.
Get those IPs' names out your fucking mouth. First up, dialogue. Let's do a quick rundown. Quick by my standards anyway. First, we got the dialogue that's supposed to sound cool or cinematic, but either was unprompted, out of character, or just information that's less than accurate for no reason at all.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
Keep going! I've got them! You come from above, like him, so he is hunting you.
You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?
I don't know who you are.
Then we have some explicitly dumb as fuck lines.
You led them straight to us.
We both just have to leave.
I wouldn't trust her. Janet has a way of changing her mind.
Then you have the generic lines that come right out of a movie-making handbook.
I don't care who this guy is. I don't care what he can do. I'm getting Cassie.
Come on, work together!
And I'm coming, Cassie.
Come on, we're doing it for Cassie!
My whole life happened because I messed up. The only thing I didn't mess up is you.
Possibly the most predictable line in the entire nightmare. And then there's the clunkers. Starting off with something we never thought we needed. Lines about grandma needing sex.
That guy?
I was down here for 30 years, Henry. I had needs.
Oh my God.
Then we get lines about grandpa needing sex.
I've got needs too.
Oh my God!
And you begin to wonder what's going to be the payoff that makes this worthwhile.
What went wrong?
She wasn't you, baby.
And that's all they got. A thin reference in exchange for a clunky scene that tells us despite knowing Hank was alive, Janet needed to fuck Bill Murray and whoever else. This added to the film, clearly. You even get strange small mistakes here and there. It's found out Cassie is working on something with a slip of the tongue, and she mentions a we.
At least we're trying to do something that matters.
Who's we?
You get subtle reactions from everyone here, including a slightly more inquisitive one from Janet, because even she's surprised to not be involved in the project. Scott, however, doesn't know anything about all of this, and yet he says,
"What are you 3 up to?"
All he knows is that Cassie is working with someone or someones with vague looks given. Despite that, Scott correctly concludes that Hank and Hope are the ones helping Cassie without Janet's knowledge, even though they kept it all under wraps. It gets even weirder to think about when Scott gets an answer to his question on what the hell they're up to when Hank says,
Science. With ants. Ant science.
The project had basically nothing to do with ants at all. In fact, the quantum telescope couldn't have anything to do with them. The only reason I can see Hank saying that line is to prompt Scott to look at them to then set them up for later.
Well, Chekhov's ant farm, if you will.
Exactly.
Which is pathetic. You find weird issues like this all over the film. My assumption is the scene was cut down or cut from disparate pieces, and it's not the only one. If you think back to the weird scene with Krylar, there's a conversation in particular that seems a bit strange.
Let them go. He just wants me.
Janet is explaining that there's no need for Hank and Hope to be captured. They have nothing to do with what happened between her and Kang.
But you want them, so they're coming too.
Then you get that line, which honestly seems a little wonky, since it took so long to say and achieved so little.
Along with those other friends of yours.
Now he's talking about Scott and Cassie.
I heard about them, but he did too. And he sent the hunter.
So in total, we have a very long way of saying, you're all being taken in and a hunter is after Scott and Cassie. So what the hell happened? Well, if you wouldn't mind watching the screen for a moment, let me break down how I think this works. Janet says,
he just wants me.
And Krylar then says,
they're coming too.
But obviously someone decided that doesn't fully explain the why behind capturing more than just Janet. So they added some Bill Murray ADR and threw in a B-roll shot for cover prior to the line with,
but you want them, so...
And there you have Hank and Hope shown with an explanation of why they would be captured. Something that most people could have inferred but is now definitive. Then you have...
along with those other friends of yours.
Followed up with...
And... he sent the hunter.
Only there's one issue. How does Kang, and by extension Krylar, know about Scott and Cassie? Well, we could have inferred that it was found out in any number of ways. Security cameras, informants, etc., but they added more in to explain it to us.
I heard about them, but he did too.
So, if we take out the additional bits that someone believed would help and are indicated with shot changes, it ends up sounding like this.
He just wants me.
They're coming too, along with those other friends of yours. And he sent the hunter.
The reason this and so many other scenes get so clunky is because they are fucked with over and over again to satisfy worries someone had at some point. I can't help but imagine this is the kind of thing that happens at every last level of production in these movies.
What are ants, anyway? Do we have them down here?
It's probably why these lines are just awkward as fuck to watch play out.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's this horrible combination of piss-poor writing, piss-poor scheduling for recording these scenes, piss-poor planning in general, and then scrappy editing to try and salvage what the hell any of this was supposed to be.
Quite a ride.
Says the man who invented flying on the back of an ant.
It's crazy how choppy the most normal of conversations can come across, which is additionally thanks to the shitty incorporation of both blue screens and volume screens.
I like ants.
And I love that you love them. Here. These will help us blend in.
Things just sort of don't go anywhere sometimes, and I can no longer tell if it's through the Disney Marvel gobbling system they seem to employ, or if it really was meant to be that way.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
You see, something didn't feel right about this when I saw it.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
Something's off, and the first thing I noticed was Hank was taken off screen when he said, "Yes, Scott."
Yes, Scott.
I assume it's because they originally had Scott look surprised for Hank to then say these are his ants, meaning his ants from the ant farm.
They're my ants.
How did you find them down here?
But they realized that many people will be confused if they don't say which ants these guys used to be. And so you have Paul Rudd record a line in the reshoots name-dropping the ant farm so people know what is meant by them saying Hank's ants, and you show it with a coverage shot hiding the blend.
Are these your ants?
From the ant farm?
And then you have the line from Hank Play prior to him saying,
They're my ants.
Being...
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
And you cover the line with this awkward shot, confirming to the audience that these are indeed the ant farm ants. Meaning we had this...
They're my ants.
How did you find them down here?
And then it got chewed up by insecure producers and spat back out looking like this.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
This is common in filmmaking, but my god, I was noticing it more with this movie than others. And all it made me think was that the CG people aren't the only ones run through the grinder. Imagine being the editor and having to solve all of these insane problems or satisfy these requests. Scott is surprised by the ant in front of him and waits for more information on it, even though we see there's a horde of them just off to the right and they are reassembling the ship. I feel like that would be the interesting thing to look at rather than a singular ant, but that's modern filmmaking for you. The actors may not have known that was even there to react to, but that ain't it. Take this moment, for example, where Laserface is being captured. As you can see, he has one captor on the left, the right, and in front of him. The camera pans to see that middle captor, and they try to hide a cut to Tryhard taking him out. Choppy, sure, but fair enough. She got him when he wasn't looking. One down. We then see some more choppy editing as she turns and attacks, taking another one down when it would clearly have been out of range. Not entirely sure who that was. She then tells Laserface to get to the sanctuary. That's odd when he should have at least one guy on him, but maybe even two. Only we then cut to him killing someone. But that guy was the guy who wrapped his body rather than one of his arms. This means Tryhard had to be the one to kill a guy on one side and then teleport over to the other side and kill that guy, leaving Laserface to sort out the center guy. But that's not at all what we were shown. You slow it down and it's completely fucked. I mean, check out this shot of Tryhard being captured in this scene. These are clearly two different takes of the same shot stitched together haphazardly because I guess something went very wrong. These two frames are right next to each other, and you seriously wonder how this shit happens. Check out this part. Laserface fires his Laserface at Kang, but he fires his Laserface laser back into his Laserface face, and that explodes him. Very clearly many meters in front of Tryhard, who has now fallen over. As she is getting up, she looks at his corpse. His body is now 2 meters to her right? How the fuck did that happen? This disjointed approach is all over the film. How did Hope go from saying,
Keep going! I've got them! Yeah! Come on!
to this in seconds?
Scott! I can't hold up!
How did Kang go from saying,
Why do you think you could stop me?
to this in seconds? Why were Scott and Cassie separated significantly between shots? Why were Janet and Kang separated so significantly between shots? How did they get from here to here without taking as much as days with nothing but walking at their disposal? How did Janet get here so fast? People don't feel like they're in a physical space at any time. Whether true or not, it doesn't feel as though Bill Murray shot his scenes with anyone else. There are shots that make you wonder if anyone shot with each other. Unfortunately, that's essentially par for the course now. It fucking sucks. Special effects are being rushed and repetitively attempted till they barely resemble special fucking effects. Just look at MODOK. What the fuck did you do to Corey Stoll?
Surprised to see me?
God, stop! I'm trying to talk to the blob on the floor.
I guess the costuming was pretty solid though. Not much to complain about anyway.
Kang's suit, it's so beautiful.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I think this is the best suit that I've seen in a Marvel movie.
No, not even close. Maybe I was distracted by the awful helmet effects. Speaking of shitty effects... Look at these fuckers being vaporized by Kang. They're disappearing with a little temp sprite to replace them. MODOK has blood on his nose and lip here, thanks to the punch from Cassie. It then disappears in the next clean shot we get of his face, only to reappear when we see him again. You got this sudden change in Scott's makeup from the hug with Hope here to when they look out at the cheering, obviously because of how much this got reshot with questionable attention to detail. And don't forget Cassie's run.
Oh, that's like... You can clearly see that.
Yeah, she's hobbling.
It looks
So
like a
It looks like a
Loopy.
placeholder from a demo for something you'd make it. Oh no.
It's so floopy.
Why is she, if she's trying to cover distances, why is she small?
Why would she go small?
Because she's an idiot.
But also, just
She has
look
to
at
run
how
like
floopy-
30 times the distance now.
Look at how floopy the running is.
It's so
Her
floopy.
arm, she has the arms.
But
as
like,
their,
did it have to be? Couldn't they have just had her running and then shrink her down?
Yeah, exactly. Just get her in the suit, have her run, and then just
Madness.
make
No,
Magna look-
we don't
And
do
also, like, and even if you didn't want to do that, couldn't you just get like a real person in a mocap suit to like run instead of
No.
doing it like this?
What
We
is
don't have
that?
That's
If
so
I saw
funny.
somebody running at me like that, I think it was like a ghost or some sort of a specter.
Oh no.
It
Some
is-
otherworldly creature I'm hallucinating.
It's just it looks really bad.
Yes.
How dare you?
And this isn't to say the backgrounds of this world aren't impressive in their fidelity and concept. It's more so that they are soullessly attached to a rushed-out project with little to no supervision on how they bind to the story, and the smaller elements are often shown quickly in hopes that one may not see the fuck-ups.
Here it's like, oh, there's like just people living their lives and like
Yeah.
the passage of time and everything, like day and night seemingly. You know,
It's just a planet from Guardians of the Galaxy. Like that's the whole. That's
Yeah,
all it is.
pretty much. That's what it feels like.
It's got more floating shit.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because gravity works the same for everything else except for random rocks sometimes.
Shut up.
Yeah. That goes for choreography too. Robomen just standing around waiting to be hit. Boss fights where nobody uses their most useful abilities. And then there's the trippy visuals to try and convince you this is the craziest intense fun ride you ever did saw. Just like those other intense crazy thrill rides. But at least there's some jokes, right? Like the holes joke, but that doesn't really work because the most common life form in the quantum realm has the same number of holes, but the payoff was still kind of funny.
Jellyman, yeah, baby. No more jizzing in people's mouths. In fairness, that's what happens to sex pests.
But then you get stuff like,
I didn't know he could do that.
You're not the one with the hammer.
It's Thor. We get confused a lot. Similar body types.
like Kang would ever mistake fucking Ant-Man and Thor, but it's for a joke.
Ruben, you are the best.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Probably the best joke in the film, but it's infected by meta. Spider-Man is more popular than Ant-Man in our world, for sure. But as I said 5 hours ago, Ant-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe saved the world. He would be hailed as a universe-wide hero, same as, if not more so, than Iron Man. Would people really think he's Spider-Man? Apparently, Paul Rudd is better recognized in our world than Ant-Man is in theirs. And as far as I know, Paul Rudd hasn't saved the universe. Yet.
Aren't you the guy who flew all the way to Germany just to fight Captain America at the airport?
Fight with Captain America. Wouldn't fight Captain America. Not insane.
See, this joke is built on the same foundation as the body type one with Thor or the Spider-Man Ant-Man one, and it has the same problem. Cassie, more than most, would be intimately familiar with what Scott did in Civil War, not only because she was invested and inspired by her father's good deeds, but because that very event is why everything with the house arrest happened. She was very aware of all that. As an event in the universe, Ant-Man would have been famous for fighting alongside the rogue Captain America against Iron Man, especially considering that was the big blowout to separate the Avengers. So I'm not convinced that pretty weak joke has a good setup either.
Is that building alive? Yours are dead?
Again, lots of yours are dead too, and several died in the fight. Outside of one or two smiles cracking through the misery, you get leftover, rejected Rick and Morty jokes infecting lines that are already struggling to have any kind of comedic value to them.
This feels like a... You spent some time with Rick and Morty. This is...
This is probably as Rick and Morty as we get here, yeah.
Now, it's not like we haven't always had shit jokes or jokes that undermine the tone of a scene prior to the new sludge. However, the frequency and impact of these new shitty attempts feel much more cursed. Jokes being peppered into a script are supposed to be more than a source of laughter when considered alongside the full story. A lot of the great jokes in the MCU come from the fact that they were natural moments to bring levity from the point of view of the character in the universe.
What's going on here?
Let's face it, this is not the worst thing you've caught me doing.
Tony is downplaying as much as he can the fact that he just did something incredibly dangerous and all kinds of illegal. He's also commenting on his history of having been cleaned up for by Pepper in the aftermath of his antics. But then you have the visual being so absurd on top, making a very quick character-based joke that fits right in and doesn't interrupt the drama of the event.
Are those bullet holes?
You've seen this, right? You know what that is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
No.
Star-Lord is trying to appeal to someone beyond himself or his subject to provide a bit more leverage in the conversation, especially someone who seems subservient to Drax. But then, in Star-Lord fashion, that attempt backfires and the guy tells Drax immediately that he has no idea what he's talking about. A pretty genuine reaction from an appeal that Star-Lord would make to assist explaining that running your finger across your throat symbolizes death and that is what Drax should want to do to Ronan rather than killing Gamora, especially when she betrayed him. It's all in character. It supports Star-Lord's silver tongue and Drax's intimidation while reaffirming history while adding levity through having gone down such an absurd rabbit hole when he's simply trying to save a life.
I like your knife, I'm keeping it.
That was my favorite knife.
You have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude!
Again, brief moments of levity entirely character-based. It's not only funny that Peter is so impressed by a man with a metal arm being the geek that he is, he's taken a tiny pause to compliment the opponent, because Peter is genuinely surprised and he's simply being honest. And to be fair, he's not entirely sure of who these people are. But then you have Winter Soldier's reaction being the icing on the cake, absolutely blown away that any of this is even happening or who this spider person even is.
Could smell crazy on him.
Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he is my brother.
He killed 80 people in 2 days.
He's adopted.
I don't think I need to keep explaining why these jokes are funny, especially not when we're covering some of the best of the entire MCU.
Your ship is filthy.
Oh, she has no idea. If I had a black light, the place would look like a Jackson Pollock painting.
These movies used to thrill people with action, break people with character writing, and amuse people with clever uses of comedy. At this point, it feels like we lost the entire package. Which brings me to acting. So let's see here.
There is only MODOK!
Okay, I think that's probably good acting, just fucking jarring when coming out of the bloody robo-whale over here.
I need to know that I have done one thing right with my life!
Come on, let's go! Come on, let's go!
He probably doesn't give a single shit. I mean, this video did begin with him demanding to be killed in the next one.
They could be dead.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. Maybe she wants to die in the next one, too.
We've never been camping.
Who? He knows where I live.
Oh.
Fury.
Oh.
Is that sun moving?
There's more cookies. Oh my god.
Quantum people in the quantum realm.
Okay, look, everyone thought Cassie was bad, so I'm not gonna harp on it too much, but you gotta see this weird moment. Cassie sees her father is in trouble and appropriately gasps. But correct me if I'm wrong, does this moment not come across as though she's taking a second stab at the gasp and it's all in the same take? I think she wasn't sure what to do after the first gasp, and so she kind of went for another one. And man, I hate to say it, but in the audio commentary, the lads see this moment together and check out what they decide to compliment about the actress immediately after.
Catherine, I gotta say, she really, again, she's a pro-level golfer and a real athlete, and it paid off in the movie, just, you know, having her do as much of the physicality she can, just the way that she runs, the way she jumps and moves. She's really, really terrific.
They see her acting and then compliment her as a golfer. You can't make that shit up, which is ultimately very unfortunate because I thought she had the weakest performance and she replaced Cassie's actress from Avengers Endgame. Emma Fuhrmann, in 7 seconds of screen time, honestly did a stronger job. There is some good stuff in here, though. You can tell Michelle Pfeiffer is a seasoned veteran with this sort of thing, and Jonathan Majors was trying. I was quite fond of the subtleties here and there when he knows what she's seen, and Paul Rudd is as good as he always is. Charismatic, fun, bouncy, and usually makes up for co-stars draining the life out of him. I liked the soundtrack, even if it felt a little busy. If you guys don't remember, this is what Ant-Man's soundtrack was like in the original film. See, I think it really pulls off embedding a sense of the big-small dynamic seen throughout the film's direction, and of course his power, while adding in a new theme to solidify this new hero. You had the punchy elements, and now the heroic elements with a sense of exploration peppered through. After all, with everything relatively sized up, it's a whole new world. The new theme builds off the old one, and, well, give it a listen. That shit is so stuffed to the brim that most of what I was looking to draw out of it is lost to noise. That's a shame, because Ant-Man's theme is one that I actually tend to remember. And then there's the tone. It sits in the realm of being as much a mess as Thor Love and Thunder or Multiverse of Madness. It's something that's notoriously difficult to balance out, but they've lost any sense of understanding they previously had.
And I had that thought of like, you know what? The movies are going to be back, baby. And it took like 3 years to get here.
And now they're back.
Yeah, the movies are back. Yeah, we saved cinema.
Good God, no. Tom Cruise saved cinema. You guys have been trying to usher the corpse into its final stage of decomposition, which brings me to some sort of grand conclusion.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania is another Marvel disaster created by people who have no idea what's happening anymore and ended up in the job because they provide the least resistance to the overall process. A process that is no longer monetarily reliable.
There's Jimmy Woo, Randall Park, the great Randall Park, who you remember from the last movie, and from, I believe, Scarlet Witch, the Scarlet Witch TV show.
Motherfuckers can't even remember what the Scarlet Witch show is called, nor whether Randall Park was even in it. The guy was prominently in it. You people get paid millions. The reality we are once again looking at is the storytelling reaching the greatest heights in the category of absolutely awful. In total, we have world building ignoring everything that came before, on top of countering most of everything it sets out as new rules for this universe. To say the new rules apply don't make sense doesn't really capture what they've achieved. At this point, it's a genuine concern for anyone who lives in the MCU that the moment you take one step in any direction, you'll stumble on a brand new secret organization that's been operating since before the fucking Dark Ages, you'll cause some kind of apocalyptic event, or you'll discover technology that will advance civilization by thousands of years, or you'll get kidnapped by a sorcerer. It's gotten so absurd they've basically given up on explaining mostly everything.
Sorry I'm late. A lot of ants.
But why were the ants late? How were the ants late? Well, if everyone arrived together, then the fight would have been over immediately, and that's boring. Ugh. It's like they took an AI script and removed of it any tiny photocopied pieces of soul until they were left with a small amount of thick, old, hairy, crusty, curdled cream. Cream that they decided to present to the world. Ultimately, the changes to the world building only ever exist to facilitate the current story, and even then, you'd be lucky for them to be remembered in the same film. The plot is strung together as though it took holes from countless shitty films and asked you to believe they are all from the same shitty film, mostly coming in to allow for the writer's personal menagerie to simply live and win where they wanted them to. Crazy those kinds of concessions had to be made when all they did was write it so that all the characters end up in a nightmare world filled with killer fauna and the fully militarized face of Bo.
Everything has its time. You know that, old friend, better than most.
What?
Characters range from having minor, accidentally meaningful pieces to having huge swaths of outright abysmal chunks being choked on through their own broken motivations, stumbling through scenes, trying to remember a single thing about their own histories. This story wasn't made because there's more story to tell for Scott Lang. This shit was stapled on in the hopes that it will sail Marvel through another year of profuse bleeding as they've been stuck like a cinematic pig. I do wonder what nonsense they'll come up with to argue Kang is gone forever by the time we hit the end of this insane story, or perhaps earlier. Then there's the thematic elements. We were told to never look the other way. People need help out there. Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening at all. Expounded by a fucking idiot idealistic teenager with little to no understanding of how anything works, running into situations and fucking it up for everyone with no awareness from the story itself. Follow this rule, except when you can't be fucked or that the end of the world doesn't seem all that bad when you thought about it. Basically, the film spends a long time preaching a specific point of view it doesn't seem to understand, to then shit all over it right before the credits start. The dialogue is somehow stale, raw, overcooked, half-baked, and in so many pieces it's hard to believe a human had a hand in it. It's all been slammed together like puzzle pieces that absolutely refuse to fit. So many scenes that are clearly chopped to shit, pacing that's been annihilated by slices that have been taken right out with no thought to how it flows, on top of insecurities in regards to the audience's intelligence that have led to insane injections, cameos, and reshoots that have crushed any hope of this film reaching any level of respectable coherency. The special effects have taken a huge hit thanks to the production schedules of these movies, and at this point I have no idea if they even get paid remotely enough for the work they're clearly getting crunched to do.
How many hundreds of people worked on this thing, you know?
Well, it's thousands.
Oh, wow. How many did we pay, though? I mean, yeah, we only paid about 12 people.
You paid them.
Yeah. Oh, that's where...
Yeah.
Seems pretty tasteless considering the stories that come out about the visual effects teams, and those are literally scrolling past the screen as they laugh about this. We all know any animator or VFX artist recognizes what to do when crafting a person running. They have countless references, so it ain't that they have no idea how to do it. It's that they have to make these things in ridiculously small amounts of time, and then they have to change it again and again and again. The less said about the tone, the better. It's fucking dead. Even the director can see this shit isn't working anymore.
And all this conversation is happening in the middle of a raging war.
Yes. That's a testament to you, man, of like, there are so many spinning plates tonally in this movie, and like, how do you allow little fun adventure movie jokes in the middle of like a, you know, this massacre, basically.
Yeah.
But it works, it works.
It doesn't. And at this point, I assume Marvel's given up on finding the balance when it isn't handed to an artist who knows how to do it themselves. It's almost become a topic not worth talking about. The tone is Disney Marvel.
And this, to me, like, summarizes kind of the special quality of the movie. It's like, it's goofy, and then at the same time, it's like, oh no. Like, this is actually terrifying as well.
Yeah,
they really pull it off.
Goofy, terrifying, you know, whatever. There's also this sad realization that the multi-million-dollar script managed to make the audience laugh here and there. Maybe. We used to have standards for comedy, not to mention drama, and all of that wonderful content is belted out by a cast that is either in the wrong film, couldn't give less of a shit, got stretched out to the point of acting becoming irrelevant compared to the fucking spectacle, or is straight up bad. Also, it's time to fucking stop with nanotech. Enough. The suits and helmets have become the laziest and floatiest elements of these fake-as-fuck productions. The magic of movie making in the MCU is dead. The lack of consideration for verisimilitude is the undertaker.
Why would you let Ant-Man wear his really cool-looking helmet, his really interesting-looking costume that's this cool retro-futuristic, still kind of almost approximates an ant, almost like it was intentionally designed by the comic book artist because it looks cool, but nah, that would get in the way of making sure that you can see the famous actors' faces.
You look like you sneezed.
Oh, you don't need that anymore.
You can reverse sneeze.
I'm in.
Hank enlarges this creature thing. It just grabs Bill Murray and throws him. And like we said, I guess he could come back.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't even wearing a helmet in that shootout, I think. Why would you? They're shooting you! Why are you not wearing your helmet?
I don't know who you are. I saw the point of a mask because you look different. different.
It's gotten so hard to remember the previous entries at this point that when a character comes back, they're given a fucking previously on.
Someone in there?
A destiny you cannot escape.
Scott Lang.
And let's not forget, they always find time to shit on the source.
Mechanized organism designed only for killing. Actually, that's MODOK.
Yeah. Kang's got a goofy look in the comics.
Motherfuckers really gonna talk about goofy comics when they ushered in the cinematic floating anus?
We found this random character called Lord Krylar. It was just a blank slate, basically, for Bill Murray to come in and just bring himself to the role.
I love how they say Krylar is a character they can treat as a blank slate, as if they don't do that with every fucking character they already have or newly introduce.
This is my son, Scar.
In fact, at this point, they're mostly ignoring their own movies.
Lab's all set up, boss.
Oh, actually, he's the boss. I just pay for everything and design everything.
Did Stark pay you when he was around? My condolences, by the way.
Thank you, but no, it doesn't really work like that.
Yet, they somehow managed to bank on Scott and Wu having dinner. Remember this Pym particle story thread from the first movie? Yeah, nobody does. You'd have thought they would have made a whole-ass Disney show about it by now.
You nearly took down the organization that claims to govern the Order of Time. You did it on your own. You had rings around them. You're amazing.
Even the fucking creators of this movie are making those jokes, by the way.
Linda coming this fall on Disney+. It's a 6-episode series about Hank Pym's relationship with Linda.
The cringe has become incestual. Oh, and hey, like I said, this film completely forgot about Ghost, kinda like the rest of the world. She's destined to phase through the IP and end up as part of an ensemble team for people to go, ooh, who's this new character? I'm sure Thunderbolts will be great. In fact, I'm sure she'll be as impactful to the MCU's story as 3 seasons of Mandalorian were to Star Wars.
This is the way.
Good God, shut up. Star Wars and Marvel are fucked. Wait. How are the live-action remakes doing?
Remember the swamp?
Fuck, how's Indiana Jones? What's that? He's a broken, decrepit, despondent, depressed, dejected, dingy, divorced, childless, bewildered, confused, cranky, old, half-naked moron who hates his job almost as much as his students hate him. He struggles to teach anyone anything, and he tries to kill himself by the end of the new film out of pure fucking self-hatred, only to be dragged back to modern times by his lanky, Slenderman, praying mantis, wannabe cunt of a goddaughter who teaches him that he doesn't actually want to die despite trying to kill him several times throughout the movie. Oh, and all of these fucking disasters are bombing at the box office.
It's called capitalism.
Fuck me, the Titanic had more stability at the bottom of the ocean than Disney's future right now. The reality is, Ant-Man lost its identity as an IP because this wasn't a sequel made with any kind of passion for storytelling. I think I speak for pretty much everyone when I say, where the fuck was Michael Pena?
Hey, how's your girl, man? She left me.
Oh.
Yeah, my mom died too, and my dad got deported. But I got the band.
He and the crew should absolutely have been sucked down into the quantum realm. That's some easy fucking comedy. They've been with Scott for each of the adventures in his films, and you even have a chance to create some significant drama with their potential peril.
Dr. Pym, you're like the smartest genius I know. Didn't you put some kind of like low jack on your lab? Because if you didn't, we have a variety of affordable options.
Oh. This is the work of gypsies.
That undercarriage is filthy.
Ant-Man as a property would leverage a world we've never seen by taking a world we're familiar with and boosting it in size relative to our hero. We used to have some creativity regarding the action and even the regular developments, even in the sequel. There was something to all of the Ant aspects, both narratively and visually, but now we're in generic goop world where everything is free of any expectation, so you sit there waiting for something to latch onto. They didn't even really incorporate the Ants properly. They just arrive and win at the end. There's nothing meaningful connecting them to the story. Even Scott's suit has lost the retro-futuristic Ant-inspired sci-fi aspects. It used to look like a worn, functional piece of tech. Now it comes across as a cheap cheap Halloween costume. This film was clearly going to be about lost time, about how much of Cassie's life was stolen from Scott, and how he would have to sacrifice repairing that for the world. The obvious big sacrifice at the end being he has to die to stop Kang, thus permanently taking himself from her for the greater good. But they couldn't even kill Hank, let alone Scott. Hell, they only killed MODOK, a character that had infinitely more to give to the MCU, but he was exclusively seen as a joke. What can you really expect from the audience if you feel that way about your own work? With all these conflicting attitudes, along with a schedule that crushed everyone along the way, it's no surprise this felt like absolute unmitigated chaos.
It felt like the equivalent of having a plate and it's like, here are 2 chicken nuggets, 5 fries, a quarter of a burger, here's some salmon. You're like, yeah, okay. And it's like,
okay.
This is some sauce, a second sauce, a third sauce, and gravy across the sauce. And you're like, what is...
Word on the street is that's a normal meal for an average person. So
it's just like a very small amount of everything, I guess. It really felt like that's what I heard from the audience, where maybe that is why these have some level of success, where it's just like, this is movie film. I come to building to watch movie film.
They all blew together after a while.
Phase 5 is just Phase 4. Many people have said that an overarching narrative is what's missing in this phase, and that's why it's all so bad. But that would mean some of the individual stronger films in the MCU that didn't really add much to the overall story were somehow never good. The grim reality is much simpler and much more boring. It's written badly. It's the destruction of continuity through rotting iterations marred by ignorance. This shit's gotten so bad it's transcending your typical pro-Marvel and anti-Marvel teams. And I'm not talking about pro-Disney or anti. I'm talking about all the teams everywhere. Because really, there's so much more that connects us than splits us apart.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
As many of you know, I am retarded.
It's unifying in a way.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Perhaps it's time to make it clear that this is called an unbridled misery because it best describes where everything is sitting, both in the film and surrounding it. Disney Marvel is in a terrible spot. Their major hitters are all scoring below the billion mark despite budgets continuing to balloon. The trends are going down, and Guardians of the Galaxy being successful changes just about nothing when that story didn't regard a single thing in the broader MCU and its creator has left for DC. They're in a desperate place, losing audience interest, box office, critical acclaim, longtime actors, and thus characters alongside the waning of the general prestige brought with this insane project.
So you're actually going to lose money on this movie?
A lot.
Yes, they did. And once we get a few more on top of the Avengers entries falling short of their required projections, it will begin. The official fall of the MCU, the tightening of budgets, the cancelling of projects, the sunsetting of expanded spun-off ideas, and of course the reduction of the machine-like output of this gushing sludge torrent slowing to a drip. I mean, it's already begun. People are tired. Not of storytelling, or cinema, or connected worlds, or superheroes, or Marvel heroes, or Ant-Man. Hell, they aren't even tired of streaming. They are tired of you. They're tired of paying to be bored, paying to be frustrated, paying to be insulted. They want to be entertained, so much so that there's more excitement for discussing these abominations than watching them, and everyone can see it. Even if we didn't have the stories regarding loss of subscribers, actors coming out with criticism of the financial or creative process, or workers being abused, the writing is on the wall, and I suppose I mean that in more ways than one. The writing was what propelled this project into the spotlight. It seems fitting that it's the very force that will bring it down.
You just write stories on your own life, because otherwise you're just writing shit.
Phil Hall's amazing.
And I was like, I don't disagree with that. You gotta basically like make fiction reality. So if you're not a good writer, it comes out so quickly. Because if you can't even write life, you can't write fiction. Basically. Broccoli's back! Oh no! No!
In any case, when you piss everyone off and they all keep an eye to see the train wreck, you can float on as though you still have engagement in a strong, positive sense. However, apathy is setting in, and that's going to spell doom. The MCU was once at the point of opening the sludge pipes and spilling rancid bilge into much cleaner waters. We then saw the ocean was fully infected, and now the proverbial boat that is the MCU is slowly trudging through this environment as if it didn't handcraft it. Only now they've hit the sludgeberg of box office failure, and no, Spider-Man and Guardians cannot save you. You have to start writing something compelling now, or face the fact that you will never dominate the silver screen ever again. The production line strategy gave you returns for some time, but it's finally rotted through. Disney are in trouble, and they know they are. You know what? Check out this production story they talk about in the audio commentary, and tell me it's not perfect as a metaphor.
So we walked onto the stage ready to shoot this entire complex sequence over many days. But instead of dirt, it turns out they delivered a truckload of manure.
Sound stage just full of shit.
Full of excrement. It took like 3 or 4 days before they could rectify it.
The MCU fell off harder than iDubbbz, and I'll be very curious to see how they make decisions going forward. Though it has to be said, we're heading for the Marvels soon enough, and I can only imagine the audience will welcome those characters with the same fervor Mindy Kaling receives on talk shows.
Mindy Kaling.
Ultimately, the Ant-Man trilogy ended on a whimper, crushed alongside everything else modern Disney has control over, ushered in by people who are simply too incompetent for the job.
Like I said, first movie ever done, and just probably shows in some spots.
Oh, don't you worry. There was only just about a metric fuck ton of evidence that you had no idea what you were doing. It's not like you burned through hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not like your pathetic excuse for an excrement-filled bundle of pages brought us a story that no one will remember months from now. No, not at all.
You know, we worked very hard on the screenplay.
Liar!
9 times out of 10, Paul's gonna figure out a better, funnier way to tell that story.
Christ, Paul Rudd is saving the script 9 times out of 10? What the fuck happened this time then? Was he sick for the entire production? Did anyone else try to save the script?
Bill came on set the first couple weeks. He was giving just these micro notes on joke construction.
Bill Murray was teaching Jeff how to write while he was on set. This shit is priceless, and it adds so much context to Murray claiming Loveness writes all of this as he goes along. Suddenly, most of every element of this script makes a whole lot of sense.
At the same time, you had no rules, but you also had to make your own rules, and luckily those rules could be, you know, whatever you wanted them to be.
Yeah, that's about right. Make all your own shit up. The irony, of course, being these chuckle fucks break their own rules relatively often, which really takes us to the end, folks. Ant-Man, Quantumania, pretty bad. Thank you so much for watching. This one was a doozy. Last time we had 5 editors working together, while this time it was closer to 2, with a chunk of help from Goger, of course, which I very much appreciate, good sir. Fringy and I did the lion's share of editing, and hopefully it turned out entertaining. Links to both of their channels are in the description, and their work was invaluable. As for this channel, more videos are on the way, more deep dives, more criticism, more praise, and just a general exploration of media. Obviously, it has been fascinating to maintain coverage of the fall of the House of Mouse, alongside many other strange failings from different companies with some attempts to remember the greats along the way. If you wish to support this channel and its insane long endeavors, then please consider taking a look at the Patreon page or the Subscribe Star page. You can also become a member on YouTube to support the channel here, or you could give a little look-see to something rather new. Introducing, for a limited time only, the Longman vinyl figure. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my foray into the world of vinyl figures. I have indeed become a collectible figurine. Complete with my usual outfit and dual-filtered gas mask, I am ready to sit comfortably on a shelf, on a desk, or really anywhere of your choosing as you approach your everyday media adventures. This guy is a tad different from your standard plushie, and will of course come with an appropriate box for the collectors among you. However, I am not alone. Pick up the long man with the doggo and the froggo to complete the Every Frame a Pause vinyl collection. You'll even receive a solid discount. Unfortunately, these will likely never be produced again, so grab them while you can before it's too late. I mean, who wouldn't want an eldritch god, a plague doctor, and a cute doggo by their side when traversing this insane world we call the internet? If you're interested, links are in the description. And of course, thank you to the fine folks at Makeship for creating this opportunity. Before I go, it's worth letting you know about EFAP, a podcast that just so happens to cover all kinds of movies, games, and TV. For instance, we've just had the director of The Descent, Neil Marshall, on to watch the film with us.
Because there was a suggestion at one point, was like, we have a scene where they all arrive at this pool of water and they all strip naked and go for a swim. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what film are you making?
We did an extensive deep dive of Jurassic Park. We've done a breakdown of the Wings and Boogie boxing match.
Patiently waiting. Oh my god!
Wow. I mean, at this point,
A painful and dreary look through the entirety of the new Indiana Jones excrement. A compilation of experiencing that Lord of Ring Gollum game.
If I can just jump across from here. What? That fucking kills you? It's jumping from a wall to a box. Why do you punish people for being normal?
Oh no. What is going Look at his hands! Look at his hands!
What?
As well as full episode-by-episode looks at Mandalorian Season 3 and The Last of Us TV show.
Oh my god, there's an infant in here.
What is happening? Why is this Star Wars? What is going on?
Trying to kill the baby. I like how his arms are straight down. He's not actually moving his
He's just wibbly
arms
wobbling
to
like a little puppet.
We also watched the Dead Space movie from 1991.
Wow, that's all she gets. Just like,
whoa, pull him away from the monster, you asshole! Oh!
The head is gone. Push Bryan Cranston into the monster.
Wait, was that Bryan Cranston's head?
I know. That's a thing that exists. We also cover YouTubers.
When could Mario turn into a cat? I guess, like, if you're in the
wait, what if? Oh no, what's she about to say?
Mario turn into a cat. I guess, like, if you're into furries.
What? Racehorse. What's happened?
Maybe that'll play really well in Asian markets. I know they.
Yeah, the Asians.
Asian furries will love it, I guess. What is this video?
Check out all of that on the Moolah channel, where Every Frame a Pause is archived. Next week, we'll be streaming our 5th year anniversary, a 24-hour stream. Don't miss it. As for what is specifically next for the channel, all I can say is I'm hard at work every day, mostly editing and prepping for bigger and better projects. Honestly, I look forward to discussing all kinds of things as time goes by, though I think it's meaningful to mention that Gedelb has essentially stopped. Not because there aren't plenty of media coverage pundits that are well worth parodying, but because the joke didn't seem to develop very much as the years went by. Seemed to me that the overall point of poking a hole in the way this strange and shallow industry worked was to hopefully change it a bit, but I believe it's only really gotten worse, despite some great creators. So I decided I'll kick on talking about stories the way I want to. However, who knows what I might end up doing for April Fools in future? Could be anything. I mean, you never really know where your career could lead.
You're a shadow! You are the man! You are a shadow! Thank God you have money, because that's the only thing that's holding your fucking skinny ass. That's right! And I got a whole bunch of it!
But I am aware of what videos you lot would like to see. I just don't like to make any kind of promise. With that said, thank you so much for watching the video. video and supporting the channel. I very much appreciate it immensely, and I look forward to seeing you next time for whatever it is we may cover. For now, have a good one, folks. I'll see you next time.
Do you know Michael Douglas has been in 3 Ant-Man films? And they asked him if he'll come back for the 4th one, and he said only if they kill me. That's the reality of the MCU. People are just desperate to be killed.
Janet is explaining that there's no need for Hokenhamp to be... Hokenhamp.
I'll do a few more super chats and then finish up. So, Wayland Pacific says, Mike Oxmall versus Hugh Janus? Who you got? I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
What? I don't recognize.
Mike Oxmall versus Hugh Janus. Who you got? I don't know.
Oh. I get it. Say them again, drinkers. Think about it.
Mike Oxmall.
Yeah. Get it?
No.
You don't get it?
I don't get this.
Say it all like it's one word.
Mike Oxmo. Yeah, I get it now. My money's on Hugh Janus, if I'm honest.
Yes.
He can accommodate anything. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, I want to... I want to... I'm done. We should end it there.